Well, it is now 9:30, so it's time to resume the inquiry. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you all had a good summer and were able to take a bit of a break. But here we all are in a cooler. It's difficult to believe, isn't it, how hot it was, and now it's just normal. So, good. All right. Well, what I'm going to do, I've just got a few things to say. First of all, what I want to do is go through some of the stuff that, well, hopefully pick up all the things that have come up in the interim, in the adjournment, just so that we make sure everybody's got everything and knows what the position is on everything. As you know, we did another site visit on the 6th of August where we went to Bexon Court, Shooting Box Nursery and the chalk pit, in the middle chalk pit. So unless I'm asked to see anything else, I mean, there might be things I want to see for which I will do unaccompanied, but if anyone wants any more accompanied visits, you need to let me know, because as far as I'm concerned, I think I've seen all that I need to see in terms of being accompanied, and I've done a fair bit of walking around and seeing things on my own as well. Yes.
So I think the only thing from transport, and I know we went on the chalk pits visit, was with, and I presume you have, but I just wanted to acknowledge, is the walk along Highsted Road. So from the bottom of Stockers Hill along towards Swanstreet Avenue, because we
yes,
picked
I had that actually on my agenda, but I don't think I need to be accompanied.
No,
with
no.
No, I was going to do that, and also I think you wanted me to go and see the Memorial Hospital, didn't you?
Yeah, around peak times.
So when would be the best time to go?
So
then?
probably when school's coming out or going in the mornings. So sort of around 8:30 or coming out around sort of 3 o'clock.
Well, 3 o'clock is going to be a bit tricky, isn't it? Unless I do it.
So at sort of 8:30 in the morning.
On my way here then.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. So if there's anything else anyone can think of, then just let me know. All right. Good. All right. Well, look, let's. I suppose the main thing that's been happening in the background has been these revised plans, which seem to have caused a bit of ups and downs. But anyway, so there were revised plans submitted by the applicants, and they were consulted on, and we had quite a few comments from the 5 parishes group. I can't remember, the council might have said a few things, but generally speaking it was a 5 parishes group that had a number of queries. They were relayed to the applicants, and there was quite a lot of back and forth. Then I've sort of been considering all the responses, and I came to the conclusion that actually the changes were relatively minor, and I don't think that they would materially affect the nature of the proposed development, especially as it's an outline scheme. And I certainly didn't think it would prejudice anyone's case. I considered that obviously people had, local residents and others had given their views to the inquiry, and we've had a lot of written submissions as well. But really the changes that have been proposed, I don't think they affected what people were saying. They were, they were really picking up bits and pieces that had happened during the inquiry, mainly, clarifying and so on and so forth. So I've decided, as you all know, the main parties know by now, that I will accept these amended plans. Now, it's just really how to deal with them. I was a bit disconcerted when there were 2 additional ones that arrived, which really, we could do without that. And in fact, there's additional ones. One of them was the Stones Farm proximity plan, which we have as an inquiry document anyway. And the other one was relating to, I think, yes, that's right. It was schemes on there that I think the solar farm, pit stock and so forth, solar schemes, which haven't been determined yet. And they were, I think they were in purple on the, and that was because the 5 parishes asked for that. Well, that's fine, but I don't think they should be application plans. So I've suggested that they be taken out and put on as an inquiry document. So with those 2 changes, I'm satisfied that can go. These can go ahead, and to reassure everybody who's at home, who's worried about, yet more changes, that really they are very minor and they don't change the nature of the scheme at all. Right?
Just to say, we have got a set, or multiple sets, in printed format with us now. So I don't know whether this is the moment or righto.
Let's have those. I did ask for that. Thank you very much. I suggest that we keep the same numbering, just, the 2 point whatever and 8 point whatever.
That would definitely help if possible.
If they're not on them, then we can add that. Well, we could, don't worry, let's just hand them out, shall we? Hand them out and people can do it themselves.
At the moment, we've got 5 of each, north and south, but obviously we can do more. We just did 5 because we wanted to have this conversation.
Whoever, I know the 5 parishes would like one, and probably the action group.
So the council.
I don't know, council probably, would they? Yeah, I want a copy, yeah. I asked for it. Oh, they're not bound or stapled or anything?
Well, no, but we can arrange that. It's just, I didn't know if you wanted to change or anything today. So.
Oh, I see. Okay, we'll hand them out anyway, but do you think, as far as I'm concerned, my copy, which has obviously got to go to the Secretary of State, could you do me a bound copy, please? I can see that, loose pages. And I think, have we got a big stapler?
Yeah.
I'm sure if anybody wants theirs stapled, Helen would help you with that. You especially, Bonnie, probably.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, yes? No, okay, no, that's fine, thank you. That's helpful. Now, added to that, the development specification was has also been amended, and I think that the northern site, the only change really relates to that 2,200 square metres, is that what it is, of commercial floor space. Now, I know you raised this, but I'm going to ask, Mr. Bashforth can deal with that, and you can ask questions on that, so that we understand exactly what is being proposed. But as far as I can see, there's no actual change to the development specification of the southern site. Apart, I think that booklet thing of the development specification, it was just, was it plan numbers and that sort of thing that were changed? So obviously to keep up with the revisions that these plans have entailed. So, but you can ask questions, and if you don't, I will. So, all right, thank you. So there we are. That's the plans then. Now we do need also, I think, in order that people can really see them, we need a link because obviously some people like working electronically. So could we have a Dropbox link? I'm hoping they're in Dropbox, and they're I think, well, they are, aren't they? North and south, with the final plans without those other 2 in it. We can. Yeah. All right. So we'll have that, and that's to go to all the main parties, and then it also needs. It needs to be put on in the core documents, and I think we have agreed, haven't we, Helen, that it's going to go as core documents.
52 and 53.
Yeah, the next 2 anyway. So they will have to go on there as well. So people outside this room will actually be able to access them that way. Is that all right, everybody?
Thank you.
Yeah, I know, raise your eyes, but... Okay, I know it's difficult, but there we are. All right, thank you very much. Next point. I have agreed, and I did actually just ask round about this, but no one came back. So that Mr. Heffer for the Duchy, his planning evidence is now going to be taken as a written submission. So I hadn't got any questions, and I'm assuming no one else did. So it doesn't seem much point in him going through that.
No. Also, there's obviously a statement of common ground with the Duchy.
There's a statement of common ground, and that's CD 34.20.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Now, just in terms
on that point, Mum,
yes.
I just need to check with my group because I think we did have a question for him, but I can happily pass that on to you.
okay.
It was in the table of numbers, housing numbers, and I think they were saying, if I remember, can't remember how many it is per annum, and then there's a big gap, and we wondered why that was.
Is that in the statement of common ground?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
If you can just clarify that, and
Yeah.
I'm sure we can get an answer for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I won't be able to do it this second, but afterwards,
no.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Now, in terms of the timetable, has everybody got an amended version of the timetable?
Yes,
then?
we do. Thank you.
Thank you. So this week, then, our task is to hear Ms Bonney and Speed from 5 parishes and the Action Group, and then Miss Gone to Mr Digan. Just looking through the this, do the parties think that we will, have they got any comments on it? Is it sufficient time, do you think? So, Council, have you got anything to say? Yeah, I must admit that...
Yeah, the 106, are we doing the timetable as a whole or just the next week
well,
and a bit?
let's just look at the planning evidence first.
I think so too. I think we've got actually maybe even famous last word, slightly more time than we'll end up needing. But I think we should be okay.
So we might have a day at the end of that.
We think we might actually have some of. I mean, obviously this depends on all sorts of factors within the room. But yeah, we think we might have some of Friday or maybe even all of Friday.
Right.
Without that.
If that's the case, then we can use that time to start the section 106.
Well, I'm not sure we could actually.
Yeah,
because, I've been told we can. Maybe we could talk to the council in the break. We're waiting. There's a whole load of things to update you on there, but we're waiting on an update from the council on conditions. In theory, there'd be nothing to stop us starting on the 10th. That'd be great, because that'd open up some time for 106 discussions on the 28th. I have to say,
I'm a bit worried about having a day for each of them, because the conditions, the masses of them, and it's two sites. And
No. I think probably. I mean, I haven't spoken to the council yet, but about this. But I think we all probably agree. I suspect that a day for 106 and a day for conditions is very, particularly given the rate that we've been, going through it in the past over the 106. It's not going to be. I mean, I think for the 106 for sure, it's not going to be enough really. So,
I mean, are we having others coming to the 106 session? NHS or any of the, or have they said?
I don't think so. I think the parties.
Are they?
Yeah, NHS, National Rail, or Network Rail rather, would like to come along.
So we need to really keep the sections 106 for Monday then, don't we?
Well, I can certainly alert them if there's a change of date, but if there is, I'd probably want to let them know today so they can arrange themselves.
Yes, of course. Well, can you discuss that? I mean, I would have thought we need a couple of days for each of them, really.
Yeah. It seems to me...
on a practical level, obviously I raised that we haven't seen the latest draft.
No.
I mean, I don't mind doing it next Friday, but You know,
there won't be.
we need time to read it.
We can't do 106 next Friday.
No, but she's talking about the draft. We need to see the
draft
drafts.
106, but you won't. I'm saying we won't be able. There won't be a new issue draft by the 10th. That is for.
10th?
Sorry, am I getting this wrong? Friday the 10th. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
It's going to be, as I understand it, the week after. So the 106. I mean, the ideal thing to do really would be, from the 106's point of view, would be to obviously keep the 27th, Monday the 27th, which is what we've already got, and ideally use, I know it's down for conditions at the moment, but that's sort of why I'm raising it, ideally use the 28th as well,
right.
for the 106. That would work in terms of, you know, giving, not just circulating a draft, but giving everyone a couple of weeks to think about it. Obviously, then we need to do we need enough time for conditions. So that's why I'm suggesting maybe in the break we could talk to Mr. Dygan about and Mr. Dygan's colleague about what's happening on conditions, because if we could get something out, you know, this week on conditions, and if progress is made better than we're thinking, you know, then it could be that Friday the 10th is at least day one of conditions.
Well, I just want to ask about the section 106, because the applicant's been very quick to blame the council for the delay. Quite like to hear the council's view.
So you've got KCC, the council and the applicant, and it's fair to say that there's been delays between the three parties. Some of the issues are quite complex. You know, you've got to liaise with people such as the NHS, and they have limited availability and so forth. But we are trying to drive forward the Section 106, ma'am. There's no question of any sort of deliberate delay or foot dragging or anything like that. We really are working extremely hard, day and night, to try and get these progressed.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that, I'm not saying blaming you or anybody really, but it just seems it's always left to the last minute really. And I mean, we've had the whole summer, 2 months, and you would have thought maybe that it could have at least, you know, wrapped it up by now.
I mean, to state, I'm sure this is obvious, but it's obviously in our interest to have it wrapped up. And we've had a whole team who have been doing everything they can to make progress. I've asked for, but I've not yet got the detailed chronology. But if you really want an answer to that question, unfortunately, it's going to involve a lot of dates and who sent what email to who on what date. No. But I mean, basically, you know, we gave one example in the email to you yesterday. Key thing where debates are still ongoing is the approach that's taken to affordable housing. And on that schedule, for instance, you know, we had written comments back from the council, but we got them about a week ago, and the schedule was provided in April. So, I mean, I'm give that as an example because it's just it gives you a flavour as to what's going on. I'm not interested for now, and I'm really not interested in sort of pointing fingers because it's quite complicated, as Mr. Dygan said. And if you do want a kind of a blow for blow, no. I can prepare one, but it's I think probably frustrating is the word for all parties, most of all you and Councillor Bonney and everyone else, that we've, and certainly for me, that we've not got, that it's not all finalised at this point. It's frustrating. I am told, about a week and a half away from being able to issue to everybody an updated draft. And as we said, I think in our email yesterday to you, Madam, we think there's enough already before the parties in terms of heads of terms and the previous draft to have all the planning evidence. Obviously, Councillor Bonney and her groups will be full participants in the 106 sessions when we get there in due course. Also, of course, if in the end Councillor Bonney sees something in the 106 after she's finished her planning evidence and she says, you know, this makes a big difference or makes a material difference to what I wanted to say in my planning evidence, then we're going to have to talk about, you know, recalling her to let her give that evidence, and we're not going to object to that. So
in terms of, sorry, you raised the issue of affordable housing.
That's just one example.
So what's the complexity there?
I mean, the first thing's just been waiting for comments. I mean, we sent a schedule in April, and we got comments back in writing from the council on the date 21st of September. So, I mean, and now there's a discussion about blue pencil clauses for which I won't go into the detail, but the council are suggesting that there be an upper limit of affordable at 40%, and we are not accepting that there's either a policy or an evidential basis for that, and so there's a discussion.
No, I know that. I mean,
but that's what I mean. So that's
it might be at the end of the day I have to, or at least Secretary of State has to decide.
Yeah. So exactly.
So we just need
the mechanics for that.
The mechanics, which is not that difficult.
No. I'm not.
To allow the Secretary of State to change if there's justification the sums of money or the amount of affordable housing or whatever.
And there are other things like that. It's not undoable. It's just that we're going to need now another sort of 10 days or so. Yeah, that's it really. But
yeah. So I would actually thank you. We do feel blind to this because we've not been party to any of this over the summer. No. So that's the first thing. The second is that wrapped up in all of this is we've quietly sat on the sidelines. We've heard all the viability evidence. We've had, obviously, these tweaks on maps, which include tweaks on phasing, tweaks on triggers, mechanisms, viability reassessment, etc. is all buried in the Section 106. And our group wanted to give a position statement based on what the final documents and the final position appears to be. However, it's really difficult because we've not seen any of that, and you asked if there was any new evidence. And at that point in time, it's not new evidence, but I wanted to give a clear statement of where we are, and we can't until we've seen those. And there are things that I will cover in my evidence that will show that the community needs to be involved in elements of this, and so far it hasn't. So,
as I just from our side of the fence, if Councillor Bonney wants to put in some, as she says, a sort of written, whatever, a statement of her position once she's seen the final document as a sort of, say, a supplement to her planning evidence, or I don't know how it would be, presented, but it doesn't really matter. There's no objection to us from that, and obviously to state the obvious, she'll be a full participant when it comes to discussing all of this at the end of the month, or not the end, but in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay, well,
It does seem like in decent haste, though. We're going to have 2 days in which, compressed. We're going to have probably only 4 days, 5 days to read a document. No. You can have a couple of weeks. That's the whole point. So but 27th of October is the date that we've got in for the 106. And in about 10 days or so, I'm told that both the council, and I should say all the stuff with Kent is all sorted. So it's between us and Swale. And
so what are the sticking points?
They're not really sticking. I mean, it's not some of these things are just
causing a bit of a hassle.
It's things like the approach taken, the mechanics so far as the NHS contribution.
What do you mean?
Like what that contribution is, how the blue pencil clause works. We
know you don't want to pay the acute care.
Well, exactly, but that's true. But also that then something's going to go in the agreement to allow the Secretary of State, on your recommendation, to reach a view on if it's paid and if so, how much. There are small drafting points, but I've not got Town Legal here to talk you through it. But on a number of issues that I'm told are on the cusp of agreement on national landscape, air quality, ecology, some stewardship schedules, energy, open space. On most of them, I'm told we are on the cusp of agreement. On a couple of them, open space as an example, we're waiting for comments from the council. I mean, and I'm not pointing fingers, it's just a fact. So we've got a group of solicitors who are doing everything they possibly can to do this as quick as possible, because it's not serving our interests.
I mean, rather than going backwards and forwards with emails and that, why don't you just get in a room? We're all here. Get in a room in the next couple of days or so and thrash it out.
I'll just let Mr. Gear.
So we've been having weekly meetings with the whole legal team since the end of August, and we've been having weekly meetings from the client side as well. So two weekly meetings have been taking place, and there has been progress in the last 3 or 4 weeks. But we are, as Mr. Simon says, we're still waiting for comments. We haven't had any comments back on some of the schedules from the district. We have had numerous meetings with KCC, and I think we're reaching resolution on the majority of their schedules. However, the Borough Council are still commenting on the County Council schedules, which means we then have to look at those comments that are coming back from the Borough Council to make sure that we're happy with those, and so are the County Council. So there are delays there. However, it's not from our side. And
is it County Council? Do they come to your meetings?
Yes, the County Council attend all the meetings. So the meetings are between ourselves, the Borough Council and the County Council, and have been for the last month.
They couldn't be very effective meetings if they, if you just, to be quite honest.
We haven't got you chairing them.
If you've been meeting since the end of August.
There's been a lot of...
I mean, it's...
And we've had, so as Mr. Dygan said, we've had separate meetings with the NHS. He has gone back and had meetings with the Kent Downs National Landscape.
Be in the room as well,
I've had meetings with the NHS too. So we are getting there. For example, on the NHS element, we've agreed now the approach taken to how the on-site care will be delivered. That's taken some time. What we're waiting for is their comments to the Borough Council on the clauses in terms of the trigger points at which payments are due and facilities are needed. The NHS have had a team of 3 or 4 people looking at it, but they seem to have been on holiday for various points over the last 3 or 4 weeks. We're expecting those clauses back. I think Mr. Dyke confirmed that this week. So we share your frustration, and we need to resolve this because we don't want to have to change a trilateral agreement into a bilateral and a unilateral or something like that. So we're doing our best to avoid that.
Okay. Well, so when are you telling me that it's going to be submitted? We're going to have some sort of time.
What the solicitor charged with dealing with things on our side has told us is that on the 13th, which is a week on Monday, she'll be in a position. She expects to be in a position to issue the updated draft, as hopefully substantially agreed. We hope with everybody, particularly with Swale. I mean, we're going to get there with everyone else. And also, what I've asked for is to go along with that 106. Not a summary. I mean, we can do a summary of the schedules if you'd like, but I thought that might just be a bit of it because it's going to be so long. The summary will be quite long, so it might just be a waste of time. But what might be quite helpful is, to the extent there's disagreements on anything left, a schedule of them.
Yeah, we'll have that.
So a schedule of disagreements with us and Swale, which we will prepare, and obviously Swale can obviously feed into and say which bits they, why they disagree on the bits, and also the draft on Monday the 13th. And as I say, if that was so, that's two weeks or whatever it is before.
Right, that's Monday the 13th, so that will be
2 Mondays.
It will be just under 2 weeks. Just
under 2 weeks. Yeah, that's right.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're not going to, maybe you can't agree on everything. There comes a time when it just has to be issued so everybody can see what's going on. So I think we'll have to say then that we must have a draft and a schedule of disagreements by midday on the 13th of October.
Okay.
All right. I mean, I know it's not perfect, but
thank you.
Thank you, Mum.
Right. Okay, thank you. Right, next. Right, just on this schedule. So we've still got to find somehow 2 days for conditions.
Yeah.
Not quite sure how we're going to do that. So perhaps answers on a postcard. We've got 3 days for closings.
I'm wondering if we could start on, at least maybe do the north or something on. We'll see how we go. But on Friday the 10th is at least a possibility. I don't want to forget about Friday the 10th because I think if we do a bit better, we'll see. But we've not got as many barristers in the room for this bit as we have done before, and that might help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, I was hoping actually that because I'm not keen on some of the wording, I have to say, but I've only just started going through it because I've been concentrating on other things. But anyway, I mean, if we can say it's just going to be the north on the Friday, you know,
we could at least pencil that if we've got the opportunity.
We've got time.
And maybe the closings can be, I mean, as you say, closings at the moment over 3 full days, which is understandable given the number of parties. But I wonder,
it would help if we could know how long the action group and 5 parishes closings are going to be.
Yeah, I think no more than 3 hours.
Each?
No, in total. And that's a conservative estimate. I think it'll probably be shorter than that.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, 3, 4, 5.
I wonder whether we could check with the Duchy if they really are going to be an hour and a half. Because I wonder whether that...
You know, yeah, I would have thought, I mean, it's really just down to highways, isn't it?
Yeah. But I wonder whether maybe the hour and a half estimate might have been given. I don't know when they were given, but maybe in the past, worth just checking. And I don't know.
Mr. Warren might be satisfied with doing it in writing.
Well, I wonder. Now that they're not calling any planning evidence, I wonder, which would potentially.
We can check with Mr.
That might start to mean that we could, you know, maybe I'll talk with Miss Bono, and also I'll talk. I don't know if Swale have a.
Mr. Pereira, have you got some idea? You say, how long are you going to be, do you think? I mean, I'm not trying to...
I think it will probably take most of the day.
Right, okay, fine. So, I suppose it...
Yeah.
I mean, would we have any other time? I know. Would we have another 2 days sometime? Then like the next week.
Because we're already sitting on Mondays.
What's the it'll be about the second and first, second, about the 3rd and 4th of November.
No. We could oh dear. That does.
Would anyone like to just be thinking about that?
I mean, one idea, I've got, and I know... You asked if anyone would like to be thinking about.
All right.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, one thing that we could
Everybody
think about
it, please.
One thing we could consider, I've got another planning appeal, and I know Ms Bono's in the High Court in the 2, you know, we've got 2 weeks in between.
Yes.
We've got the week of the 13th and the week of the 20th. But, of course, if we're doing conditions... Doesn't really matter if the barristers aren't here, does it?
I don't know.
Well, not always. I mean, I think if we could just make progress through the conditions with planners in the room, in theory, Mr. Pereira's nodding vigorously at that idea. I wonder. I mean, it would be at least then if there was anything mega that was outstanding at the end, we could pick up on it at the end of the 106 session. But I mean, it would be. I don't know what your diary is.
What you're suggesting that we have 2 days in the 2 weeks.
I'm raising it as a possibility,
I mean, don't forget, I'm going to have to...
You're away.
Well, I'm certainly away for the first of those weeks.
Yeah.
And then I was going to sort of use the second one to...
It's only a suggestion.
Prepare.
It's only a
The
suggestion.
section 106.
No, of course. It might not be a suggestion that works. I just wanted to raise it because I know that the barristers, me and Miss Bono couldn't be here, but I don't think that's... If we're doing... conditions, our availability is not, I don't think, mission critical, and if anything, obviously mega came up that you wanted legal submissions on or whatever, we could do that when we come back. But obviously you have maybe should we revisit this? We'll check
everybody have a if you can talk together.
Yeah, we could we could look in that second week and see if there's any dates that we could all do, and then you could obviously have a look and.
Yeah. Okay.
So we could do, for instance, I'm being told, the 20th and the 21st from our side, but we'll discuss with the council and obviously all 6 parties.
If it helps, that's not a problem for us.
Yeah.
That's very good. Thank you very much.
So it would take the pressure off on conditions, I think. But I don't know about like Mr.
No,
Dygan.
definitely. We can't do it in a day.
No.
Actually, we always thought that, didn't we? I don't know why we, yeah. We were just being...
So actually then we'd have 2 full days for the 106 at the end of the, which would be great.
Yeah, so we could do the 106th, 27th, 28th,
That would-
and then 2 days for the conditions.
On the 20th, 21st.
Is that the second of our week?
It would be the second. Is that the one that's preferable for you?
Well, I can't do the first.
Can't do the first, so it'd have to be the second. Yeah, it is the second. It's the Monday and the Tuesday of the second
Yeah, okay.
week.
Well, that's possible.
We'll just check with
Others can do it.
Mr. Dygan and team, because I think it'd be quite important for Mr. Dygan to be there.
So it's fair to say, ma'am, that the conditions are far more straightforward in comparison to the Section 106, and they're actually quite well progressed.
Yeah.
And there's probably additional appropriately qualified staff that are working on those conditions. So I'm quite comfortable that if you did have a condition session in the during the hiatus between the sitting periods, it might be very productive. And I do agree that they're so less contentious that if a barrister wasn't there, I don't think it would matter.
I think everyone's quite pleased by the idea.
If you could be there, I would quite like it if you could be there, Mr. Dygan.
I've got some unavailabilities, but subject to it, not falling on those days, that's fine. Yeah,
Well,
of course.
Well, can you try and tell them when it is? In that
Yep,
week?
will do.
Yeah.
There's a colleague I'm working with as well. He's just embroiled in appeals at the moment. But if we're talking about those 2 weeks in between the sitting periods, that should work out.
I think it's Mr. Dygan's colleague who's been taking the lead on the conditions, as I understand.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know what his name is. Andrew.
Oh, okay, fair
So
enough.
if he were available on the 20th and the 21st, that would potentially work out.
Or, I mean, you couldn't do it at the end of that week.
No, unfortunately, Mr. Bashforth ain't here. He's out of the UK.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do then.
All right. Well, thank you. At least that would, if it worked, we've potentially got a way through to ending the inquiry on time, which would be quite nice.
Yeah, well, no, I think we do need to try and do our best to do that. Don't
Agree.
you?
It has to end eventually, you would have thought.
Well, yes, I know. It certainly does. Okay, thank you very much. Well, can you let me know before the end of tomorrow? Or let Helen know, rather.
We will.
We'll fit in. Right, okay, let me just see what else there is to say to you. So I just want to go over very quickly what we've had in the interim. We've talked about some of it anyway. So I've talked about site visit, I've talked about the revisions. Now, the next thing is about the LDS, the Local Development Scheme. So on the 30th of July, the council agreed to change the local development scheme, and we have got that as inquiry documents 65 and 66. And there are now new timetables for regulation 18 and 19 consultations, plus submission and, well, it sort of goes right through to an anticipated adoption date. I'll probably have some questions, Mr. Dygan, on that if they're not asked.
Me
by
too.
you.
No, definitely.
Oh, right,
Thank
okay,
you.
well,
I
fine.
mean, I'm sure there'll be different ones, but yeah.
Well, not necessarily. Anyway, so that's that. There is a further statement of common ground with Natural England, which is on 3415.2, and an ecological clarification note on points raised in your transport evidence, Ms. Bonney, which I'm sure you've seen. And that, I think, is 100.64 probably. I raised the point about the Kent Minerals and Waste local plan, and that's now been addressed, hasn't it? Because there's a new Kent Minerals and Waste local plan, and I wanted to know, whether the new policy has actually changed anybody's views. So we've got that, I think, at 169, which lists the differences. Right, so then there was that dialogue between you, Mr. Simons, and Mr. Young.
I felt there was a lot of stress on the word dialogue there, in that. But yes, there was a dialogue. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Jolly good. Then we had the changes to the main statement of common ground. Now that hasn't hopefully been quite finalised yet. There's Kent Minerals and Waste Plan, that's been dealt with, I think. And then I picked up a couple of points about the local green space designation, local sites of biodiversity designation. We've got, I think, the outline development specification has to be reflected and the amended plan numbers. But there is one other thing, and I think I might raise that now, rather than waiting for the planning evidence, and that's about, I'm afraid, housing land supply. Let's just have a look and see what it was I picked up. The point is that there is a housing position statement, the latest housing position statement by the council, and I think that this indicates a different position and deficit. So from what I could see, it indicates now that there is a requirement for 1061 dwellings a year, giving a 3.93 year supply and a 1,187 dwelling deficit. Well, if you go onto their website, you will.
Is it
Housing position? I think it's called housing position statement.
I've got found one that says 3.98, but you're saying the 3.93. Swale housing.
I've misread it.
No. I'm sure you've read it correctly.
Let's just have a look. Oh gosh, sorry. Hang on a minute. Mr. Digan should know this, I should think.
Sorry.
I just need to check with my colleague, ma'am. I wasn't aware of that, but I can find out very shortly.
There's
Hold on.
that.
Yeah, but I
15.35, is it? Yeah. That's the one that I've found online as well. Let's just see.
hold on a minute. Well, we can.
35. Oh. Yeah.
Old one.
So, okay. I think that.
Ma'am, if I can get to the bottom of that and I'll update the inquiry later in the day.
All right.
So, just so we're clear on what the inquiry is actually.
November 2024, was it? That was what it was. But is there one after that then?
I think the most recent one that I can see online and also in the core docs says at the top, a bit confusingly because I think it was published this year, but anyway, it says December 24 and it results in it's a one pager and it results in a 3.98 year housing land supply.
December, I've got one November 24.
Yes, the November 24 one
Yeah.
is core document 15.1 and has been superseded.
Oh, it's been superseded. Okay.
The reason it's been superseded, as I understand it, simply comes down to an update to the local... No, okay, there's more to it. That's what.
Okay.
Oh, that's what I meant. Local housing need changing.
Right. Okay.
So I don't think there's been a So from the November 24 one that we have at core document, what was it, 15.1 or something?
Yeah.
There was. I don't think there's been a reappraisal from the local authority of supply since then. But what there has been is an update sheet, which we have at core document 15.35. And the effect of the update was, as I understand it, to update with respect to December 2024 local housing need number. So there is a tweak, not a massive tweak, but there is a tweak, and it results in on their calculation, a 3.98 year supply.
And a 1119 deficit, yes?
No, correct, and a 119 deficit,
and
exactly.
1048 dwellings per annum.
Correct. All of that's correct. So it's all just it's a one pager. All they do, I think, in that is to tweak the LHN number, right, and otherwise supply is left untouched.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Good. All right then. Perfect. Right. Good. Well, that's all I've got. So Is there anything else anyone wants to raise before we start? Oh, I haven't said about the fire regulations, have I? Sorry. Right, so if we hear the fire alarm, because there's no practice today, we go out of one of the two main exits, either side of the room, downstairs, and we congregate in the council's car park. Don't come in back into the building until we're told it's safe to do so. So is everybody all right with the stairs? Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, good. And obviously, if you could just put your mobile phones to silent, please, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
All right then, thank you. So shall we start then with Miss Bonney? And if you'd like to introduce your witness, Mr. Barnes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mum. Good morning, Councillor Bonney. You've obviously given evidence to this inquiry on more than one occasion, I think. But for those people who don't know who you are, would you like to introduce yourself and just summarise what your role is?
Thank you. Hello. Good morning, Mum, officially. My name is Councillor Monique Bonney, and I'm Chair of Rodmersham Parish Council. I chair the 5 parishes group. I'm also the ward member for West Downs on Swale Borough Council. I have a degree in land management. I should confess here, in addition, that I am a governor at the East Kent Hospitals Trust, because we will be discussing the NHS, but I will be representing the interests of this group and my residents. So those are the confessions so far.
Thank you. And for those people who don't know, the 5 parishes group represents the parishes of Bapchild, Bredgar, Milstead, Rodmersham, Tunstall and Wormshill. So
that's correct, yeah. Yes. And it's fair to say, although I'm not an expert in planning, I have a good understanding of the area and a working knowledge of the planning system. So, yes, the 5 parishes group has been in existence for a number of years, about 20. And so far, for anyone who's listening, Mum, the 5parishes.org website, we've raised over £63,000 to be at this inquiry, which is a considerable feat from the community. It's not one person bankrolling us. It is the community coming together to fundraise so that we can express our concerns about this huge set of applications.
Okay, thank you. And
Are you on the planning committee? I can't.
Yes, I am on the planning committee. I've duck in and out, or have done, although I'm now apparently officially a member of the planning committee at Swale.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the documents that we'll be referring to, in terms of your planning evidence, we have a main proof of 76 pages, some appendices and a summary proof, and for the purposes of your examination in chief, I'm going to be referring to your main proof.
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you. Essentially what we're going to do is walk through your proof section by section, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to summarise or elaborate on the various topics that you cover. But before we get into doing that, if I can just refer you to paragraph 1.4 on page 4 of your proof, where you say that areas of the document relating to phasing have been produced with the assistance of AI.
Yeah.
Would you like to just clarify what the role of AI has been in producing your evidence?
Yeah, so we've used various systems to overlay maps, etc., and to analyse documents to help us draw conclusions, etc. So it's been an invaluable source, but obviously we've checked what it has done.
So you're taking personal responsibility for the contents?
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, if we can move, please, to the first topic that you cover, which is on page 5, and I'm hoping we can take this relatively briefly. If I can refer you to, so this is what you say about the conflict with the plan-led system and the local plan. And if I can take you to the next page, which is paragraph 2.8 on page 6, where you say there that you accept that for a development to be considered premature, the Swale local plan review would need to be at a more advanced stage than it currently is. But the principle still rings true and is of significant concern. that the granting permission would, in effect, predetermine the strategy for development in Swale. Would you like to expand on what you say in that paragraph at all?
Yes. So the communities that I represent have been proactive in responding to local plan submissions over time. These two schemes together are enormous, and in granting them, the Secretary of State will, in effect, set in motion our new local plan with the grant of this, which overrides the local democratic process of putting together a local plan to meet the housing needs of the borough. We believe this is really significant because this has taken the decision-making away from the local community and the local authority in doing this. This is of such significance and will cover such a long period of time because the application is so large that it will override those strategies and those plans and effectively preset them. Just to comment there is that at an early stage we engaged the services of CERDA, and I would refer you to the specifics that they set out at that time. So that was last September, to give us some guidance on the professional guidance on the planning aspects of this. Yeah. Off the top of my head, hold on, it is, I'll have to look it up. Hold on.
Trying to look it up, Mum, but I can't remember how you spell CERDA.
No.
CERDA, I think it is just in the consultation, wasn't it, was it Southern one? Don't worry.
It should be in both because it covers both.
Yeah, it's probably the same. I think it's the same document though.
I'll find you the reference.
Don't worry, it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I think we reference it in our statement of case.
Don't worry now.
Yeah.
We'll find it.
Thank you. Well, if we can move on to the next topic in your proof, which is landscape impacts, and obviously there's a few strands to this. The first strand is national landscapes, and you deal with that at paragraph 3.4 of your proof, where you talk about the motorway junction and its impact on the Kent Downs national landscape. So would you like to expand on that at all?
Yeah, I think we covered this in some detail in the landscape session, so I don't really want to repeat too much of what we said there. But to put a motorway junction in the Kent Downs, which is a protected landscape at a national level and in law, we believe that this is a significant cut through the Crow Act, and we can't see how this meets the obligation under law to enhance and further the national landscape. And as such, the evidence that was submitted not only by us but also by the council, we would wholly endorse.
Thank you very much. And then moving on to page 10 of your proof.
Yes.
You talk in paragraph 3.17 about the setting of the national landscape. Would you like to say anything about that?
Yes, so the setting of the national landscape is particularly important to our community, as is the national landscape itself. The setting is there as effectively a buffer, as the locals would see it. It is part of the Kent Downs dip slope, and there were arguments in the landscapes as whether you could see it or not. The importance here is that transition from rural landscape into this enhanced scenic beauty of the national landscape. And so it is an important function, but it is important to our community and our locals who live and work around and in this landscape. It is the fields, it's the hedgerows, it's the rural lanes, and it is absolutely fundamental to how we perceive the landscape that we live and work in. So to follow that on, what is proposed in effect would absolutely, in our view, destroy the setting of the national landscape. If you look at what is proposed at the back of Tunstall, around near the Science Park there, this is in a very sensitive area. The proposal is for sports pitches against the M2, right up abutting the hard edge of the national landscape, all the housing and the employment. And so that peace and quiet and tranquility, that transition that the buffer serves to provide to the national landscape, will be completely eradicated.
Thank you very much. So moving on, just to paragraph 3.19, where you talk there about increased lighting, and you also talk in paragraph 3.20 about lighting in the context of the village of Bredgar. Would you like to say anything about that?
Yes, so as I've just mentioned, at the area around the back of Tunstall and the Science Park, going all that wraps all the way around the Science Park, is that it's inconceivable that you would have development without lighting. And I think on our night visit, Mum, it was pretty obvious how dark it was from standing not only within the national landscape, but in the setting of the national landscape and the far-reaching views. And effectively, the glow that you get from lighting. And in particular, the area that is designated for the sports pitches, this is the dilemma in planning, is if you grant permission for things like sports pitches, is to what extent it's going to be lit. If they want funding to further the cause or the sport that they are supporting, they'll want lighting so they can use it in winter evenings. If you start floodlighting those areas from a long distance, because it's on a slope, because of the geography, it's going to become really obvious. It's the same for the commercial space. You don't have businesses that sit in darkness in the winter evenings or at night, and the same with the housing. So no matter the discussions we've had in transport and in landscapes around how things are lit, I'm sorry, but we do not, as a community, believe that significant conditions around lighting would not cause an issue.
Thank you. And you talk specifically in paragraph 3.20 about the village of Bredgar, which I think is within the national landscape. Did you want to make a point about that?
Yes, so the national landscape, and particularly Bredgar there, is directly impacted, as is Tunstall. At the moment, it's hardly lit at all. Like all the villages, there's very little street lighting. It's the odd one. You have, although the main village of Bredgar is just outside of the development line here, adjacent to it is the hamlet of Bexon, which is in darkness. There is no street lighting there. In the context of the national landscape, I'll come on later to things around rural issues around the rural lanes, but it's about how it is landscaped, the hedging, the pattern, and this sporadic pattern of villages that we have dotted around the south side and the west side of Sittingbourne.
Thank you very much. And then just moving on to the next section, which I think you've touched on already, which is areas of high landscape value. Do you want to say anything more about that? Or
no, I think we've set out quite clearly what those are and how they are. But this falls, so the areas of high landscape go hand in hand with the use of the land as high-grade agricultural land. And it's the way it's farmed, etc., is particularly important to our community and its impact on our community. And this application will considerably harm that.
Yeah. Thank you. So moving on to the bottom of page 13, paragraph 3.28, you make some comments there about the proposed planting mitigation that's proposed and the effect that you think that will have. Would you like to
which paragraph are you referring?
3.28, bottom of page 13.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong page.
Sorry, we've moved on a bit.
I jumped ahead. So, yes, so it talks about here retaining and connecting existing ancient woodland and local wildlife sites with new planted buffers. The quantum of planting necessary to be effective would be of such significance to be able to screen the views of development throughout the seasons. And we consider this unlikely to introduce a landscape of planting alien to the existing open countryside. So this is effectively compartmentalising the countryside. There's elements that will not be able to be, the harm will not be able to be landscaped out. And this has a fairly fundamental impact on the countryside. This so-called hedging, it depends to what degree and specification that is planted. If I give you an example on a wider level, at Stones Farm, hedgerow was taken out and a housing development was put in on the north side of Stones Farm. And what the residents tell me there is it's far more noisy now because the resonation of the traffic, because there's no hedgerows there, is much louder. They can hear the traffic more now. And there's an element of frustration that the hedgerow that should have been put in hasn't been put in. And what's been put in terms of landscaping, are what I think one of my villagers described to me the other night as twiglets. And some of those twiglets have been broken. And it takes years for that to establish. So the harm isn't just for 5 years, we're talking 15 years. And there were the arguments and discussions in landscape as to how long that would go on.
Thank you. So moving on to the next topic.
Oh, sorry. One thing I omitted to mention there that is actually really significant is, and we've identified this, and I won't repeat what's later on, but the connection between Highsted Woods and Cromer's Woods is really important. It's really significant, we believe, in terms of ecology, but in terms of landscapes too. This is at the bottom of Stockards Hill going onto Highsted Valley. You've got Highsted Woods and Cromer's Woods. And then you've got, at the moment, we have an existing hedgerow which has been there for many, many years. That effectively becomes a green spine connecting the two. But under these proposals, there will be a full set of estate roads. And, you know, getting the wildlife, etc., the visual connection between the physical, getting nature physically between Highsted Woods and Cromer's Woods, is going to have to navigate not a hedgerow, but internal, and one of them is a significant internal estate road. And we believe that will fundamentally undermine what is there in terms of landscape value.
Are you saying that the estate road will cut through it?
Yeah, effectively cut it off.
I see.
Thank you. Well, if we move on to the next landscape topic, which is on page 13. And here you talk about two things: countryside gaps and rural lanes. If I can refer you, please, to paragraph 3.31, where you talk about the south encroaching on an existing countryside gap. Would you like to expand on that? And it might help that you've produced a table on page 14 that you might want to refer to.
Sorry. Yes, so over on page 14 is the map there. And this is of real significance, this countryside gap. It's of real importance to the local communities. It's one that every time in the local plan an assessment is done of countryside gaps, and is one that is absolutely defended strongly by the community here. This is around the psychological, I suppose, transition from Sittingbourne to Bapchild. And it is essential, especially by the communities around Bapchild, that separation of settlements is kept in situ. It's not fettered in any way. And what this current proposal does is to fetter that.
Thank you. So, and the other topic you touch on is that of rural lanes, and you deal with that on page 15 at paragraph 3.40. You describe a number of impacts upon a variety of rural lanes at quite a high level. Would you like to expand on that, maybe be a bit more specific?
So for Highsted North, rural lanes are found along the north, the western and the eastern boundaries here. The views of the open countryside and of historic conservation areas are all experienced from these lanes, and the south. So the rural lanes are a fundamental part of the landscape here, both in north and south. What we have in this proposal is, and I'm bearing in mind it is outlined, but we've had numerous discussions about how these rural lanes will work. And in some instances, they're going to be stopped up, like Dully Road and Hempstead Lane. In effect, from two-way traffic, all to serve this new development. But don't worry about the existing community that will be living there. We've had considerable discussion around Highsted Road. Now, that Highsted Road, a rural lane, is a fundamental connection between Rodmersham, Milstead, and all the outlying villages going back, Worms Hill, into Sittingbourne. And what we have learnt through this inquiry, Mum, is that the applicants have effectively hijacked the lanes for the purposes of serving their development, but had very little regard for the existing community. These are our main routes into town. These are how people get out of their properties to go to work, go to school, shop, go to the doctors, etc. And I think we found it quite incredible when we talked, there was a discussion around what would happen along Highsted Road and how it would be used going forwards, and that it would be closed off to general traffic. It would be effectively a service road to a new estate. It would have buses going along it, which is quite difficult considering we can just about get two cars past each other, let alone two buses past each other, and that you're expecting pedestrians to frequently walk along that road with no safeguarding other than to dodge the traffic that would go through from the service road and public transport. And this is just lip service, quite frankly, to how these settlements will be connected to the existing infrastructure. This effectively will divorce the rural communities from its surroundings. you know, the little network of country lanes you can drive round to get to the neighbouring village, etc., will suddenly become an obstacle course with little regard to how we use those lanes. We do not have public transport to speak of. There isn't any bus services. So this is a really fundamental aspect that needs to be considered in the planning balance for us, is how these new settlements integrate with us, the existing community, and we don't feel they do.
Thank you very much. And moving on to page 16.
Sorry, before we move on, I'd like to just sort of raise, rather than dotting about all over the top, there has been immense discussion about visual amenity and a generic approach. However, what does not seem to have happened is there has been any residential visual amenity assessment that I'm aware of. Who has stood in the back gardens of my residents' properties and assessed what impact it's going to have on their life? And I'm thinking about the properties along Church Street, who will be surrounded by an enormous development of school, of houses, etc. Who has looked at the residential visual amenity for the other areas around the Milstead end, outside of Kent Science Park, going towards the Shooting Box Nursery? This area is part of the setting at the Kent Downs, but those residential properties deserve, you don't have a right to a view, but you do have a right to residential visual amenity. What about the properties in the north? We heard the lady, the third-party speaker, who's going to have an enormous bridge structure almost at the end of her back garden. Who stood in her back garden and said, this is an acceptable position to be in? Haffenden Avenue, Debenham Grove, Dean Close will be fundamentally impacted by an enormous bridge structure. It goes on. I could list a number of places around, but it gives you a flavour of our angst.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, if we move on to a related topic, which you deal with on page 16, paragraph 3.44, and you talk there about the local experience of what you describe as urban encroachment, and you mention damage to ancient woodlands, attacks on fragile wildlife habitats, bushes being burnt.
Yeah, and this is a real thing. This isn't something we've made up. This is what we have witnessed and experienced, and we've called the police and we've called the council when these things happen. And it's heartbreaking to see how the natural landscape is effectively attacked by human encroachment. Some of it unintentionally, but some of it intentionally. And that causes harm. But I'll come on to this later because I want to pick up a point later on around SANGs, and this is really important.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll move on in that case. Thank you. The next topic you deal with is the impact upon heritage assets. It may be that those issues are quite well defined, so you may not want to say too much about those. I
think Dr. Nicholas Doggett, who provided our heritage evidence for us and for the action group, provided a very succinct set of commentary on the impacts of the heritage assets, and was indeed the one who identified the issue around Bexon and the listed property there that is grade 2 star listed. And as you know, Mum, we went out and saw it and it was very nice, and we saw the view. And I think what was interesting was being in that property and seeing out of it and directly onto where the junction would be. You could see at a ground level and an upper floors, as well as from the walled garden, you could see across into the landscape where the proposed motorway junction would be.
Thank you. Moving on to your next topic then, which is the rural economy.
One other thing I did want to pick up on, and Mum, you know, you're more than welcome at any point to go back to the church. And I've been up and down those church steps many times now, only last weekend as well. We wanted to highlight to you the significance, obviously, the Grade 1 listed asset of St Nicholas Church. It stood there for nearly 1,000 years. It's had its bells there for hundreds of years. The last thing we want is a new community moving in and saying you've got to stop your bells ringing, etc. But the most important thing is the view from the top of that tower. Whilst it may not be visited that often, it is an important, and it's the setting and the view from there is, I mean, it's outstanding. We can see all the way over to Sheppey, we can see all the way over to Whitstable, etc. But what we have here is a Grade 1 listed church. Next to it is really lovely fruit orchards, which at the moment look amazing with the apples on them. The orchard that's put there now has been replanted. It was an ancient orchard according to the maps. Right next to it, what is proposed is community gardens. Now, I can't believe that's going to enhance the setting of the church. Neither will the sports ground that's behind or is going to be adjacent to it, and the school that will be almost opposite it. So I think there's a number of considerations there about that historic asset. It is valued, highly valued within the community, and it is a dominant feature in the landscape in that area. Because of the topography, it is visible.
Thank you very much. So moving on to the fifth topic in your proof, which is the rural economy, that appears on page 24. And I'd like to take you, please, to paragraph 5.2, where you talk about the loss of agricultural land. And there's a helpful table that you've produced on page 26, which you might want to refer to.
Thank you. Right, so this is really important. The table, the map that is on page 26, if I refer you to that. So we're looking at a map here of this section of Kent, the Isle of Sheppey, which shows the agricultural land classification. This is the one the government have, Natural England, put on their website. And you'll see the dark blue, number 1, excellent. And you'll see it's actually not huge amounts of it. And that's the best type of agricultural land. And it is all around our villages here. But it's also a considerable part of this application, both north and south. You see the blue runs both to the south of the A2 and also to the north there. Now, this is a particularly valuable asset, and we feel very strongly that the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, grade 1, 2 and 3A, is really important, and the significance of this. And this has got to be combined with the loss that we have suffered elsewhere around the borough. And there are several plans that set that out. And most recently, Vigo Lane was approved, which is the loss of more BMV land. And the committee at Swell resolved to approve Pitstock Farm. If you combine all those together, there is a significant, and we heard actually from a third-party speaker who eloquently set out in her evidence the combined loss across Swale. Now, you may think, so what? But this is part of the economy here. As you'll see, there's apples and pears and all sorts of fruit that is growing, as well as arable crops. And this supports not only us for food supply, but the wildlife and the Ramsar site, which is opposite, effectively, across the swale. So the loss of such substantial areas of land here impacts not just us, but the wildlife. And as I'll talk about this later, but I think what is of significance is because Pitstock, the committee has agreed to grant permission, although no notice has gone out, no decision notice has gone out on it, as far as I'm aware. What that means is Natural England have agreed to mitigation for skylarks because so much agricultural land is being lost through the application between the both applications. And the mitigation land for the skylarks was set around Pitstock Farm. So what we now have is effectively a donut, a hole in the middle that will be full of solar panels, but skylarks around the edge. Now, we know skylarks exist across the majority of the arable land, and we've seen them out on site and heard them when we were on Stones Farm. And it seems madness to us that you can agree a scheme of mitigation which then has a big hole in the middle.
And just to relate that back to this scheme, why do you say that's relevant to this proposal?
Because the skylark mitigation was put around Pitstock because of the agricultural land loss from the south and the north schemes of Highsted Park.
You've lost me, actually.
So, do you remember we went back to ecology, if I take you back to ecology, and we had a discussion about curlews and them being in orchards, and then we moved on to the field behind Romisham School and the set-aside, or not set-aside, but effectively the mitigation that we put in by that was agreed with Natural England for skylarks. And we talked about badgers and badger sex, etc. If you look at where that plan is for the skylarks, in the middle of it sits Pitstock, the application site for Pitstock Solar Farm. That's just been granted for solar panels.
Oh, so these are not. This is not the skylark mitigation for the Pitstock site.
No. So this is the Highsted Park one.
See, right. Okay.
Sits right next to the Pitstock Solar Farm.
Right, I see.
So you're going to have a site where Natural England have agreed for this whole area of skylarks to be situated, but in the middle, they can't accommodate skylarks on site because there's going to be solar panels. They're going to have to mitigate them off site. I mean, it's quite frankly bonkers.
So was the Pitstock land part of the skylark mitigation? Is that
No, it was always around it, but it was flat arable land. And previously, not long ago, it was actually orchards. I used to pick in them.
Right, okay.
And actually, talking of picking, so that's what I did as a teenager. That funded my way through university. It paid for mum's employment, various mums, etc. And there is significant employment. Well, they'll say there's not significant employment, but it's the employment not just of the people who work on the land, but have businesses related to it, etc. So there was a whole host of, shall we say, issues around the loss of best and most versatile land on the rural economy.
Thank you very much. So moving on to your sixth topic, which is highway matters.
So if I just, one other thing I want to touch on rural businesses. I should make it clear that, we've had a number of tenants who are located at Kent Science Park tell us that the reason they went to Kent Science Park, and they are effectively rural businesses because they, you have to get to it down a rural lane, and it's quite contained as it is. A number of those tenants actually went up there because they like it being hidden away. They like the privacy afforded to them there. There's not a huge amount of passing traffic. And they're concerned, and by the way, they don't want to speak out because they're tenants there, and there's been a what the community are feeding back to me is they feel gagged, especially if they work around there. And they feel that this hidden away element of the reason why they went there will be lost. And that potentially stifles growth. With this application outstanding out there, is they're thinking, do they want to stay? Or, you know, are they going to be in the middle of a very large industrial area? Mm-hmm. And that has a wider impact as well with these applications. And you can't consider planning blight, but you can talk about the impact on rural businesses. Is this application is going to take many years to build out. It's going to take at least 5 years to sort out the road, etc. And we, the community, the businesses, the residents, have to live with the consequences of that. That has a stifling impact on people's ability to operate their businesses, to sell their homes, to move on, etc. So I think we want it clearly understood. The impact on the rural economy is actually not something to be dismissed. It is a real concern to us as the community.
Okay. Thank you. So if we move on to highways matters, which we find on page 27 of your proof. And at 6.2 and 6.3, you make a number of points about the motorway junction and the Northern Relief Road, and you also mentioned Stones Farm there. So taking all of that together, would you like to elaborate on that?
Yes, right. Let's have a look. Okay, so I think I pointed out very early in this inquiry that the applicant does not own all of the land required to build out these applications. And Stones Farm is obviously one of the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. Now, there's obviously been a long history about a desire for a Northern Relief Road, and in some instances, a desire for a Southern Link Road. However, desire does not always translate into what is actually required and necessary. The Stones Farm Countryside Gap, as I've expressed already, is really important to our local community. It is that separation of settlements, its function, and what we have is an area that was actually designated as a SANG under the Land Registry, directly with Natural England. And I've got a copy of the Land Registry document here that sets that out.
Yes, we've heard of this.
As a suitable alternative natural green space for when Stones Farm was originally the application site that is now Spring Acres, that's being built out. So that site there...
That was their mitigation.
That was their mitigation, absolutely.
Yep.
And it was a huge amount of discussion, as I've said before, about how that would work and how it would be landscaped, and obviously the function of things like the attenuation pond and how it feeds into the chalk stream. So what is really important to understand here is if you put a Northern Relief Road that crosses it in effectively a T shape, that open space, you're dividing it up, fundamentally dividing it up. And can it actually serve its purpose then as a SANG that was designated for the Stones Farm application? And we would argue that it cannot. It is.
I don't think. Are you sure it's designated as a SANG?
Well, we're not, and
It's in the land registry.
It might be in the land registry, but unless it can actually proof of an actual planning, mechanism, the 106 or a designation, it can be shown. It's a bit late in the. I'm sorry to say. I mean, I've not intervened at all about anything else. But this is totally new.
We haven't been told this before, have we?
And all of the people who would have wanted to comment on it from my side of the evidence have long gone, and probably.
Well, I think the council must know, mustn't we? Haven't got Mr. Dygan here, unfortunately, but.
Sorry, to help you out here, Mum.
Just to say, the land registry is not the answer to this. I mean, there is an answer, but it's not in the land registry. It's got to be in a 106, or it's got to be in policy.
So carry on responding then.
So then that means the applicants have a few issues. So not only do they not own the site, and they would have to have the vested powers of KCC to compulsory purchase it, but under land registry and that covenant, which sets it aside in perpetuity as a sang with Natural England, you're going to need to resolve that covenant. It is a legal problem that the legal brains in the room, I'm sure, will have to resolve. But it is of significance. We feel that what was set aside originally for this to be a park, an open, free open space, but if it has a T shape cut through it, it completely runs a horse and cart through that. You won't have a saying you're not supposed to walk next to a busy road. Well, you're going to have the Northern Relief Road next to you. And that's going to be a busy road.
Okay. Thank you. I think we've got your point very clearly on that. Well,
someone needs to resolve that.
It's going to have to be for others. We don't think it's a sang. We see no evidence that it is a sang. And so if the council think it's a sang, there's no policy for sangs in Swale. But yeah, I mean, it's been raised not by. We'll do our best to look into it, but it's very difficult trying to sort of juggle this sort of thing during the planning evidence. But yeah, we'll look, and maybe Mr. Dargan can be asked when he gets back.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Bonney.
Do you want?
Well, Mr. Dygan isn't here, but we'll communicate it to him. And yes, be able to talk to us. Yes, that there is the question that if he starts his examination in chief today, we might not be able to talk to him about it. But we'll communicate it to him in the break and.
We'd have no objection to there being out of inquiry communications just limited to that issue if Mr. Dygan's happy to, but yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, if we move on from that topic, but still staying with highways. If we move to page 29 of your proof, you make a number of points in 6.10.1 to 6.10.10 about sustainable travel. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes. So as I've said, we in the rural communities do not have a bus service, so we're entirely reliant on walking, cycling or a car. What we have seen during the evidence is this, how should we say it, a proposition that people will be able to walk and cycle everywhere. But there isn't any apparent enhancements to the local rural road network for either the new residents or for the existing residents. The Southern Relief Road and the Northern Relief Road actually sever the communities in that you've got to cross this. And this severance is a significant issue to us. The A2 is a severance issue, but it will be made worse by the access arrangements for the north and south development. So if I explain, when you come out onto the A2, and if I drive, take my son to school in Canterbury, and I drive down Church Street, Pantney Lane, and come out onto the A2, and at the moment, we've already know through our discussions in transport that that is a really busy road. It's at capacity. And if I take you to an example in Faversham, where they have put traffic lights on the A2, and actually what that's done is create significant standing traffic every morning that tails back. And it tails back a long way. And what we're asking is that these two new settlements, both north and south, will use the facilities in each other's developments. In fact, I think the NHS are asking that they have a supercentre in the north. And we're asking people to cross a really busy road that we know is over capacity. We're going to have a lot of traffic light movements. So you're going to have a lot of red lights where people are crossing over. And that is going to cause real issues with traffic backing up. So we don't, whether it's traffic lights or roundabouts, any more junctions along the A2 make this worse, because you're going to have to filter the traffic off somehow. Traffic's going to have to cross over, pedestrian traffic and cyclists are going to have to cross over. These are psychological barriers. There isn't a serious proposal around bus usage. I mean, we saw the bus in the sky over the bridge in our evidence on transport, over the railway line, the bus stop there. We are really concerned that it actually encourages car usage. The busway, I don't really understand the status of it now. I assume it's being withdrawn, because what we showed was that busway didn't do what we thought it would do, or was expected to do. This is, again, we believe, is really greenwashing. It's a short stretch of road relative compared to other areas that have busways, and actually could be dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists. So the additional developments will generate traffic, and whilst the motorway junction and the northern and southern relief roads are designed to create shortcut routes into and around Sittingbourne, they consume their own capacity. And I think that was what was discussed in some detail in the highway evidence. So it seems a rather of a paradox to create all this infrastructure for it to then be consumed almost immediately, and at great distress to the existing community.
Are you talking about induced traffic? Is that what you're
Induced traffic, but we're talking about, I remember in highways was a discussion about how much traffic would come in through the development itself across the time that the development is actually delivered. So in the 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 odd years it takes to deliver it. But by the time we get towards the end of it, the capacity is pretty much gone. And we're back to where we are. But all we've done is add a load more people to our existing infrastructure. It feels like chasing your tail.
Okay, thank you. And if we move on now to page 31, it may be that you'll want to deal with this fairly shortly. It's impacts on infrastructure. And at 7.1.2, you talk about NHS dental services, and at 7.2, you say that Swale currently has high levels of deprivation and one of the worst GP to patient ratios in the country. Would you like to expand on that? Obviously, bear in mind there is going to be a 106 session.
Yes, actually, if I can, I will answer that, but I'd like to just carry on. There's one thing I want to pick up before we move off that transport, and it's relevant for when we talk about conditions, but in terms of planning, obviously there is the committee have agreed to Pitstock solar farm, but no notice has gone out. What we are really concerned about there in that application, which relies wholly on Church Street and Pantney Lane for its construction traffic. Now, what we know from that application is they don't have a grid connection, so that may take them some time, say some years, and at the same time, we could have construction traffic also trying to use Church Street, Pantney Lane, for the south, well, for these applications. And that would be cataclysmic, that impact. Last week, I witnessed 2 car crashes along Church Street, minor ones, so they don't get registered. That's just between cars, let alone any construction vehicles. I witnessed the other day an HGV as I came around the bend on Pantney Lane. I was just going up the hill, and it's huge HGV which took up the entire road. It is, I think, incredibly dangerous, and I don't know how we're going to deal with it in conditions if Secretary of State decides to grant this. But we could have a very severe impact on that area through construction traffic from not just this application, but this other application. I would like to just add that on the Pitstock Solar Farm, the community is obviously certainly Robertsham Parish Council has sent a pre-action letter to the council, looking at the possibility of judicial review on that.
Thank you very much.
Right, so go back to the NHS.
Yes, so we page, just to orientate ourselves,
31.
Page 31.
Yeah. So we have existing residents driving considerable distances. That was talked about in third-party sessions, and the NHS services. I just want to bring something up, and this is no surprise to those of us who live locally, but they brought out the ratings only a couple of weeks ago for the acute trusts. And out of the table of acute trusts, East Kent Hospitals and Medway and Dartford, which is further, but we don't really use their services, but East Kent and Medway, which we do use, are bottom of the league in the country. So when we talk about the issues, so that you understand the issues we face, Maidstone came out 12th in rank. Okay, so that's pretty good. East Kent Hospitals came out 126 and Medway came out 130. Their ratings from the CQC, all of them, are really poor. And we hold our hands up in horror when we hear, and this is a message, I think, to the Secretary of State via you, Ma'am, absolute horror when we find that NHS services, the discussion about them and ensuring there is sufficient provision is being so heavily negotiated. what will happen through this and the phasing of this is we talk about trigger points, and they are absolutely critical, is it will fall back to, it will impact local residents. If we have a whole load of new residents coming into the area, taking services, means that it will impact the provision to the existing community. That disadvantages us. We've seen it time and time again. The ICB has provided no new GP facilities in Sittingbourne in recent years. We've seen some additional GPs added. We've obviously seen the issues around the services, the location of the services move, and I believe the ICB have put an application in to move the Chestnut surgery in Sittingbourne. But it is fundamental to understand the struggle of accessing acute care as well as GP services. Any delay in that provision will harm us further. And I've read the back and forth that's been going on the NHS. And it is quite incredible that really the ICB is only just beginning to understand that those of us in the rural communities have a choice where we are, and a number of us are choosing to exercise that choice in NHS services. So there's always been this, well, everyone goes to Medway because that's where from Tenham towards Sittingbourne everyone goes. And why this is important in planning is because we're going to talk about Section 106 later and where those services should go and how this impacts the overall scheme. But they don't all go to Medway, they go to Maidstone and they go to the East Kent Hospitals Trust. And as I said, I'm an elected member for Swale, so that, because in that one of the letters that was written, there is a table that refers to who goes where. And it looks like no one from Swale goes to the East Kent Hospitals Trust. That's rubbish, because I'm an elected member representing Swale and Swale residents on that. So we have a choice. We're choosing to exercise our choice because quite often, as I've spoken about in Section 106 sessions, it is difficult, there is a backlog, and there are a number of issues historically and persisting with that hospital trust. All of them need upgrading. And if what they are proposing is what they have done at Ashford in terms of the actual acute beds, it is an absolutely marvellous facility. But it is desperately needed. It's not just in one hospital, though, from our perspective. And the dental provision is that absolutely needs to be focused on as well. In terms of the GP facilities, at the moment, there is this, it seems, thinking from the NHS ICB that they are going to centre more GP services around the Memorial. At the moment there is, I can't remember, what's the name of the unit? Frank Lloyd, Mum, where they're going to move the Chestnuts to is the proposal at the moment. And this will put even more pressure around, I asked you to look at the Memorial Hospital around there and the traffic around there. So these are things that have come about in the summer since we were in recess, and that's why I bring them up now.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the point you're making about how it affects this development. You said that rural community residents have a choice to go to other sites as well as the one that we were talking about, which is...
So we're all currently...
Are you saying that the contribution, if it were to be made, shouldn't be for to where it's being proposed? It should be somewhere else, so I don't quite.
I think the contribution. So at
that I've got to convey to the
yeah.
Okay, well, I don't really understand what
I
that
think
horror
so,
is.
so at the moment, what's happened over the summer is there seems to be this move to move more of the GP surgery services into and around the Memorial area and the Frank Lloyd unit.
We're talking about acute care.
Yeah. No, that's GP services.
No, but they're separate, aren't they? There's the
Yes.
GP services and there's the acute care.
Yeah. Yes. So what we're saying is we believe that the development should pay for the acute care.
Right.
We question whether, they've said, well, it's all going to go to Medway. What we're saying is we use a variety of hospitals. Because of our location, we sit on the boundary, effectively. Go beyond Tenham and you start flipping into the area that is Faversham and Canterbury, etc., and the East Kent hospitals. Flip over to Worms Hill and you're in the Maidstone catchment area for the NHS. So we are right on the border here.
But if that acute care contribution were to be made, and I know the applicants are resisting that, but if it were to be made to as proposed, then that would address the situation with regards to the new site, wouldn't it?
Well, for acute care, we
Even though
would...
you say it's not a very good hospital, but I mean, that's not the applicant's problem, it's the problem of the way the whole thing is set up. It's much wider than just this.
Of course, it is.
They can't
But
say
we're
going to put some to this and some to that.
What we have in Sittingbourne, so we have at the moment only a minor injuries unit. It is, we find it incredible that as the largest town in the borough, all we have is minor injuries. That's not an emergency GP facility, which starts going into the acute care provision. So the Memorial Hospital, I don't know whether you call it community hospital or whatever, we don't have a provision for an emergency doctor facility or a higher specification of medical facility. That's what we need. At the moment, we have to drive to Faversham or the Isle of Sheppey. So what we're saying, I don't understand, because I haven't yet seen what, under the Section 106, they're actually going to provide in the supercentre in the north.
Right, okay.
And so if
They're providing what are being asked for by the people who actually manage these things.
Yeah.
I think what you're getting at is the whole management system. I mean, it's the same nationally, isn't it? I mean, we just have to listen to the news that everything's on its knees. But you can't expect the applicants to sort out all those problems.
No, but I think we need a clear understanding is the largest town, and now with this proposed urban extension, rural development, whatever you want to call it, need to understand what it is we're getting, because do we have the right service? Because if I'm critical here, I'm critical of the ICB, has not played catch up and has not delivered the services to the existing community, but bringing in a new community will make that worse, a lot worse. And if you've got a sick baby in the night and you need an emergency doctor, the only choice you have is to drive to the Isle of Sheppey or Faversham. There is nothing in Sittingbourne, or I don't understand what's on this, and I'm look forward to the session on 106 to fully understand what it is the NHS are providing here, because we want to make sure that the facility that's being asked for is the ones that we feel are the appropriate ones. Okay, they're the commissioning body, but they've had years of plans and have not delivering on those plans.
Okay, well, we'll
leave
it till the Section 106 session then.
Yeah. So in terms of the GP provision, that is important, and its location, because again, I talked about crossing the A2 and it's going to be busy, and we're putting a Northern Relief Road through that you'll come along the A2 and shoot off either north or south. But if you're putting all the GP provision in the north, when actually the majority of the housing is going to sit in the south, that is a problem, because all the other GP facilities are around the Memorial area as currently proposed. So that...
Probably I also agree with you on that, but
Yeah.
I mean, I had a similar problem with Wisley that unfortunately it's out of the hands of the developer. The developer can make provision for whatever, but it's the I can't remember the actual way it's sort of sorted out, but it is the ICB or whoever it is, the commissioning, that actually pulls the strings. So, I mean, I in my report could say, well, I think that it'll be much better to have it on 2 sites, right? I could say that, and the Secretary of State could say that, but at the end of the day, it's actually the commissioning people who actually decide where it's going to go, and the applicants don't have any more.
No.
You know, unfortunately, I understand exactly what you're saying.
But this is, as we say, this is a public inquiry.
Well, it is. But
And actually, it is about accountability. So if in public inquiry, and obviously we're having a discussion here, and I suspect our thinking may be along, I don't know, but, you know, whether if you
I
do...
understand. I mean,
Yeah.
we have similar problems everywhere. has
Yeah, yeah.
problems,
But
unfortunately.
it is around that. This is what the community are looking at and asking for. If they choose to ignore it, then obviously, then we take that to the health secretary. But if we've had that discussion in a public inquiry and a planning inspector makes a recommendation one way or another, then that gives us, you know,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, I think we understand your overarching point there in respect of pressure on existing health services.
Right.
I'm conscious there's other topics you'd like
Yes.
to cover, and we've. Would you like a break, Mum?
I think so, because
Yeah.
I mean, we've been going a couple of hours now,
Yeah.
so we'll have a break. Miss Bonnie, I'm sure.
Yes, I could do with a couple.
So we'll have our usual 20-minute break, and we will resume at 10 to 12. All right, thank you very much. If you could not discuss anything with your... Thank you. Of the inquiry to resume. Just to say that clock actually is wrong, so we'll go by the time on the computers. I should think. I hope yours are all showing 10 to 10 to. Right. So, Mr. Barnes, would you like to carry on, please?
Thank you very much. Well, the next topic in your proof is at page 33, which is ecology and biodiversity.
Yeah.
And you make quite a few very detailed points under a number of subheadings there.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's been an ecology session, and this is the planning session. So, could you give sort of zoom out and give the inspector an overview in the planning context of what the ecological concerns are?
Yeah, I think our overall and overriding issues here are around what is it we actually have on site, what are those baseline species, and around priority habitats. How they're dealt with, how they're looked after, and the mitigation for them. So, in particular, I think we had a fairly lengthy discussion about a probable chalk stream in the South East Rivers Trust in my paragraph 8.5, clarified the situation with their updated map. We have a number of priority habitats, both in north and south. We don't believe they've been properly assessed. And we've put, obviously, in our evidence there, a list here of priority habitats. And they are chalk pits A, B and C, around near Highsted Woods, deciduous woodland. We've got part of Bexwood. We've got land adjacent to Ruins Barn Road, land next to St Nicholas Church, traditional orchards, a land adjacent to Dully House, as well as land adjacent to Tong Pond. Now, it is critical that these are thoroughly considered. We also have the element of the wet woodland that came about. We don't believe that's in any assessment. And that is actually a rarer habitat than ancient woodland, especially in Kent.
And where is that?
So that is in part of the Stones Farm area, down near the chalk stream. Now, why that's important is, I touched on earlier about SANG, Suitable Alternative Natural Green Space, and they have 4 criteria, is my understanding, that they are safe and accessible walking routes of at least 2.3 to 2.5 kilometres, ideally circular and varied, that they're dog-friendly infrastructure, which includes things like waste bins, signage, open areas for off-lead exercise. They have natural appeal, so woodland, grassland, water features, and that they have parking and access for local residents, often within 5 kilometres of the houses. And I'll talk to it, I'm having problems with my PC, but on CD 9.232 is a table, and there's a table there of the Tong Country Park as SANGs, the Highsted Country Park, the Highsted Quarries and Highsted Valley. Yeah, if you can get into it. I couldn't get into it earlier. I've got a screenshot of it so I can talk to it. Yeah, so that is CD 9.2.32.
Habitats Regulations Assessment.
Yeah.
1 sec. Just a moment. Right, so could you just tell me whereabouts, what page?
We're looking at table 5.1.
Any PDF page have you got there?
No.
Don't worry then.
Let's have a look.
5.1 table.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh yes, PDF page 35.
Thank you.
Whoops. Yeah, Okay.
Okay, and then if you look at, and it would be helpful to have up at the same time, is on page, or look at page 72, which is a plan of these. It's plan 4657/HRA1 on page 72.
I'm going to have to get that up separately, I think. Just a moment. Right, page 72.
Yes, a multicoloured map.
Yep.
Should look like that, I think.
Okay. Page 72.
Is this the on-site mitigation for recreational activity?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, got this, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So the table sets out the open space areas considered to meet the same criteria. So that's Tong, Highsted Country Park, Highsted Quarries and Highsted Valley there. And you can, if you go to the plan, you can see them, they're green with a, I'd say a cerise board around them. Hopefully you're not colourblind. And there's shades of green, which is a little confusing. And some are in a purple colour. So, our comments on those. So I've just gone through 4 criteria: safe and accessible walking routes, dog-friendly infrastructure, natural appeal, parking and access. I think we've had discussion around where parking could possibly be in number 1, which is a Stones Farm Country Park, and where that could possibly be. But it says safe and accessible walking routes, dog-friendly. So if you look at Stones Farm Country Park, the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road crosses it twice in a T shape, but the footpaths are planned to be merged. We know that through the Prow evidence. And then obviously we've got to cross the attenuation pond. There isn't immediately there any parking provision.
Are we talking about the north?
This, the Tong Country Park there. And actually, this is located nearly a mile from some of the residential property that's proposed in the north. So it's actually quite a considerable distance. And it is the way it is cut up by the road under this proposal. So that's that one. The Highsted Country Park, which is number 2 on your colourful map. Now we walked that. We walked all from the back of the church all the way down towards Stockers Hill. And we know that landscape is really hilly, really hilly. And this applies as well to all of them, is around accessibility and how accessibility would work, because the routes that are proposed on number 2 include walking along the steep valley of Stockers Hill, up and down it. Would suggest that that is actually quite a tricky walk for most people. And I'm not sure where the car park would be for that. And then if we move on to the quarries. Now we went into one of the quarries, not one that is proposed to be open to the public, but the other 2 are. And what concerns us is around it being a priority habitat and a local wildlife site. So it's currently designated as a priority habitat and local wildlife site. And so you're going to carve footpaths all around the edge here, and you're going to introduce dog infrastructure probably, because that's what's expected in a sang. I don't know where the parking provision is for that in particular, around where it says number 3 on your purple map. And then we've got number 4, which is called Highsted Valley. So this is a wooded valley character with open grassland bounded by new woodland planting and hedgerows. This has a little buffer of green, do you see, to the south, which borders onto Cromer's Woods. It has a walking route around the edge, you'll see in that cerise colour. It's currently, I think it's pear orchards or something there at the moment. Again, it will be around where's the parking for this. Obviously, you're going to introduce dog-friendly infrastructure here. Obviously, what you're introducing is, with both this one and number 3, the quarries, is more people into an area that we know is quite sensitive and borders ancient woodland. I just talked about the impact of human behaviour on our wildlife and about the impact it has. So all that, you know, we talk about rubbish, dog poo bins hanging like baubles from trees, you know, all sorts of rubbish. We think that will negatively impact the existing ancient woodland. So that is relating to Highsted Woods and Cromer's Woods there, in relation to those two sangs. So does it actually meet the needs of what is required for a sang? Ton Country Park, we obviously have the wet woodland, which is a priority habitat, and the chalk stream. Again, sensitive areas. And I'll talk about later on is the custodianship or management vehicle. But there is a concern about how that is all managed and the negative impact on it.
Thank you very much. So moving on to the next topic in your proof is Stones Farm, but I think you've covered Stones Farm at some length already. So
he says nervously.
Conscious of the time, I would suggest maybe we move.
Oh, sorry. There's one thing I would like to pick up on page 36. On 8:15, and I'm not sure that Natural England have opined on this, is you'll see on my proof there are 2 diagrams, Mum, and one has a green line, which is a plan showing the conceptual design for option 1 of the foul wastewater strategy. And the one next to it is an extract from Magic Maps of the Ramsar site. And what this shows is that the proposal for wastewater treatment would require a pipe, and that pipe directly goes through the Ramsar site. So I just highlight that to you. So yes, Stones Farm, let's have a look. So on Stones Farm, I just want to say our understanding is at 9.7 of my proof, I refer Yeah, 9.7, I refer to KCC Flood's objection. I believe that still stands.
Okay, shall we move on to your next topic is land contaminations.
Yeah.
And at paragraph 10.3 and also 10.5, you make a number of detailed points about the former Shell research centre at the Kent Science Park. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yes, so I think we've talked extensively in different subjects about previous land use here, not by the current owners, but by the former owner, and the purpose for which this site was used. This is the land surrounding what was known as the old Shell Research Centre. We've obviously raised in various elements of this why we think that's important. The fact that the land was used to test agricultural chemicals. And we have specifically said a number of things there. And I know, Mum, you asked for a note which was produced in the summer. Now, we have a response to that, and I'm happy I can circulate a copy of that, but I'll read you the highlights of it. So I don't know if that's useful to save you note-taking. But it's just a response to the report that they wrote. Can we have the note? Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, I've got nothing. So if I just hand that round.
Helpful to have had this a bit earlier, Miss Bonnie.
Well, I'll read it to you. Well, I'll paraphrase it. So.
And just so we're clear, this is a response from whom?
Well, the inspector asked for a technical note on contamination and hydrology, and this was put forward by the applicant's consultant, Ecologia, and incorporated into the documents, inquiry documents at 141.
I think this might be document 141A then, or
yeah,
something like that.
Yes. So what we wanted to do here is we looked at what had been written. Obviously, Ecologia are located in the Kent Science Park, so they're on site, and they have a long history at Kent Science Park. We wanted to understand how Ecologia act as an independent third party in their testing, further detail on their experience in such work, and whether testing took place on-site or via a contracted test facility. So the Ecologia note and appended map of the various sampling locations, given the risk profile, the potential contaminants, we'd expect that any sampling be subject to any rational analysis to include a statement as to whether targeted or random sampling was used, how that was taken, basically, how that came about. Given the location of a number of potential contaminated disposal points, and we have obviously referenced that in our information, Ecologia's summarised findings refer to elemental analysis only, and the use of the Kent Science Park for wide-reaching pesticides research, we would expect a minimum full pesticide contamination screen to be conducted, because that's what we had highlighted. And you heard from third-party speaker about what was the organochlorines that were extensively tested, and that's in the book that we reference. So we talk about how, you know, DTT was used generally in Kent, etc. This is not new. We talk specifically about certain substances, but there's some examples there that they could have tested for. And we consider that sufficient evidence of pesticide screening would demonstrate compound analysis testing and their results. So this is technical stuff here, but we believe it's really important at this stage, because fundamentally, if this is not done now, or this could hold up quite significantly, is it capable of being remedied? And why this is important is because we have a water protection zone that feeds Sittingbourne, part of Sittingbourne, with its water. And we're really concerned about the impact on the aquifer and the water protection zones. We learn in ecology there would be possible translocation of soil where the ancient woodland is being taken out, and could potential contaminants be moved around the site or off the site. So there's things around borrower pits, etc. They were covered in transport, but not in any particular detail. Now, granted, this is detail that you may feel is for later, but what is important is having an understanding of what you're dealing with, because is this development, are these developments capable of being built out in the time frame that's been proposed? And any delay, be it an environmental one, etc., could significantly impact the delivery of the road ahead of the housing, which is what we were told, and potentially have other impacts. So it's just a note of commentary of what we would expect.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to move you on to water, which I know is a topic you were particularly keen to address. That's at page 44 of your proof. And it's fair to say there's quite a lot of detail in your proof about water and various aspects of it. Again, zooming out from that detail, what are the main points that the inspector should be aware of as regards water?
So what is required in terms of planning is to show that we have a sustainable water supply, that this is capable of being delivered, again, in a timely fashion. When you look at the evidence that's put before us, is the applicant's evidence appears to fall short of what is necessary. And I'm going to get this right. Let's have a look at the water company they have spoken to. Just get my notebook here. It's Southern. But the statutory authority for the majority of the area is Southeastern. And that's important because we're talking about significant water infrastructure. We have, if I just pull up my appendices, some serious concerns that whilst they've had dialogue with Southern, there appears to be no serious dialogue with Southeastern. Now, we set out quite clearly in our report what happens if Southern are to deliver the water supply, the steps that would need to be taken. It would need, I think it's an Ofwat consent process because it is in a different statutory area. Let me just find my appendices here. Hang on a sec. Right.
If it helps, I think you deal with this at paragraphs 11.2 and 11.3.
Yeah, I want the map that I refer to in my appendices. So, what's necessary to take this forward is the delivery of a significant water supply. Now, our understanding is that Southern actually have a significant pipe that goes, and infrastructure that goes from the back of the Kent Science Park right next to the Shooting Box Nursery. There is a water reservoir there. And that is the water supply for the Isle of Sheppey. That there is a proposal to tap off that. But the statutory body for that is South Eastern to deliver water services in that whole area. So they're tapping into a different statutory authority. What's even worse is if you go on to the north and you look at the material for the north. So if you look at, for instance, if I go on to 11.12, the water cycle study, and we go into CD 3.228, there's a number of pages there. Let me just see if I can get this up.
So we want 11.12, do we?
We want, 11.12. So we want to go to CD 3.2.28.
So it's 11.12, one of the CDs we want to look at.
Oh, sorry, no, my paragraph 11.12. So, yeah, I'm hopping on.
Right, so 2.28 you want to go to,
Yes,
yeah?
3.2.28. 3.2.28.
Okay, yeah.
So if we went to page 12, so if you look on the front cover, it talks about, this is for the north, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you go to PD page 12, that shows you the existing mains for the south. Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah. So that map, page 12, shows you the existing mains for the, and that showing the south. And page 13 is the
It goes over the A2, doesn't it?
marginally.
Well,
Yeah.
to the end.
Yeah. And then page 13 is location points in the south.
Again, it goes over. Sorry. It goes to the north, doesn't it? I think it's both sides. to be
Let's have a
honest.
look. Hold on, sorry, my PC's just shut down, which isn't
I
helpful.
would imagine this is replicated for the south. I don't know. Well, sorry, the point you're making that they're
Everything
the wrong
refers to the
side.
south, and we're talking about the northern application.
Right, I see.
So this whole document points to the south. In fact, it's dated 7 years ago, May 2018. It only covers the south. And the report that's been given doesn't relate to the north.
Okay.
And you can go through all of those pages that I've listed in my proof. To save you time, I won't drag you through them. And then if we go to any of those pages where they talk about this. Bearing in mind, I'm talking to the north application here, but all the evidence is based in the south. It's a different scheme. It doesn't correlate with the scheme that's in front of us for the south.
Sorry, how do you mean it's a different scheme, please?
Well, it's to a scheme that was one of their predecessor schemes.
Oh. So, could you just give me the page number?
Yep. So, if we have a look. Sorry, I've lost.
This says May 2021, not 2018, by the way.
So if we go to, if you go to page 29 to 50, so start at page 29. It says Southern Report.
Kent Science Park feasibility study.
Yeah, what's the date on there?
Yeah, that's me, 2018, yep.
Yep. Well, this scheme didn't come about at that point.
Okay.
Unless they were telepathic. So we have a water report that refers to the south, a different scheme in the south, but actually what we're talking about, this is evidence for the north. And of course,
I think you're going to have to ask Mr. Bashforth about this.
exactly. Giving him a warning.
Right, okay.
In the south, so, sorry, on the southern scheme, 1113 of my proof, we talk about the southern scheme here. It's the same again, it's a different scheme. And actually why this is significant is the date on these and how old these are, and the applicant may say that's irrelevant, but actually what's happened in and around Sittingbourne with development, there has been considerable development. In that time, that intervening period, we've had 6 or 7 years worth of development. And our local plan sets out what is required over the plan period, and the water companies work to those plans. This lies outside of the local plan, is not anticipated, and has not been planned for. So it means the analysis of water is pretty fundamentally out of date. If I go on to wastewater, one thing to note is the Environment Agency's response on the wastewater network has come to light over the last few weeks, mainly because a householder was trying to sell their property, was around septic tanks. Now, you may not realise this, and it's probably not very interesting for the majority of people, but is of significance to the local community is how our wastewater is dealt with. Southern are the only wastewater company. There are large parts of the area that are not on mains drainage. That includes Tunstall. Good chunk of Tunstall, actually, is not on mains drains. And actually, some of those septic tanks, cesspits, etc., drain into the field at the back of, that's the right one, of the development proposed at the back of Tunstall. those fields are used to drain them.
Part of the site is.
Yeah, the fields adjacent to it, and part of it.
Part of the actual site in the application site.
I mean, they drain into the field, so where you draw the line, it drains into the field that's currently there. Same, there is also around Church Street, the houses there are not on mains drains. I believe Dully Lane is not on mains drains. Now then, presumably if you're going to want to build houses and schools in these fields, you're probably not going to want people's septic tanks, etc., draining into that land, and that will need to be dealt with. Don't see a cost for that anywhere. But more importantly is the wastewater network around Sittingbourne is at capacity. We have a waste pipe that is proposed, as I showed you earlier on the plan, that goes through the Ramsar site. We have the Environment Agency saying that they don't want drainage straight into the water protection zones. They've put some very strict conditions on there. What is important to understand for us is where it's at capacity, and I'll show you in 1118, there's a table there, shows you the spills from Flood Mapper of how many have been experienced in Sittingbourne because the waste treatment there is over capacity. Well, why does this matter? Well, we're adding 8,400 homes into an overcapacity. Now, the statutory agencies will need to deal with that, but as I said, it's not in a map, it's not been planned for outside of this application proposal. And we have is a water protection zone and potentially issues around wastewater, all in the same area, all around Kent Science Park, feeding down into the valleys. In 1119, Bearing Fruits, our local plan, is clear. Avoid inappropriate development in areas at high risk of flooding and where development would increase flood risk elsewhere. So wastewater and sewage discharges are currently a problem. This will only exacerbate that. In 1121, we say the applicant has not followed CD 1015, the Environment Agency's comments, and failing to cover Kent Science Park with the foul drainage strategy. In the applicant's own documents, they say there will be no change to Kent Science Park's foul drainage strategy. However, the Environment Agency, in assisting the Kent Science Park, is put on mains drains. How do we square that? This impacts the properties nearby. They're all on septic tanks, all around the science park. And you can't magic up this kind of infrastructure. This is really significant sewage infrastructure. As I said, 1122 in our proof talks about how the pipe crosses the Ramsar. What's even more concerning is the drainage that's proposed includes a number of boreholes. In 1123, I'll give you a reference which would be useful for your notes here. Well, it's there. Is CD 9.250, PDF page 44. So it's page 44. And there's a map there. And the purple shows who's on mains drains. And the rest aren't. So if you want to see for yourself who's on mains drains and who's not, then that's easy. But page 44 also refers to 11,250 houses. Well, that's a different proposal. That was an earlier iteration. Again, the sewage evidence is to an entirely different scheme. A scheme that goes right up to Stockers Hill Road. If I move through this, we've got the north, and it's the same problem in the north as we had earlier in the north scheme for freshwater. This is now wastewater in the north. And again, we see here, I put in on page 50, the top of 50 is a diagram here, which shows an extract of the sewer in green running north adjacent to the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road and adjacent to the planned Great East Hall site. So at this point you can see neither Stones Farm's built, neither is the phase 1 of Great East Hall, and now we're into Trenport's further phase. But what you can see is this green line here for wastewater. We've not seen any agreement for putting in this infrastructure. Has there been an agreement with Trenport to run this wastewater that serves somebody else's development, this development, through someone else's land? What's the cost of that? Where's that been put into the viability assessments? I think what we can safely say here, is we are unconvinced that the evidence put forward with regard to fresh water and foul water does not deliver.
That diagram there, isn't that north of the railway land?
Yeah.
But so it's not.
This is for a waste pipe serving the application, this application we're speaking to today,
right?
But it's running through Trenport's land.
Oh, I see that bit there.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. And when you say the planned Great East Hall site, do you mean, is that the Church Road site you're talking about there?
So this map is so old, it doesn't show the new Spring Acres development, it doesn't show the East Hall development, and it doesn't show the one that's under discussion, the one that's just been approved, the Trenport land there to the right of the green line.
What do you mean, though, adjacent to the planned Great East Hall site? Do you mean the Church Road site there?
Yes, well, it's, that northern bit of the Trenport land, yeah.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
Thank you.
And then, sorry.
Did you have another point about water?
Oh, yes, sorry. So if we went to 1130, we talk about spills tanks. This again sounds academic, but it's actually quite important. If water doesn't run down a hill, or you're trying to push it up, if you're trying to push it up a hill and something fails, you need to have a spills tank. What we know is the area is really hilly. There is some rather large spills tanks that need to be installed. So with regard to the northern scheme, we've had a look at that. We don't believe that there is there is one. We can't see one. We think one is needed. We don't know where it will go, where it will be located. If you look on the, if you look on 1129 on my proof, there's a diagram there, and the spills tank is proposed at the site of the community garden. The spills tank is huge. So which will prevail, the community garden or the spills tank?
Sorry,
So this is this, at the top of page 51,
yeah.
you'll see this brown splodge here.
Brown.
And this is where the northern relief road and the southern relief road meet the A2.
So there's a community garden going in there.
Yeah. Is it going to be, is this enormous structure going to be buried underground? And this obviously affects, you know, can you deliver what is proposed on that plan? Can the two exist together? Okay. Right. 2 seconds. I've got something. On the southern element, there is a spills tank that is required where Golden Wood, the house that Golden Wood that gets demolished.
Is that the one just at the bottom of Stockers Hill?
Yeah, moving along.
That we saw that.
Yeah. Yes, the Victorian sort of looking or whatever standalone house.
Yeah.
So you've got the Northern Relief Road coming down. You have a big spills tank there. And the reason that spills tank is there is because all the wastewater from Kent Science Park and all...
Sorry, you're talking about the northern side?
Yeah. No, I'm just flicking on to the southern one, giving you... on the southern site, it's in my proof. Let's have a look.
1131, perhaps?
Yeah.
Is Golden Wood the name of the house?
Yes.
Primary pumping station?
Yeah, it'll be a primary pumping station. Now, when we talked about landscapes, in great length, we talked about this road structure and how tall it would be, and eventually we got an understanding of the height of that structure and the road structure. But what we're saying here is there needs to be a pumping station. Where was that factored into the landscaping considerations? And not only that, there needs to be a spills tank, another large structure for which we don't know. Obviously, this is outline only, but we need to consider these with regards to the impact of the landscape. It's not just a road structure down there. There's other supporting structures that will be required.
So does it have to be there, the spills?
Well, because it's at the bottom of a hill.
Right, okay.
Okay, it has to be at the lowest point. And this is important because if Kent Science Park is to go on to mains drains, which is what the Environment Agency are asking for, and they want all the houses that are to be built along Highsted Village and around Highsted Village, there's a large number of properties and businesses. That water's all going to come down a hill. So that's going to have to be a substantial piece of infrastructure. And if you don't put it in correctly, what you have is the cataclysmic impact of fresh water which is the aquifer, and wastewater meeting. And Highsted Road regularly floods. When we stood there at the gate to the sort of the field where you've got the chalk pit behind, and you've got the junction that stands in that horse field. Do you remember we stood there and two people jumped over the fence? Yeah. That piece of road there quite regularly floods, and that's because it's one of the lower points there. And if you look on the drainage information, you'll see how the dry valleys, and this is the important bit, is how the dry valleys all interact, how that water drains from the aquifer down into Sittingbourne. And we talk about how water then escapes beyond the red line boundary into the adjacent areas. So I've skipped into SUDS there.
Okay. If we're changing the topic, I mean, I'm not going to ask any cross-examination on anything that we've heard today so far, but just to say that, as you know, there are detailed consultation responses from the Environment Agency, from Kent as local flood authority, from the water companies, both of them, EHOs, all of them content for permissions plural to be granted subject to planning condition.
Thank you. I think that would be a good point to move on to the next topic.
Well, sorry. So, in particular, in 1140, we list out here what is required. This is re-engineering of dry valleys. This is re-engineering of flow paths. This is weir controls, 360 boreholes, 90 balancing ponds covering 100,000 square metres of land. This is a significant undertaking that is required with a significant cost. What the detail shows, and we've methodically gone through it in our evidence, and the inspector, Ma'am, you have that there, is the conflict between the applicant, the Environment Agency, and KCC Flood Authority on the south have not put an objection in. But we don't believe they have looked sufficiently at the wastewater issue around Goldenwood. And the Environment Agency says, to ensure that the development does not contribute to or put unacceptable risk or adversely affect by unacceptable levels of water pollution, cause mobilised contaminants as well. So this refers back to what we were saying earlier as to why it's fundamental from an environmental perspective, but also from an understanding its historic use around the Science Park. What needs to be done? And the Environment Agency are alive to that. What we haven't seen is any evidence to resolve it. What we haven't seen either, under 1148.11, and I'll give you just a page reference there, page 39 in that CD reference.
Sorry, hang on a minute. Sorry, go on.
So we look at the north application, we flick onto the north here. There is no evidence that the applicant has considered any drainage to the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road north of the railway line. And we've had a discussion in transport around what happens north of the railway line, for which, well, this is all in outline only. We don't know what's happening with drainage either. And what we've seen from that diagram I showed you earlier is the location of that wastewater pipe is right where the road is. And we put in our evidence here how close this kind of assets can go to a road. And then on top of that, you've got to add in inclusive mobility standards for pavements, etc. We don't believe there is sufficient width to put all of these services in certain locations, including north of the railway line.
So what page did you say it was on? The
Oh, sorry, yes. If you look at page 39.
Okay, thank you.
Right. You'll be delighted to know I've finished on water for the moment.
Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to now go to...
Sorry, one thing, sorry, apologies, sorry. I will be quiet in a minute. But what is clear is on the fresh water for which South East are the responsible local authority, authority, there's silence, and that's really important. There is no clarity, as they are the main water provider.
Okay, thank you. Well, if we can go to a different topic now, skipping to page 60, which concerns the Household Waste Recycling Centre. And I think there are a few points you wanted to make about that.
Yes, this is the only thing that we know of significant detail as such, other than in terms of use, very specific use here. We just think this use that's proposed in this location is incompatible with the ancient woodland that is right next door. This is Cromer's Woods.
Sorry, what paragraph are we looking
at?
Oh,
12.6.
Oh. Right.
Page 60.
Okay. Yeah.
So the Household Waste Recycling Centre, this is up by the Kent Science Park on Broad Oak Road, little rural lane. And we set out here our view on why it doesn't meet the MPPF. It is really important that we just feel the incompatibility of this use right next to this ancient woodland here. Also, we've got the children's nursery right behind it, up a little tiny track, and some residential properties. And when we think about the use of what a household waste recycling centre is and how materials are moved around it, delivered to it, etc., we just think this is an extremely poor location for this type of asset. Reversing lorries, with health and safety, you've got to have a bleeper. There'll be constant bleeping in the hours of operation. The peace and the quiet, the tranquility we had round there, we heard it. We went out on our walk. It is quite a remote feeling there. It is also on a slope. And that then throws up questions around how the site will be engineered in terms of its use. They're going to have to flatten it off, level it off. We're talking about land level changes. And we talk about drainage issues, because right next to it sits the water supply for the Isle of Sheppey, on the other side of the track, up there. So we're going to have constant bleeping and reversing and deliveries. The ancient woodland, I think, will suffer, and its biodiversity. With household waste recycling centres, you can't avoid pests.
Yeah.
And that will impact the wildlife.
Okay.
It's also around lighting, etc., that will be required for such a use.
Yeah.
And the impact on the neighbours, the residential properties, the nursery, and the ancient woodland.
Thank you. The next topic you deal with is sustainability, but I think you've already addressed the issues of bus use and so on. So I suggest we move to master planning. I think was another thing you had some concerns about, which you mention at bottom of page 62 of your proof.
Yeah, so I've already mentioned about the green space being approximately a mile away from the residential. So when I talked about Sang of Stones Farm, the furthest houses in the northern scheme will be a considerable distance. Will people be inclined to walk to Stones Farm rather than drive to one of our protected areas?
Yeah,
We question.
covered that, yeah. Okay, thank you. And noise and air quality, I don't propose to go into.
Right, so yeah, I did want to make comment briefly.
Actually notice these issues raised in your statement of case.
Which one?
Well, certainly noise, and I don't think air quality either. That was an action group point, wasn't it?
No, but this is about residential. This is the impact on them.
Right.
It's the impact on businesses and residents.
Didn't go into the detail that
No.
you wanted here, to be fair.
No.
Anyway, carry on.
So, right, no, that's fine. I'm covered on that.
Shall we move on?
Yep.
Thank you. Your section about Active Travel England, I don't propose to go into that. And then you then have a section about Kent County Council and their policies, which I think is self-explanatory based on what you've written. Viability is the next section. Obviously, there's been a viability session, and Mr. Bell made the group's position on viability clear at that session. So I don't propose to say anything more about that.
No, and I covered it in my earlier comment that we would provide an update.
Yeah. So that takes us to page 75, which is your summary and conclusion. So obviously you're not a professional planner, but where do you see the balance between the benefits of the scheme and the harms that you've identified lying?
Okay, so we see that this causes considerable harm to the existing residents and businesses, as well as to the landscape. There are a long list of negative impacts there. We could have listed a lot more, but we've tried to set out the principal ones. We are strongly opposed to this development and its impact, not just on the rural areas, but also to Sittingbourne. We don't believe it will solve the problem of traffic that has been pushed through these applications. We believe there will be severance to the rural communities, and actually there'll be an increased the negative impacts will be considerably more as a result of this development, particularly on the rural lanes. And I think little thought has been thought about the implications further across the Kent Downs and down to Hollingbourne. So overall, we strongly object. We believe there are good and valid reasons for you, ma'am, to recommend refusal, and for the Secretary of State to recommend refusal.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonney. Ma'am, those are all the questions that I had.
You said you didn't want to...
I didn't. I just want... There's 5 minutes or so.
Do that before lunch. But if you don't... because there are lots of points here that I need to have some answers on. So I'm hoping Mr. Bashford's going to give them if you're not going to ask questions.
I'm not going to ask questions. I mean, there are a lot of points.
Stuff come up about drainage and foul sewerage.
Okay. Well, we'll reflect on it.
You know.
Yeah.
Bashford does it, or someone else.
Well, it'll have to be him. Yeah. Okay. We'll reflect on what's been said. I think some of it's just, well, all of it's going to be just giving you document references to things that have been said elsewhere. But we'll go over.
I certainly like the points that Ms Bonney raised about surface water and foul drainage.
Yeah.
Because that hasn't really been dealt
Not
with.
really been dealt with. No, that's true.
Particularly.
That's true. Okay.
Anyway,
Well, it will be Mr. It will have to be because we've not got anyone else. Okay. Councillor Bonney. You didn't mention in your oral presentation today, or I think at any point in the many oral presentations that you've made over the last 6 months, the scheme's benefits. You tell us in your proof that there are some benefits. In your section 13 on page 75, of your proof this is.
Page 13, did you say?
Section 13 on page 75.
Oh, section 13, sorry, hold on.
Well, she's saying their benefits.
Yes,
there are.
There are some.
Well, the word's used.
The word's used. Yeah. So you perhaps maybe through some gritted teeth, but I don't know. You tell us that there are some benefits of the scheme. Do you see 5 lines from the bottom of 13.1?
Sorry. What paragraph number are we on?
13.1.
13.1. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Right. Now I'm asking. Are you there? Sorry.
Hold on. I'm just seeing what I've written. So.
Of course.
It was a long time.
You've written
ago.
a lot. No, and it was a while ago.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm asking this. Obviously, you're as you've confirmed, you're someone who you sit on this council's planning committee. You're not here in that capacity, but you're someone who has a familiarity with the way that that development management decisions actually have to work in real life, which is to say, but balancing benefits on the one side against harms on the other. And no doubt that's what you had in mind when you were referring to the benefits here at 13.1 as part of your planning proof. Right?
Yep.
Right? You know that the inspector's got to make a recommendation on a balancing exercise, and the Secretary of State's got to do their own balancing exercise in due course, and so it's important to give a rounded picture. Right?
I agree.
And so you tell us that there are social and economic benefits of the scheme through the provision of new housing, both market and affordable presumably, and the other kinds of housing on offer through the scheme.
Correct.
Infrastructure. Which infrastructure did you mean?
Well, it's services that are provided, so there could be, there might be some local shops that, if they're nearby, social housing would be of benefit. However, it's at what cost?
No, we're not at the cost yet. You've done 74 pages on costs, but you've done about a sentence on benefits. So I get that you aren't happy with the costs, but just on the benefits bit, just to try and understand what you think would be benefits. So the new housing, both market and affordable, and the other sorts of housing on offer, in the view of the 5 parishes group, those are benefits to be weighed in the balance. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would need to be weighed in the balance, of course.
And the infrastructure, that's the first sort of clause, new housing. The second clause, word is infrastructure. And when I asked you what you meant, because I thought you might mean, the wider highways improvements or whatever, but it sounds like by infrastructure you mean local shops. Is that right?
Well, the infrastructure is a whole myriad of things, isn't it?
So what did you mean when you wrote it? What were you thinking? Well,
there could be benefits around if there's enhancements of areas that hadn't been that are neglected.
So like new open spaces and that kind of thing?
Yeah, there could be, yeah.
Okay, so the new open spaces could be benefits, new local shops. Anything else in your mind, or is that it?
Well, obviously, if there's a suitable NHS provision, then, if it's open to a wider community, then that was of benefit.
All right. All right. And when it comes to employment development, again, just to unpick what yours and the group's position is, what did you, it might sound like a stupid question, but what did you have in mind when you were talking about that? Do you mean the expansion of the science park and all the things associated with that?
Well, I think you have to be careful around, you constantly refer to the expansion of the science park. Now, whilst the science park is within the red line,
Yeah.
they're not signing up to Section 106. They're not.
All right.
Are they actually an applicant?
Great. What did you mean? You know, when you said employment development, what did you? Presumably, you had something in your mind.
Yes,
when you
there
wrote
might be
that.
employment opportunities for people within the existing rural and existing Sittingbourne community.
And where would those employment opportunities arise, do you think?
Well, presumably, wherever you dictate that the employment sites are, there would be a benefit, depending on the type of of jobs that are on offer.
So because the council's evidence base through Mr Pestle thought that we'd be meeting needs for employment, needs that are currently unmet for employment floor space. Do you remember you were sat through Mr Pestle's evidence?
We did indeed.
And that's what you have in mind, is it?
Well, it depends what that... We can't quantify it because we don't know what it is.
Well,
if it's all warehousing distribution units, it's going to be of little employment benefit overall because the density of jobs will be relatively low. If you are talking about small employment spaces where there is a higher density of employment, a higher, use of employment space, then that's of benefit. I mean, in the north, we're talking about possibly losing employment space. It was a proposal for employment space, but if we have a larger NHS facility, then we start losing that. It's all in the balance.
It's all in the balance. Well, that's something I think we all agree on. But in the end, you identify those sort of categories of benefit. But in the next sentence, you say, really, they add little weight. That's your phrase. They add little weight to the overall planning balance. Do you see the final sort of clause of that 13.1? Do you see?
Yep.
So all those benefits, the many, many thousands of market and affordable homes, new employment space, all the new roads, all the new infrastructure, all of that, in the balance that we all agree needs to be struck, your position and the group's position to the inspector and the Secretary of State, those benefits, add them all up, really little weight. That's your take in the balance.
Yes.
And the reason that you give for giving all of that stuff, quote, little weight, just to be clear, is not your council's position. By your, I mean as a councillor, not at all, but it's the group's position. The reason that it all gets little weight is because, quote, these benefits would be replicated on other sites coming forward under the plan-led approach. See?
Yes, I see that.
So which sites?
Well, we have a local plan which sets out.
No, we don't. We've got one, obviously, but we've not got an up-to-date one. Which sites are going to come forward to, as you say, replicate the benefits on offer through this scheme in Swale? Could you tell us which ones?
Well,
we're talking about the 8,500 homes. We're talking about the employment development, new infrastructure. Where's it being replicated on other sites, in your opinion?
Well, I think as we currently stand, we've got over 7,000 unbuilt permissions. Mm-hmm. So that's a number of sites all around the borough.
Do you have a sense yourself, if not, just say, as to whether or not development under the current local plan has kept pace with the requirements of that plan or indeed of the government's national requirements? Do you know how Swale's doing?
Yes, I know how Swale's doing.
No, I mean in terms of delivery against targets in the local plan and nationally, you know that it's failing.
It's Swale cannot, I suppose this is a rather academic question, isn't it? Because Swale can grant permissions, but it cannot force developers to build. Mm-hmm. And it's down to the economic climate. And actually, Ma'am, this is actually quite a significant point here, because the economic climate is important in all of this going forward. This is a huge scheme, and you could say, well, it will ride through economic cycles.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But what you need is a reassessment of viability along the way to check. That's how you check what's going on.
Okay.
But as the economy slows down, which we're in a position of the economy slowing down, so the delivery of houses, it doesn't matter how many Swale can grant Oh, it's granted over 7,000 and they're not being built out. Homes England have not delivered their site at Queenborough and Rushenden. They have perpetually failed to deliver in a timely fashion their site. It's a significant site in Swale.
So you're saying there's lots of permissions which aren't being delivered, I think is what you're saying. Mm-hmm. So when you say in your final sentence, these benefits, which is to say the scheme's benefits, would be replicated on other sites that are actually coming forward under a plan-led approach, can you tell us which sites? Which sites are coming forward under a plan-led approach that are going to replicate the benefits here?
Well, jobs, employment, housing is all set out in the local plan. And then Swale is in the process of taking forward a
Sites.
Yeah.
Which sites are coming forward that are going to replicate the benefits associated? I mean, I've asked 4 times. Last go. I mean, because there's a particular point here about alternative sites. If it's right that the inspector were to recognise, benefits associated with our scheme, but if she was shown alternative sites that were doing the same thing at lesser environmental cost, that's something she could have regard to. But she can only do it if you're clear with her on what other sites are actually coming forward that are going to replicate the benefits associated with our scheme. Which ones?
So we have clearly set out a local plan which sets out a strategy for employment, for housing, etc.
Okay. So
and that is how a plan-led system and approaches work. I'm not the applicant, neither's my group. It is not our responsibility to show what other sites there are. It is the responsibility of the applicant to be able to deliver their site and show that they can deliver their site.
It's your responsibility, if you're giving evidence to a public inquiry, when you assert that the benefits of this scheme will indeed be replicated elsewhere, on other sites that are coming forward. It's your responsibility to understand which sites you're talking about. And I've asked you 5 times, and you don't know, other than to point to the local plan, which is not an answer to my, I hope, very clear question. You've referred to sites. Those sites are the reason you say we only get little weight for our benefits, but you are simply either unwilling or unable to tell the inspector which sites you're actually talking about.
Ma'am, I do not accept this line of questioning. It's a question. I've answered it. If he doesn't want to accept the answer that we have a plan-led system, which, these are 2 huge applications. It is not normal to have such a large-scale development. And would you expect a number of other alternatives? Well, there's ones out there at the moment I haven't looked into particularly, or neither has my group. But we look at what is, and we have commented on the local plan and fed into the local plan process where those sites are put forward into the local plan to be developed out across the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years.
Talking about the review.
Yeah, and that we have an existing plan and we're looking at creating a new one.
So that's what the sites you're talking about in the review?
Yeah.
Okay. Has the review identified sites so far?
Not yet, but what we have is a prevailing document, local plan document.
Okie dokie. Thank you. Nothing else from me. Thank you very much.
Right, we're going to have a break there. Very pleased to know, but I'm afraid I've got some more questions for you, but I'll have a look and see what I'm going to ask. So if you could just not communicate with your team over lunch.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
So we'll have our hour. 2:10, please. Thank you. We'll adjourn till then. 2, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. I've only got a few questions, nothing very difficult. Be pleased to know, I hope, anyway.
That's what you say.
Right, paragraph 3.47.
Hold on.
The proof. 3.47. You mentioned Duke Shaw, didn't you?
Yes.
This is the line of trees, isn't it, on the site south of the motorway?
That's correct.
Yeah. Is there any suggestion that it? I think the proposal is to retain those trees, isn't it? Are you worried that they might come to any harm?
Yes, I think we were concerned when we looked at some drawings,
Yeah.
and I haven't looked against the latest set, that they may come to some harm. I think it was around the alignment of what was going to happen around the motorway junction.
I think it will be in the transport assessment plan, then, wouldn't
just having
it?
a look at this.
Could you help us which plan it is,
Just hold on.
please? That's the junction, the one on the very south.
Yeah, I think this runs.
Let's just find the plan first.
Oh, sorry. Which one are we looking at?
I
Sorry.
don't know, I'm just waiting for somewhere in the transport assessment.
It will be.
Sorry?
Sorry, 1.19.6 if that's the you are the plans.
In the transport assessment? Okay.
1.19.6.
0.6
Sorry, that's the wrong one from south, aren't we? Sorry.
south.
The south, sorry, hang on, sorry, let me just get it. The south. 7.31.6. And the drawings, oh, I'll get that. So, sorry, 7.31.6.
Let's get there first. No? It's the one at the very southern end, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's got a previous.
What page were you looking at?
No, wait.
So the that would have been, I think, on the bottom is pages 44 and 45.
Hang on, sorry, what? CD?
Sorry, 7.31.6 is the southern TA drawings for infrastructure, and it starts at the bottom, as it were. So it's on page 44 and 45 in PDFs. It shows the southern junctions.
Right, okay, let's just get there first.
But the caveat, it shows versions that have been, as Mr.
Well,
Wild.
does it show that little tail?
Yeah, exactly.
But it doesn't affect the southern bit, does it? South of the motorway.
No, not south of the
But
motorway.
you've got the pedestrian bridge, remember?
Doesn't affect south of the
And that moved.
No.
Yeah, we must have.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't affect south of the motorway. You're right.
Yeah, but what about the bridge? Actually, that's.
Oh, sorry.
I think it's, if I recollect, and I'll have to double check.
The
Mark,
bridge is on there.
But what? No, that's the old bridge.
Yeah, the pedestrian bridge doesn't shift. Yeah, so
There's Duke Shaw. I think it was about slipways. Let's have a
slipways.
look, pedestrian bridge. There it is on that map at the bottom, isn't it? That's on page
Page 45, is it?
45. Yeah. I think it was to do with how the slipways come off there, because you're going to have to widen that strip.
I see. So it's that end.
Yeah, it's right at the
that.
tail end there.
Okay.
But I will
I can't
confirm.
remember how far that feature goes. Whether it goes right up to the boundary of the motorway.
I think it's a sharp drop off.
Do you think you could have a look at that?
Yeah. So So I'm looking at it now. Just to be clear, what is it you'd like us to check?
Right. So Duke Shaw is shown on that plan, and I think the point made by Five Parishes is that there is a well, I don't quite know. It looks as if there's some sort of works between the edge of the motorway and the end of Duke Shaw there. Whether that means that a part of Duke Shaw would have to be felled.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I think I can.
Yeah.
I can see Duke Shaw, and I can sort of see the. I suppose it's just one from Mr. Wild.
In other words, how far it goes along. I mean, I can always see on site if.
It's not in our red line, but yeah, we'll just ask John to put in it. Yeah, we'll do a brief.
All right.
From Mr. Wild.
Right,
And Duke Shaw from was split by the M2, so I think there is actually a bit of Duke Shaw that goes the other side. But I'll check. Can I check with my group just to make sure I've not got that wrong?
Yeah, well, you can both check.
Yeah.
We think it's outside the red line, but we'll get Mr. Wild to do a thing on Duke Shaw.
It'd be nice to have a little plan to show where Duke Shaw and whether or not it does it. Well, if it extends north of the motorway, well, it might. I don't know. Whether that's on Google Maps, is that? It might be.
We'll do a note, and if need be, a plan.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, and you can find out as well.
Yep. Yes, I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because that should be a factual thing, really.
Yep. So that's Google Maps, and you can see it sort of splits. The M2 splits it.
Right. Okay, but it's whether or not
the
bit at the north, whether there's any effect on the northern section north of the M2 as well as that little bit on the south. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. That's that one. Paragraph 4.25.
Paragraph 4.25.
Yep. This is about
general observation.
Oh yes, you were saying about you thought that because of the effect on, or your consideration of the effect on the heritage assets.
Yeah.
That the whole development shouldn't have been in outline.
What am I referring to here? Just check.
And if that's what you're saying, I'm just wondering whether the Five Parishes have ever raised that before.
Let's have a look. Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Right, well, in 4.25, you basically allege that the scheme, the effect on the heritage assets, the harm that would be caused by a development this substantial should have meant, I think this is what you're saying, that the applications, and you do say in the plural, should not have been considered in outline form. Now, we have got some plans that, of course, accompany it, including the parameter plans, but are you saying that basically in principle an outline scheme should not have been submitted? And if you're saying that, part two of the question, did the Five Parishes ever raise that before now?
Well, we've always but it hasn't come before as an application. This is the first time as an outline. Both of these.
They were always an outline, weren't they?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I suppose the point is, one, are you saying that they shouldn't have been an outline?
Yeah. I mean, I think we have real difficulty with the outline nature of this. In fact, it's so outlined that there's no detail even for the access. We find it difficult how this application grapples with the historic assets. So, you know, if we use the Tong Conservation Area I've picked there,
Yeah.
When we came to heritage, we discussed that. We were looking at other factors. We were looking at we've subsequently looked at transport. I think it's really difficult to understand the impact because it's outline. At this point, Mum, you're requested to make a judgment on the impact of that without knowing the detail. And you can design so much, but if you've got a bridge that's 130 metres long that goes across an area that is a conservation area, it's difficult to make that assessment when you don't know the design of it. We don't know the full details of what's going on around it. You know, we had a proposal that wet woodland becomes, you know, watercress beds and all those sorts of things, and fanciful designs around stone bridges, but when you look at the overall structure of what's required to be there in order to meet the outline permission, i.e. a road that goes over that area, we find it difficult to grapple with how that impacts those historic assets.
So, I mean, you are then objecting in principle to an outline application, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
And from both sites.
Yeah.
I just wondered whether this had been raised with the council, you know, when it had the application for consideration, whether 5 parishes raised this.
I'd have to look in our SERDA report, but I think we did cover it, and I did look up in the break, did check the references for the SERDA one.
Oh, yeah.
Which will help you. So in CD 4.70 and CD 10.80,
Right.
so that's a north and south, that's our SERDA representation.
Okay.
And then I think I needed a reference for the Shell document, which was, it's in at CD 4.70.1 and in at CD 10.80.1.
Okay. Right, well,
I can check what's in the SERDA report, Mum, and come back to you if that's...
yeah, okay.
Yep. Let me do that.
Yeah, just to say, it's 6.23 it is said, that in fact it's verbatim the same of the SERDA report at 10.80.
Yep.
As a general observation, we consider the same language as in that SERDA
Yep.
report.
Right, okay, fine.
So
So that was raised.
So it was raised by SERDA,
Okay,
or by...
Yep.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Try not to deviate too much from what we've previously said.
In some respect.
I'm glad we're consistent.
Okay, thank you. Now, paragraph 5.7.
5.7. Yes.
Hang on a minute. This is about the effect on existing businesses.
Yeah.
And you say dotted around the application site are a number of other businesses.
Yeah.
Including children's nursery,
Yeah.
studios, etc. I just wondered, I mean, obviously, aside from the farm workers, these other things,
Mm-hmm.
do you think there's any positive side of this? Do you think that any of these uses would actually welcome a greater number of possible clients or, you know, people to support their businesses, or do you think it's all negative?
I think many of them have picked the location, the existing location they're in, because it's the rural environment. I'm sure that the nursery would welcome more children there, and the concern around the recording studio, which is surrounded.
Where's that?
It's just off Ruins Barn Road. It's one of the houses there. You know, the noise impact there would be, I think, I suspect that they would probably leave. I don't know, or wrap that business up, because...
Really quite well soundproofed, actually, aren't they? I think recording generally.
Well,
Depends what sort of recording they do, I suppose.
it is. and I have spoken with that business a number of times, so
yeah.
I do know that.
All right. So what do they say?
So I think they would be really concerned about the noise impact on them. I mean, when a bird scarer goes off in the field not far away, it impacts their ability to record. Now, obviously, businesses and residential is a different type of noise, but you know that's a particular business there.
Yeah.
I have no doubt that some of these may benefit from additional clients, etc. And you get clusters in the rural area around certain things, and a lot more people obviously working from home, etc. I think it's where you may end up with noisy activities nearby, so more industrial uses. So we're talking about employment land. We don't know what those uses will be, but they could have an impact on those with their traffic and their actual, whatever they're doing.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh yes, you're talking about in paragraph 7.11. You're talking about the very poor GP patient ratio in Swale.
Yeah.
Don't suppose you happen to know what it is, do you?
Not off the top of my head. I've got a reference for it somewhere. I can dig it out for you.
Okay.
Yep, I can give that to you.
I mean, it'd be interesting to know what the ratio is comparable to the existing population. National sort of picture.
Yeah, that's fine. I can find
and the last question is paragraph 8.3. Oh yes, it was just a matter of clarification actually. Sorry, just bear with me a minute. Yeah, you said on the priority habitats, you said there would also be an impact on chalk streams. And you said about the one that we know and love, but you also referred to one near to the lower road. I just wondered, is that north?
Yeah, the north application.
Yeah. But is it north of Lower Road? Is it what on that plan? There was a plan, wasn't
yes,
there
was.
Saw? Was that one you were talking about?
Yeah, let me clarify that because I don't want to get that wrong. So let me put that on my list.
Yeah, okay, that's fine, thank you. That's everything, thank you very much, Mr. Barnes. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie.
Right, thank you, Mum.
Thank you very much. Nothing arising, Mum, thank you.
No, right. Okay, there you are.
I'm free.
Abrupt stop.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Right, thank you very much. Right, so now we've got Councillor Speed in a minute, haven't we? So how long do you think you'll be in?
Probably an hour, maybe less, Mum.
You going to have any questions?
Similar situation to last time. Probably not, if anything, but a few minutes like last time.
Yeah, okay. So we might get on to Mr. Digan with any luck. Possibly.
I mean, we're ready if that happens.
Okay, good. Well, he's not here, but apart from that.
We're ready, but yeah, we don't need him, I don't think.
Don't forget to put your phones to silent, please. It's not the phone. What is it then?
It's a PC. I clicked on something.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes. Okay, no, don't worry. It's fine. Right, when you're ready, would you like to introduce your witness, please?
Thank you very much. I'll just let Councillor Speed get organised. Okay. Councillor Speed, would you like to introduce yourself to the inquiry, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Barnes. Good afternoon, Mum. I am Julian Speed. I'm the chairman of Linstead with Kingsdown Parish Council, and I'm also the Swale Borough Councillor, one of the two Swale Borough Councillors for Tenham and Linstead ward. So the northern site is inside my ward. I'm my parish council's representative on the action group. I don't have any professional expertise in planning, but I do have some knowledge as I sit on the Swale Planning Committee, and I'm also a member of the Planning and Transportation Policy Working Group, which steers the local plan process. Whilst I am a borough councillor, I'd like to emphasise that I'm not speaking on behalf of Swale Borough Council, but I'm speaking on behalf of the residents who elected me to represent them.
Thank you. And we've got two documents from you in front of us. We have a summary proof and a proof, and I'm going to concentrate on your main proof.
Right.
You've got that in front of you. And very similar to Councillor Bonney, I'm going to walk you through your proof and ask you to comment on or elaborate on certain issues. And if I can take you first, please, to paragraph 1.6, where you talk about the scope and source of your evidence.
Yes, what I've done is I have looked at the representations that have been published on the Swale Planning Portal for both the southern and the northern applications, and I've analysed them both quantitatively and qualitatively.
And is there any of your own views in this evidence, or is it just...
Yes, I've taken stock of the views that residents have expressed, and then indicated in my proof some additional commentary on those points where I felt that was applicable.
Thank you. And then if we move to the next page, page 4, paragraph 1.13, you mentioned there that you've used AI to assist you in putting together your proof. Can you just explain how, what role AI had in doing that?
Yes, I used ChatGPT to undertake the initial review, because you have to bear in mind, if you add the northern and southern sites together, there were over 4,000 pages of representations. So I used ChatGPT to review and categorise those. So what it did was identify the objections raised by individual residents, classify objections into key planning themes, count both the total number of objections per topic, so that shows the volume of concern, and the number of individual objectors per topic, which shows the breadth of concern. But whilst AI provided that initial categorisation,
I didn't rely on it. I continuously reviewed the analysis, cross-checked it against the raw data, and checked it for accuracy, relevance, and correct topic attribution. I think it's fair to say that AI and I had quite a few arguments, and we actually had quite a tense relationship because I kept challenging it because I could see that some things it was not interpreting correctly. But we got there in the end, and I'm confident that the findings are robust.
Okay, so can you vouch for the accuracy
I
of
absolutely
the data
can,
that's
yes.
in your statement? Thank you. Well, if we move on to the next...
Would it be possible just to give a bit of background to the action group?
Certainly.
Because we are also a consortium of 5 parish councils, so that's Linstead with Kingstown, which is mine, Tenham, Tong, Doddington and Newnham. And we heard earlier that the 5 parishes had raised £62,000. In fairness, they've been going on a bit longer than we have, I think 20 years. But my action group has actually raised £43,000. So between us, that's £105,000 that the community has raised. And I actually did a trawl of community crowdfunding campaigns around legal support for planning or development issues. I searched the 4 main crowdfunding platforms. I looked at housing applications and also local plan challenges and JRs. And whilst, this is best available public data because some platform pages hide their totals after closure or they only show support accounts, but most community campaigns raise anywhere from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and they only reach into 5 figures for high profile or large-scale sites. So raising over £100,000 specifically to oppose a housing development is, from my research, probably the highest amount ever raised in the UK for a grassroots local objector campaign. I mean, the next biggest I found was 57,000 and then 32,000. And in fact, the only campaign I could find that raised more than we have was the Save the Stonehenge World Heritage Site, and that was a multiple campaign over 4 years, including a High Court hearing, and they were mainly a group of NGOs, not community and parish council led. So this community has raised a record-breaking amount of money, which I think shows the depth of feeling against this development.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we can move on to look at some of your overview of the community response to the northern site, which we find on page 5. Yep. And you've got various tables there where you break down the submissions that have been received. And if we can move, please, to page 4, paragraph 2.4. Could you expand on what you say in that paragraph, please?
Sorry, on page 4.
Sorry, page 6, paragraph 2.4.
So could I explain about the tables?
Yeah. So, well, what you say in that paragraph is that you say that there was a marked difference in the character of submissions. The vast majority of objection letters were personalised and independently composed, whereas a large proportion of support letters followed pre-written templates. So, I just wondered if you'd like to expand on what you say in that paragraph.
Yeah, I'm very happy to do that. I would like to explain the tables.
Please do.
I mean, firstly, they demonstrate a massive level of engagement, and it's important to note that some people wrote on one topic, whereas others made multiple points. But table 2.2, which is the blue table, shows the total objection submissions per topic for the northern site only. So, for example, there were 368 submissions objecting specifically on traffic, 294 objections on healthcare, 218 on education, etc., analysed by 10 topics. So that gives you a total of 2,087 objection points made.
Can I just ask about that actually? Because there were 3 rounds of consultation, or maybe
4 rounds, yeah.
Yeah. So is that including all the rounds?
Yes, that's all 4 rounds.
So if someone responded for each round, they'd be 4 times in there, would they?
Yes, they would. This is a gross resident figure.
Then the next table is when you just count individuals. Is that right?
Yes, I'll explain that in a second. But if you look at the orange table, there were only 218 supportive points in total across 7 topics. So, for example, the total of number of points made objecting on just education grounds was equal to the totality of supportive points. So, if you analyse it that way, the objection rate was 90% with 10% in support. If you then look at table 2.3, this is individual residents objecting per topic. So 212 residents wrote in about traffic, 187 residents wrote about healthcare, 152 about education, etc. So the sum of the objectors for the 10 key areas of concern, this is just for the northern site, was 1,395. So to follow up on your question, Ma'am, that's a gross resident figure, that's not deduped. So if someone commented on 2 topics, they're counted twice in that particular analysis. The actual number of unique residents objecting across both north and site was 702 in total. That's broken down 310 for the northern site and 490 for the southern site. That's 791 people. But if you then dedupe it for people who objected to both sites, you get down to 702 unique residents. And that's a lot of people. That's 702 people not just ticking boxes in a survey, but writing, in some cases, really heartfelt letters. And the gross supporter figure for the North was 202 compared with that gross objector figure of 1,395. So, for example, the gross supporter figure was lower than the number who objected on traffic grounds alone. So yes, in answer to your question about 2.4, in addition to the disparity in volume, which I've just gone through, there was a marked difference in the character of the submissions. So 82% of objection letters were personalised and independently composed, whereas 2/3 of support letters followed pre-written templates. It was quite marked that objection letters showed considerable variation in language, format and detail, often reflecting the personal experiences and concerns of residents. I mean, many submissions included maps and photographs and traffic data and personal testimonies about the area's infrastructure and environment. So the point I'm making is it wasn't an orchestrated campaign, unlike, for example, the Swell Local Plan Reg 19 consultation, where there was a proposal to create a 10 area of opportunity, and that would have involved building a bypass in Linstead, and people were very against that. And I actually led a separate action group against that actually developed a website and produced newsletters and actually gave residents templated responses to send in, and we could see from what ended up on the portal that those had been extensively used. But in this case, that templating wasn't provided, so this is people putting in their own personal experience, whereas the support letters were largely templated. And if I could just explain what I mean by that. There were basically 2 sources of these templates. One was Sittingbourne Football Club, and part of that said, I'm writing to support the Highsted Park proposal. The plans include much needed facilities for Sittingbourne Football Club, which will benefit the whole community, particularly for young people. This development will bring jobs, investment and new homes to the area. Now, this exact wording, or very close paraphrasing, was submitted by dozens of individuals, often with only minor edits. So whilst you might look at apparently a reasonable number of people supporting the scheme, it's actually totally skewed by people wanting a new football stadium. So in the great scheme of things, that's a really minor consideration. And then there was a second template which was provided to businesses by the applicant, and that included within that, as a local business owner, I believe Highsted Park represents a vital opportunity for growth in our region. The new housing will increase our customer base and the infrastructure improvements will enhance accessibility for staff and clients. I urge Swell Borough Council to approve this application. And again, this language appeared across multiple submissions, with some businesses merely signing their names to the letter without alteration. So 2/3 of the support letters were one or other of those two templates, and in fact we've heard reports of some businesses not actually being very happy that those letters were sent in. In some cases, there was a presentation held by the Portcullis Club where this letter was handed out, and some of the attendees just fired that letter off without any internal consultation, and the companies did subsequently object to their logos being used in the promotional material. So basically, what we've been able to demonstrate is, whereas objection responses were far higher in volume and largely self-authored, they provided a broader, more representative view of community opposition. And I also analysed the letters to the Secretary of State requesting a call-in, and they were all, again, almost entirely templated.
Thank you. And looking at 2.10 on page 7, this is where you say, as you've said just now, that the second template was provided to businesses by the applicant.
Yeah.
What makes you think that was the case?
Sorry, I thought I'd just explain that. Basically, there was a meeting held by the Portcullis Club where businesses were invited. There was a presentation by Mr. Quinn and Mr. Gearing, and a letter was handed out at that meeting, and businesses were encouraged to send that in. I have a copy of that letter, and what appeared on the planning portal was, as I say, virtually identical to that letter in every case. The point I'm making is businesses were not, they didn't say Highsted Park will be a really good opportunity for my business because it will deliver X, Y and Z. It was just the general comments, it's a vital opportunity for growth in our region. There was very little attempt to say this will be of specific benefit to me. It was just sending a template in.
What's the Portcullis Club?
That's it's basically a club which local businesses are members of, and it meets regularly to discuss local issues. It used to be chaired by the MP for Sittingbourne and Sheppey, but since he lost he retired, it hasn't been quite as active, but the idea of it was to provide a conduit between local businesses and the local MP.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to draw to the inspector's attention on the topic of community engagement? We move on.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that 2.17, I undertook a comparison of public engagement volumes to large housing applications. The only way to do that is just to take the total number of submissions sent in. So if you look at that in the case of Highsted Park, for the combined site, it was 2,417. And the highest I could find for any other application was 1,200, which is for Longmarston Garden Village in Warwickshire. That was for 3,500 homes. Mayfield Market Towns in Sussex for 10,000 homes was about 1,000 submissions. Again, it's important to say that this is based on a trawl of local media reports, so it may not be comprehensive, but it does suggest that the volume of engagement, and by that I mean primarily objections, is potentially the biggest ever in the UK for a planning application. So it again shows the real strong feeling in the community against these proposals.
Thank you very much. Well, if we move on to the next topic in your proof, which is traffic and congestion, which is on page 9 of your proof. And at paragraph 3.1, you give some data about the level of public engagement that there's been on this issue. Would you like to expand on that at all?
This was actually the biggest area of concern for residents. And in these statistics, we're just looking at the northern site. There were 368 submissions in total about traffic and congestion, and that came from 212 individual residents.
Thank you. And moving on to paragraph 3.3 on the same page, you give an overview there of concerns that were expressed by residents. Can you elaborate on that and maybe give us a flavour of the lived experience of residents on this issue?
A recurring concern was the existing pressure on the A2, the London road running through Tenham, and the local road network serving Tenham, Bapchild and the surrounding rural lanes. Residents are really concerned about the additional vehicle movements that the development would result in, citing already congested conditions, especially during peak hours. Residents also highlighted the cumulative impact of other developments where planning permission has been granted but construction has not yet commenced, and it's felt these were not taken into account in the traffic modelling. I mean, just to go through the recent permissions there have been in the Tenham area, you've got Spring Acres, which is part built, part unbuilt. That's a total of 580 dwellings. You've got Tong, 390, been granted permission. Frognall Lane, 300 new dwellings. Blossom Grove, that's been built, 130, and Linstead Lane, another 10. So residents really feel that the traffic modelling used by the applicant fails to reflect the lived reality of local road use, and it underestimates congestion, queue lengths and journey delays.
Thank you. And then moving on to the other topic under traffic and congestion at page 10, paragraph 3.8. You talk there about residents challenging the sustainability of the development, and at the end you state that it would lead to the local road context would lead to high car dependency. Can you explain the reasoning behind that statement?
Would it be possible to cover that in the sustainable travel section? Because
yes, of course.
That's addressed there. Another point I wanted to make was the incredible increase in traffic along the A2 in Tenham that we have already seen. There was a Department for Transport traffic count in 2019 which measured 14,000 vehicles a day. A manual count was conducted in July 2022, it was done by a local resident, but it was using exactly the same protocol that the DFT use. And that recorded 15,691 a day, so that's a 12% increase. And in June 2024, it was done again, and it was 17,339. So it's gone up by 24% over that 5-year period. And I think it's important to note that that's really bucking national trends, because if you look at figures nationally, traffic volumes compared with 2019 are slightly lower. They're not 24% up, they're about 97% of the 2019 figure. And the other thing you have to bear in mind is that when the M2 is closed for some reason, this makes a dramatic knock-on effect. I know you might say, well, that's an exceptional circumstances, but actually analysis has shown that over the past year, that stretch of the M2 between Junction 5 and Junction 6, has been closed 32 times in the past year. And whenever that happens, all the traffic gets routed onto the A2. And in fact, a traffic count was done on one of those occasions, and the traffic level increased to 19,250. So that's a 37% increase on a normal day in 2019. So, this is, because it's happened 32 times, it is a regular occurrence. So basically people feel that the existing road structure in Tenham, particularly the A2, is not capable of accommodating the combined traffic from 8,400 new homes across these two sites. Residents believe the A2 is already over capacity, and that adding additional traffic to this road would exacerbate the existing congestion problems. I mean, we've heard evidence on traffic modelling, we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from Mr. Bamber. They don't agree. All I can say is that the lived experience of residents is that it is at capacity and cannot take any more.
And at the end of that section of your proof, as you have with other sections on page 11, you've got some quotes from residents. Where did the quotes come from? Were they provided directly to you? Or?
No, these were again taken from the planning portal, and they were lifted to really illustrate the themes that were coming through from the volume of responses. They were just some of the more eloquent ones. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say about traffic before we move on?
Maybe I could just read a couple of those comments.
Yeah,
one of them said, HGVs regularly use Lower Road as a cut through, and with the A2 gridlocked, it's only going to get worse. This will make it more dangerous for children walking to school or cyclists trying to get to work. That was a resident of Cellar Hill in Linstead. And then a Bapchild resident said, you only have to drive along the A2 between Bapchild and Tenham at 8 a.m. or 5 p.m. to know this development is madness. You sit in traffic for 10 to 15 minutes just to get to the lights. Add 1,000 more cars and it'll be unworkable.
Thank you very much. Well, if we move on to the next topic in your proof, which is healthcare provision on page 12.
Yeah.
And in the first few paragraphs there, you touch on a subject which I think was of interest in the previous evidence session, which is GP to patient ratios, and you deal with that at paragraph 4.4.
Yes. I mean, the healthcare provision was the second biggest concern amongst residents. And if we take primary care to start with, there is no GP surgery in Tenham. There used to be two. The first doctor retired and the second surgery relocated to the Memorial Hospital in Sittingbourne. This is really difficult to get to for residents. The public transport links are poor. The bus only goes once an hour, and then the bus stop's not that close. You can't go by train because it's a huge walk from the train station. Parking at the Memorial is an absolute nightmare, and it's very hard to get an appointment. I understand there's no GP capacity in Sittingbourne at the moment. You can't register with a new practice, and you can't register at Faversham because it's outside the catchment area. So if we're looking at GP patient ratios, the Medicare Centre, which is the old Tenham surgery, ranks 166 out of 176 of Kent practices. It has 4,056 patients per GP. The national average is 1,720 per GP, so you can see quite how bad that is. The population of Swale has already increased by over 11% between 2011 and 2021. At that stage it was 151,700. That's far above the national average, but actually the GP provision has declined. So this is a major problem.
Mm-hmm. And I think you've touched on this already, but in the next paragraph, 4.5, you mention a difficulty in recruiting GPs in Swale.
Yes, it has traditionally been very difficult to persuade GPs to come to Swale. So one of the concerns that residents have is, although they understand that there's an area allocated for a healthcare centre in the northern site, that doesn't guarantee that it will be built, staffed, equipped and fully operational. So where will new residents register before it's up and running? If we look at the Meads surgery in Highway, that took 19 years to come forward. So funding is needed ahead of housing delivery, and of course that impacts viability. Now the amount it's indicated will be allocated to primary care if the northern site alone proceeds is 1.5 million. Now that's totally inadequate to build a GP surgery. We know from our experience at the Frognall Place development that the setup cost is more like £3 to £4 million. And Frognall Place is a case in question actually, because that as I say is an approval that's just been granted for 300 homes, and that was supposed to have a healthcare centre as part of the offering. But what happened there was that the original developer had got approval for an employment site, a residential site and a healthcare facility to be included. That developer then sold off the residential part to another developer, but in that sale was not included the land that had been allocated for the healthcare facility. So the new developer taking on the housing saying, well, we don't own that land, so it's not down to us to build a GP surgery. The original developer is saying, well, we haven't brought our proposals forward for the employment land, and anyway employment land wouldn't justify GP surgery. So the residents of Tenham, having been promised a healthcare provision when the outline application went in, are basically being passed from pillar to post, and it's not going to be delivered. And there's real concern that this might happen if the northern site is approved, because we know that the applicant will not build the entire development. If it's approved, they will flog off parcels to other developers, and the concern is, will the same happen again, that somehow the healthcare facility will just get lost in the mix?
Okay, thank you. Well, if we move on to 4.8, where you deal with the issue of acute and emergency care, what are the issues locally around that?
Yeah, I mean, this is even more of a concern, and the applicant is saying that it's not appropriate to consider population gain at district level, and therefore they dispute they need to make any acute care contribution at all. Now, it's quite clear to residents that 20,000 new residents will put significant additional demands on acute care, and without extra investment will have a harmful impact on the provision of those services. Not only for the new residents, but it'll have a detrimental effect on the existing population. And even if, one of their arguments is that a lot of the new residents will simply move within Swale, so they're still within the same ICB area, so it's not creating an extra demand. Well, I don't accept that, and in any case, maybe the people who move into their old house may be from outside Swale, so I don't see how the applicant can claim there will be no extra demand. I mean, it's absolutely critical that there is a significant contribution to acute care if the northern site is to go ahead. I had a look actually at a couple of other applications that are in the pipeline. There's a development at Bobbing for 2,500 houses, and the acute care contribution for that one is £7.48 million, and that is not being contested. The Duchy of Cornwall site in South East Faversham, that's another £2,500. The acute care contribution is being discussed at around the £7 million mark. That's not agreed, but that's the figure being touted about. So,
no, I don't. I'm not going to cross-examine, but just for the factual, the Faversham developer, the Duchy, are strongly contesting the need to make any acute care contribution, regardless of the level. So, I mean, it's just as a question of fact. I wouldn't want the inspector to take away, and I'm sure you didn't mean to imply that they'd accepted the principle. You can say that again under pretty heated discussion.
Yes, yeah, I did say it was under discussion, but certainly the Bobbing site is not contested, as I understand it. So for this developer to think they need to make no contribution to acute care at all defies belief, frankly. Mm-hmm. In terms of Medway Maritime specifically,
I think you deal with that at paragraph 4.15 on page 14.
That's right. I mean, this is the likely first hospital of choice, and I think
page 14, paragraph 4.15, Mum.
So I think Councillor Bonney mentioned earlier that the government recently produced a league table of hospital trusts around the country, and the Medway Maritime Trust was ranked 130 out of 134. So it's one of the worst 5 hospital trusts in the country. It regularly operates at 97% bed occupancy, whereas best practice is 85%. So it's already struggling, and anybody who's had the misfortune to use their services, as I have, will agree it's a really terrible hospital. The government has a new hospital programme to 2040, but Medway Maritime is not in that programme. The NHS say they need 4.5 million if the northern site is approved. The applicant says they won't pay anything. And it clearly needs a physical expansion of facilities to cope with the demand generated by these future developments, these future residents. But the other thing to bear in mind is that we're currently in the early stages of a local government review process. Now, one of the 2 preferred options at this stage is that there would be a new unitary authority that would see Swale linked with Ashford and Folkestone. Now, the NHS may, I believe, redraw their trust boundaries to tie in with the new unitary boundaries. So that means that the William Harvey Hospital would become the hospital that Swale residents would first be referred to. Now, in that same league table, they were ranked 101 out of 134, so they're in the bottom quartile. And you may well have read this story because it was actually in the national press, but a couple of weeks ago, they actually had to close the Costa coffee shop to make it into a makeshift ward. Such was the demand for emergency services. And the media, talking to some of the staff, learnt that was not the first time that had happened. Last month, just 49% of patients were processed within 4 hours at Ashford A&E. The national target is 78%. And they actually have the highest number of 24-hour trolley rates of any NHS trust last year. That was almost 9,000. And the main reason for this, as we know, is bed blocking. And we've just seen the Faversham Cottage Hospital, which is a fantastic facility that is there for precisely that purpose, to basically people who are well enough not to be in hospital, but not well enough to be at home. A cottage hospital is the absolutely ideal destination for them. That closed 2 months ago. We've got no reassurances that it will reopen. So that is helping to exacerbate the bed blocking problem. So both primary and acute care are real concerns for residents.
And towards the bottom of page 14, you've got some quotes there from residents. Would you like to highlight any of those?
Yeah, if I could. So Linstead resident says, parking at the Memorial Hospital is dreadful. My last visit for a routine checkup involved circling for 20 minutes and I was late for my appointment. If the Highsted development is approved, things will only get worse. A Bapchild resident said, in December, my teenage son needed urgent care. We waited over 6 hours at Medway A&E. People were being treated in corridors. That was before these thousands of extra houses are even built. And a Doddington resident said, this area can't cope now. GP services are patchy and Medway Hospital is on its knees. Approving Highsted Park without proper healthcare provision is grossly irresponsible.
Thank you. So if we move now to the next topic in your proof, which is education provision, including SEND. And I'd like to focus on SEND first, please, which is at paragraph 5.3, where you deal with provision of school places for children with special educational needs and disabilities.
Yes. Residents argued that this development includes no provision for special schools and that its proximity to an existing outstanding rated special school could create further distortion in admissions patterns, exacerbating existing shortfalls. They pointed out that in March 2023, the Secretary of State issued an improvement notice to KCC due to poor SEND provision. So there was strong opposition to the scheme on the grounds that it would worsen SEND access in an area already identified as underperforming by national regulators. If I refer to one of the quotes at the end, it says, our son has complex needs and was offered a place 17 miles away because the local SEND school had no space. We're barely managing as it is. If the new development puts even more pressure on SEND schools, others like him will be pushed even further out.
Thank you. And just for note-taking purposes, that was on page 16 at paragraph 5.14.
Yes.
Are there any other issues relating to education that you'd like to highlight?
I think just generally, residents were expressing serious concern that these new dwellings on the northern site would exacerbate existing pressures on school capacity in the area. Many noted that local schools, including Tenham Primary, Linstead and Norton Primary, Sittingbourne secondary schools such as Fulsom Manor and Westlands, are already oversubscribed, and there were quite a lot of objections, which included quite heartrending personal accounts of families struggling to secure places for their children at local schools, and residents were sceptical that the primary school on the northern site would be delivered in time to meet the needs generated by the first phase of development.
Okay. Thank you. So if we move now to page 17 of your proof, where you deal with landscape and visual harm. And at paragraph 6.2, you outline the concerns with regard to the northern site. And in particular, you highlight the effect on important local countryside gaps.
Yeah. Residents are really worried about the loss of open countryside and the destruction of what is currently a predominantly rural and tranquil landscape. And at the heart of this concern, as you say, is the closure of the important local countryside gaps. These gaps, which are defined by open fields, hedgerows and trees, are there precisely to stop settlements from merging. If Highsted Park were to go ahead, we would see the physical and visual joining up of Tenham, Sittingbourne and Bapchild. That would fundamentally change the identity of these places, eroding their character and sense of separation. And this actually isn't just a matter of local feeling, it goes directly against the Swale local plan. Policy ST1 requires, and I quote, development should protect and enhance the intrinsic character, beauty and tranquility of the countryside. Here we have the opposite. Character, tranquility and beauty would be displaced by urban development. Policy ST3 sets out the settlement strategy. It makes clear, and I quote again, in the open countryside, outside defined built-up area boundaries, development will not be permitted unless it can show that it enhances landscape setting and rural vitality. Highsted Park fails that test completely. It's not protecting or enhancing the countryside, it's swallowing it up. We also have policy DM25, which deals specifically with the countryside gaps. And it says that the purpose of these gaps is threefold. 1, to maintain the separate identities of settlements. 2, to safeguard the open and undeveloped character of the area. And 3, to prevent piecemeal erosion by development. And this proposal cuts straight across those principles. It would undermine every one of them. And actually this proposal is not just about harm to gaps. If we look at the Northern Relief Road, that would drive a large new piece of highway infrastructure straight through the landscape, damaging the tranquility, the rural views and the setting of the Tong conservation area. And it would also harm the setting of listed buildings. It would carve through Hempstead Lane, which is identified as a rural lane, which is protected under policy DM26. I mean, that policy exists to prevent exactly this kind of harm.
Okay, thank you. And then on the same page, but moving on to a different topic, at paragraph 6.7, you talk there about areas of high landscape value and also the setting of the Kent Downs National Landscape. And you state that certainly in respect to the setting of the national landscape, that will experience harmful change.
Yes, I mean, I think quite simply that's building a new motorway junction in a national landscape is inevitably going to cause harms, and I think we've heard about that quite extensively in this inquiry so far.
Thank you. And then if we just move on over the page to page 18, we've got some quotes from some residents in relation to this topic. Are there any that you'd particularly like to highlight to the inspector?
Yes, there's a resident of Cellar Hill who said it would result in the coalescence of villages, contrary to the recommendations included in a report commissioned by SBC and published in January 2021, which identified an important countryside local gap which should be maintained between parishes rather than their being engulfed by extensive developments. The loss of local countryside gaps between settlements and the urban spread from Sittingbourne will lead to the loss of the open and undeveloped character of the greenfield land and the loss of village communities. And another resident of Cellar Hill said, during the pandemic lockdowns, the fields and paths between our hamlets and communities became vital to our well-being. Walks, space, sky, birdsong. These areas offer a green lung for local people. Losing them to concrete and rooftops would be an incalculable loss, not just to visual amenity, but to health and heritage.
Thank you. And if we move now to page 19, sustainable transport, and I think you wanted to pick up the topic here when I asked you about concerns about high car dependency. You wanted to deal with that in this section.
Yes, thank you. I mean, this application has been presented as though it will promote sustainable travel, but residents have been very clear that the reality is quite the opposite, and we had 212 objections on this issue, and what I took out was a deep scepticism that the development could ever deliver a genuine shift away from car dependency. The site is detached from existing high-frequency public transport hubs. For most day-to-day trips, whether it's work, education, shopping or healthcare, people would have little choice but to use a car. Residents are aware of the active travel corridors being proposed, but pointed out there are no safe or practical cycle routes into Sittingbourne, to Tenham Station or to other employment areas. I mean, the A2, as we've already discussed, is already a busy arterial road with poor visibility, narrow width, no segregated cycle lanes. I'm not a cyclist, but I know a lot of people who are, and they simply won't cycle down the A2. It's just completely unsafe. On buses, the picture is equally bleak. Existing services, where they exist, are infrequent, unreliable and already stretched. The only real service we have is the X3, which runs between Canterbury and Maidstone. That only runs once an hour, and the last bus from Canterbury is at 9:50 p.m. and the last bus from Maidstone is as early as 7:30 p.m. KCC has recently cut subsidies for rural bus routes, and that resulted in quite a few of the routes through the rural villages being axed altogether. And there's just no guarantee that a profitable service could be sustained for the new development, whatever suggestions are being made. And access to rail is no better. Tenham Station is very difficult to get to, whether on foot or by cycle, particularly from the eastern and southern parts of the site. The pavements are narrow, the crossings are dangerous, and the distances are long. And I've heard reference to this high-speed service to London. Tenham is not served by high-speed trains. The journey to London takes about an hour and 10 minutes, and off-peak services are only once an hour. So public transport options are really poor. So it's difficult to understand how this modal shift that the developer talks about is going to happen. I mean, I've seen a claim of an uplift to 65%, but this seems to be an aspiration rather than there being any real evidence to support those figures, and nothing in the proposals would appear to realistically change local travel behaviour. I mean, I remember Mr. Bamber pointing out that in Cambridge, which is one of the most cycle-centric places in Europe, sustainable travel only accounts for 47% of trips, and yet the Highsted developer seems to think we'll magically get up to 65%. And obviously all of this is directly contrary to the local plan. Policy ST1 requires reducing the need to travel and minimising car dependency. Policy ST3 sets out the settlement strategy, which focuses growth in accessible locations with good transport links. This site does not meet that test. There's also Policy DM6, which supports only those developments that deliver safe, convenient walking and cycling routes and integrate properly with public transport. And Policy CP5 seeks to promote transport options that improve health. Residents don't feel any of these are achieved here. So basically residents believe this development would entrench car use, not reduce it. It would add thousands more vehicles to already congested roads while offering no credible alternatives. So residents simply don't believe these transport proposals are sustainable.
And on page 20, just staying with that topic, you've got some quotes from residents there. Do you want to highlight any of those?
Yeah, I'll just highlight a couple. A resident of London Road in Tenham says, "I would love to cycle more, but it simply doesn't feel safe. The A2 is a nightmare. Cars are too fast, the road is too narrow, there's no protection for cyclists. Until that changes, people will keep using their cars." A resident of Suller Hill in Linstead, "Walking to Tenham Station is very unpleasant and, in places, dangerous. The pavements are narrow or missing, especially near the railway bridge, and traffic is constant. I'd never let my teenager walk that route alone."
Thank you very much. So if we move now to the next topic, page 21, loss of agricultural land and / food supply. If I can take you to paragraph 8.2 initially, what are the objections around this issue?
Yeah, I mean, the concern is quite simple here. The Highsted Park proposals would permanently take out of use large areas of some of the very best farmland in the country. The northern site alone contains 79 hectares of B&V Grade 1 and Grade 2, and across the two sites, CPRE estimates that combined loss would be around 570 hectares. And as we heard earlier, Swell has historically been one of the most productive areas of farmland in the UK, particularly for fruit growing and arable crops. Residents are proud of that heritage and deeply alarmed that this land, which actively contributes to the nation's food supply, would be lost to speculative housing development. And they pointed out that once this type of farmland is built over, it's gone forever. And the concerns expressed were not just about local identity, they were about national food security. In a world of volatile global markets and rising prices, safeguarding domestic food production is increasingly critical.
Thank you very much. The next topic you have is ecology and biodiversity, but unless you...
Sorry, would you mind if I could just comment on some...
of course.
Local plan...
Yeah.
Violations. Policy DM31 seeks to conserve agricultural land and only allows development on it where there is an overriding need that cannot be met elsewhere, and that test has not been met here. Policy ST1 requires proposals to support a prosperous rural economy, yet this scheme would actively displace farmland, orchards and food production. Policy CP7 similarly recognises recognition of the vital role this land plays in the wider services such as food supply, and Policy ST5 makes clear that unless specifically allocated in the local plan, the loss of high quality agricultural land will be strongly resisted. And it's worth emphasising that this site is not allocated in the local plan. The local plan review process has identified alternative locations such as Rushington South on the Isle of Sheppey and previously developed sites in Sittingbourne Centre where housing could be delivered on less valuable land. In fact, those sites could deliver a combined 1,700 dwellings, which is more than the northern site, but a sequential approach of lower grade land alternatives has not been carried out. So residents are really worried that approving this scheme would set a damaging precedent of allowing the irreversible loss of nationally significant farmland outside the proper plan-led process. I've got a couple of quotes just to finish off on that section. This is a resident of Station Road in Tenham. "The countryside between Tenham and Linstead is prime Grade 1 farmland. My family have farmed this land for generations. The idea that this could be lost for good, just for unaffordable executive housing, is heartbreaking. We're losing our ability to feed ourselves. And a resident in London Road, Tenham, said, "We grow fruit and arable crops here that help supply the country. The developers treat it as if it's just empty land, but it's not. It supports jobs, it feeds people, and it maintains a landscape that's part of our identity. It should be protected, not built over."
Thank you very much. The next topic which you deal with is ecology and biodiversity, but unless there's anything you particularly want to comment about, I wasn't going to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much to add to what's in my proof. I mean, there were 188 objections on this. I mean, in summary, residents are concerned about the destruction of hedgerows, mature trees and field margins that currently support a wide variety of species. These include bats, owls, badgers, dormice, birds, reptiles. And residents are saying that these habitats form important wildlife corridors across the site, connecting ancient woodland, designated local wildlife sites and watercourses. And the concern is that the development would fragment these corridors, severing habitat connectivity and placing pressure on already vulnerable species. And there was also a degree of scepticism that the on-site gains could offset the scale of habitat loss, and concern that off-site mitigation, where it's mentioned, was too vague and uncommitted.
Thank you. So if we move on to deal with air quality, which is your next topic, and if I could take you please to page 27, paragraph 10.8, to ask you about a specific issue relating to air quality, which is, you say at 10.8, you refer to harmful PM 2.5 emissions linked to traffic. Can you expand upon that for us?
Yes, that's because these harmful PM 2.5 emissions that are caused by traffic from tyres and braking, whether that's traffic that's congested or moving, are literally 1 or 2 metres from people's front doors, because on the London road, the houses are on the street. They don't have front gardens. And basically, the more traffic there is, which there will be, the more PM2 emissions there will be. And I'm sure people are aware that fine particulate matter, especially PM2.5, is widely recognised as one of the most harmful forms of air pollution to human health. Unlike the larger particles, PM10, PM2.5 can penetrate deep into the lungs and even enter the bloodstream. Long-term exposure is associated with increased levels of cardiovascular disease, respiratory illness, strokes and lung cancer. And in fact, the World Health Organization have repeatedly stressed that there's no known safe level of exposure to PM2.5, making any increase in levels a matter of significant public health concern, particularly for the children, the elderly and those with pre-existing conditions. And I'd like to draw attention actually to, because quite a few submissions made reference to this, the government's legally binding air quality targets under the Environment Act 2021, the Environmental Improvement Plan 2023, and the Environmental Targets Fine Particulate Matter Regulations 2023. I mentioned this at point 10.3. These include a requirement to reduce the population's exposure to PM2.5 by 35% by 2040 compared to 2018 levels. There's also a legal requirement to achieve a maximum annual mean concentration of 10 micrograms per cubic metre by 2040, with an interim level of 12 micrograms by 2028. Now, one of our residents has undertaken taken a modelling exercise using data from the Imperial College and the Central Office of Public Interest, and that shows that PM 2.5 levels on the London Road in Tenham already exceed the 2028 interim target, and he highlights the potential for worsening exposure if Highsted Park proceeds, in addition to all the other local plan approvals in the pipeline, running between Faversham and Sittingbourne, which would result in levels far in excess of the legally binding 2040 target, and the mitigation measures proposed were regarded as inadequate, because at the end of the day, if you've got a car braking outside your front door, and your front door is 1 or 2 metres from the road, there is really nothing that can be done to mitigate that.
And you've got some quotes at page 28. Would you like to highlight any of those to the inspector?
Yes, thank you. At 10.17, and this is a resident of London Road, which is where the pollution is worst. I am severely asthmatic. My asthma has got considerably worse in the last couple of years, and I am convinced this is due to the traffic and air pollution in the area. The dirt that flies off the road coats our house and cars. I can only imagine what I'm breathing in. I'm already on the highest possible dose of medication and don't know how I'll cope with more pollution if all these extra houses are built. And another resident of London Road in Tenham says, my greatest concern now, as a resident of London Road, is that permission will be given to this development. This will mean more traffic routed through Tenham and Faversham. The increased number of cars causes an increase in air pollution for up to 1 mile either side of the road, which in turn causes particulates to be breathed in and enter the bloodstream. Children are more susceptible to these particulates and develop asthma and early death. Older people can get COPD and cancers. So people are genuinely concerned.
Thank you. So moving on to your next topic, sewerage and water supply, which is on page 29.
Yep.
At paragraph 11.2, you talk about residents expressing concern in relation to the foul water drainage network, and reports being cited of blockages and flooding of private gardens.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard quite a lot about sewerage and water supply already today, but I mean, I know that water companies have a duty to supply, but equally consideration needs to be given as to whether that supply and drainage will be adequate, timely and deliverable. And there were 121 submissions raising concerns about this from nearly 100 people. And I think this is another topic where the lived experience really does become salient. So people living in Tenham are describing foul water systems that are already fragile. They speak about blockages, sewage backing up into private gardens, and roads flooding during heavy rain. At Frognall Lane in particular, residents have experienced repeated flooding and drainage failures, and these are not hypothetical risks, they are happening now, and that's before a single new home is built. And I've been round to visit these homes, and I've seen it for myself. In Frognall Lane, a lot of the houses are bungalows, so the bathrooms are on the ground floor, and they literally have sewage coming up through their shower. It, you know, in 21st century Britain, it's absolutely disgusting that should be happening. And Southern Water acknowledge there's a problem, but they don't really have a solution at the moment. Helen Whately, who's the MP for Faversham and Mid-Kent, wrote to them about it earlier this year, and they wrote back and they admitted that the Tenham sewer network is, and I quote, in poor condition and lacks sufficient capacity for the developments already granted planning permission, that being the 300 houses in Frognall Place. And they went further to say that no more than 50 additional homes can be connected in the area without a major upgrade to the wastewater treatment works, and yet Highsted Park proposes thousands of homes. The plans for the northern site rely on a new pumping station to send wastewater to Sittingbourne for treatment, but there's no clarity on when this infrastructure would be built, or how it would be phased, or indeed how and whether it can be funded. Southern Water have no budget at the moment to do this. And if you look at surface water, many of the sewers in Tenham are combined foul and surface water systems, and they already can't cope in periods of heavy rain, and further development is only going to increase that strain.
And on page 31, you've got some quotes from local residents. Do you want to?
Yeah, could I just mention water supply as well? Because I've just covered drainage. I mean, residents are pointing out that South East England is officially classed as an area of serious water stress. One local resident working in the water industry calculated that Highsted Park would require over 3 million litres of extra water a day. That's about 1.25 Olympic swimming pools. The existing supply in Tenham already relies on small pumping stations that draw from chalk aquifers. These aquifers are highly vulnerable to pollution, and they're only just about managing to serve the existing population. So adding many thousands of new homes could very easily push the system beyond its limits. So basically the comments on the portal indicated that residents are understandably sceptical that Southern Water for sewerage and South East Water for supply can deliver the necessary infrastructure in time, or that it will be reliable even if it's delivered. And their lived experience, from sewage overflows in gardens to flooding at Frognall to low water supply pressure, shows this development would make a bad situation much worse. If I may, I'd like to read out some quotes from residents. At 11:16, this is a resident in Frognall Lane. We already suffer frequent overflows of raw sewage in Frognall Lane when it rains heavily. The manholes pop and foul water floods across the lane. Southern Water have been out multiple times, but nothing ever changes. We can't even let our kids play in the garden after heavy rain. Adding more houses to this broken system is irresponsible. And another resident in the same road, Frognall Lane, says there's often a worrying drop in water pressure here, especially in summer when everyone's using hoses or filling paddling pools. If the system can't even cope with the homes already here, how is it going to handle another 1,250? And then a resident at Tong Corner says the water pressure in our house drops dramatically during the summer months. Sometimes it is little more than a trickle. We've been told this is because the local infrastructure can't meet demand. How will it possibly cope with thousands of extra homes?
Thank you very much. So moving on to your next topic, heritage and conservation areas. And you highlight a few particular heritage assets of concern. Perhaps I can refer you to paragraph 12.6, where you talk about the proposed alignment of the NRR.
Yes, I mean this would cause direct harm to the Tong conservation area. It would cut across it, severing the connection between the spring, the stream and the mill pond, features which are integral to the area's historic identity. This road would bring traffic noise and movement into what is currently a tranquil historic setting around Tong Mill. I mean, people are generally deeply worried that this scheme will disrupt historic views. It'll alter the rural setting of listed farmsteads and cottages and erode the distinct character of conservation areas. For example, the setting of important listed buildings would be directly harmed. You've got Frognall Farmhouse, which, as we know, is a Grade 2 star listed building, which would effectively find itself inside a modern housing estate, surrounded not by open farmland but by movement, lighting and domestic development. This represents a fundamental change in land use with an urbanising effect that undermines its historic significance. And in fact, I mean, the northern site would, apart from Frognall, it would result in harm to 2 Grade 2 star listed buildings, at least 10 Grade 2 listed buildings, 3 non-designated heritage assets, and, as I say, direct damage to the Tom Conservation Area. And these are irreplaceable links to the past, and once they're lost, they're gone forever. And this, you know, we're talking about urbanising historically rural landscapes, damaging listed buildings, severing the integrity of conservation areas. Residents really feel that the historic identity of this part of Swale would be irreversibly damaged. And again, this is in flagrant breach of the Swale local plan. And what is the point of having all these policies in our local plan if we just ignore them? Policy ST1 requires development to conserve and enhance the historic environment. Policy CP8 seeks to protect both designated and non-designated heritage assets. Policy DM32 is clear that the settings of listed buildings must be preserved, whilst Policy DM33 requires that conservation areas are not harmed but enhanced. This application conflicts with every one of those policies.
And you've got some quotes from residents at the bottom of page 33. Did you want to highlight any of those?
Yes, if I could maybe read out a couple of those. This is a resident of Frognall Lane. I live in a property listed on the Swale Heritage Strategy. We chose to live here because of its history and peaceful rural setting. This development would envelop us in noise, traffic and houses, fundamentally altering everything that makes this place special. The Grade 2 star Frognall farmhouse would lose its entire historic context, surrounded by 15-metre tall buildings. That's not conservation, it's obliteration. And a resident from Linstead Lane says, this part of Kent has a unique identity, shaped by its historic orchards, farmsteads and medieval churches. The development will join together separate settlements into one urban sprawl, will become just another suburb of Sittingbourne with nothing to distinguish us.
And thank you. Moving to page 35, this is the section of your proof where you deal with miscellaneous planning matters. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to highlight from that section? Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of concerns about the level and deliverability of affordable housing for local need. Swale Council has declared an affordable housing emergency, and Swale policy dictates that in rural areas, which is what we're talking about, this is not an extension of Sittingbourne, this is a rural area, 40% affordable housing should be delivered, but from the latest figures I've seen, we seem to be talking about an overall cap of 27.7%. On the northern site, even if we were to achieve 10% affordable housing, then from the latest calculation I've seen, the acute care contribution, if agreed at all, would go down to 1.5 million, which isn't nearly enough. So there are huge concerns that we might get hardly any affordable housing on the northern site, and that is the housing that we need, not executive homes. Quite a few people pointed out that the area around Tenham has already seen a significant expansion of development, and I've mentioned those earlier, to which the addition of a further 1,250 houses would be unsustainable. Quite a few mentions of light pollution, loss of nighttime tranquility, the cumulative visual impact of street lighting and vehicle headlights on currently dark rural areas. And also just a comment on the household waste recycling centre. Residents are actually sceptical about whether this would actually be delivered, because there's been a lot of publicity in the media about KCC's recent, albeit currently stalled, plans to close 4 existing recycling centres across Kent as a cost-saving exercise.
It therefore seems highly unlikely that KCC would support or facilitate delivery of a brand new one.
Thank you. So then if we move to the final section of your proof on page 37, this is your overall conclusion. And I think that's well summarised at paragraph 14.2.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I've demonstrated the many harms that residents feel will be inflicted on the community if this scheme goes ahead. The key ones are listed at 14.2, as you say. I'm not going to list them all again, but I hope I've also demonstrated the depth and breadth of feeling amongst residents. Now, the applicant does acknowledge that there are environmental harms, but they argue, as you'd expect them to, that they're outweighed by the benefits, the roads, the housing, the employment area. Well, residents feel that we only need the Southern Relief Road because of all the new housing that's proposed. We've already had the Stockbury flyover to ease existing congestion off the M2. Yes, the Northern Relief Road is in the council's plans, but it wasn't predicated on having to build 1,250 houses to pay for it. We don't need the employment and commercial space. We have an existing employment land supply for 8 years, and none of that is in Highsted. The allocations we have are not being taken up due to lack of demand. For example, there's a site at Perry Court in Faversham that's been sitting there for years. There's been no business demand, so I believe they're now submitting an application to build houses instead. Existing units at Brogdale are unoccupied. Locate in Kent, which for 25 years has helped businesses to set up and expand, has just gone into liquidation, partly because of government focus on regions with delegated powers. We have a government that is not exactly encouraging entrepreneurs, with increased national insurance, workers' rights and higher minimum wages. So the industrial and commercial demand isn't there. We don't need this employment space. Overall, it seems that the scheme is not viable. It can't afford the level of acute care contribution and the affordable housing that the borough needs. It seems the cost of the highways infrastructure has been woefully underestimated, which makes it even more unviable. Yes, I know that we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, but that doesn't mean we have to accept housing at any cost. It will cause serious harm to landscape and woodland and heritage, and residents feel these cumulative harms are a strong reason for refusal. Highsted won't contribute to the borough's 5-year housing land supply, or even the government's 1.5 million target in the term of this Parliament, because the highways infrastructure must be in place first, so the first house won't be built until about year 7. And I was looking at the Swale local plan housing need to 2040. The target is 17,472 dwellings. Now, if you take our known supply and allowance, so that includes existing consents, remaining local plan allocations, neighbourhood plan allocations, and windfall sites, that comes to 11,185. So the number of dwellings requiring new land allocation between now and 2040 is 6,287. Highsted is 8,400. So that's over 2,000 more homes than we need to build. And we do have other options. We have the Duchy of Cornwall site in South East Faversham, which is for 2,500 houses. And that's a much more contained community, offering more sustainable travel, upgrade to Brenley Corner Junction, employment space, total recycling of wastewater on site, and other environmental benefits. And then we have the bobbing site, another 2,500 near the A249. So that's a total of 5,000 houses that could take the sting out of the 6,000 we need to allocate. Now, I accept those two developments I've mentioned have not yet been determined, and they also have their issues, especially as regards building on BMV, but they don't result, or they wouldn't result, in the catastrophic catalogue of harms that Highsted Park would cause. And because they don't require the same level of highways infrastructure, they could actually be delivered faster. So the question has to be asked, do we really need Highsted? The local plan is the democratic process by which local authorities determine where housing and infrastructure should be delivered. One developer shouldn't be allowed to circumvent the local plan process with a speculative application of such a scale that it would predetermine the borough's spatial strategy. This land is not allocated for development in the current adopted local plan. So both planning applications don't accord with the adopted settlement hierarchy, and residents don't believe there's any reason why Swale should abandon its agreed strategy. But, as ever with planning, it's all a matter of balance.
Thank you very much, Councillor Speed. I don't have any more questions for you.
It was just, I know it's sort of already full, but if I've just a few minutes, very similar to Councillor Bonney, Councillor Speed, afternoon. It was actually just, it was more clarification just to make sure that I understand what you're saying about the lack of any need from a housing numbers point of view for the planning applications to be approved. And you reeled off some numbers, and I just wanted, would you mind just going over them just a little bit slower? It was right towards the end of your presentation, and I might just, if without sort of interrupt you at times, just to make sure that I can follow exactly where the maths is happening. So could you go again? You said that you started with, I think, a draft plan of.
Yes.
Which one was that?
I appreciate I did rather.
No, it's not criticism.
Gabble through that.
It's me being slow. So no,
no, not at all. Okay, so this is the balance of housing need for the proposed plan period to 2024.
Sorry, so I understand this.
Yeah.
Are you talking about what balance from the from bearing fruits? You're talking about.
This is the local plan housing need target.
Which one though? Because there isn't a local. So we've got bearing fruits, that's adopted. But beyond that, we're now, as we know from the local development scheme that we were talking about this morning, that there isn't. There's no Reg 18. I think is going to come out next year. Is the plan?
Yes, that's right.
So what? My first question then is, what is it that you're talking about?
This is we have a target we have to hit, which is the 1,048 homes per annum.
You're talking about the central government. Got it. Okay, so central government local housing need target.
Yep. So that's at the 1,048 we need to build between now and 2040. So that gives us a total.
Could I just pause you there? So I'm so sorry to take it slowly. You've said 2040. The council's current local development scheme that we talked about this morning. Have you seen that local development scheme? You know broadly what it says. The council's proposing to consult next year on Reg 18, Reg 19, submit to the Secretary of State, and then it's proposing at the moment to adopt in 2027. I'm going to ask Mr Digan about that, but just so we know what we're talking about.
Yep.
You're suggesting, are you, that the local plan period for a plan adopted in 2027 would only be until 2040? Is that right?
This is the 15-year plan that we are currently working to. We obviously haven't had the Reg 18 or the Reg 19, but this is the latest sort of internal workings that we're working to.
Are you suggesting that you think, so it's your assumption is that a local plan inspector in 2027 would say, it only goes till 2040, which is 13 years away, but that's fine.
Well, obviously, we've had a delay in the process, so there may well need to be some recalculations, but these are the latest figures that we've got.
If there was recalculation to account for delays in the process, obviously, I'm not asking, as you say, it's a lot going on behind the scenes, the effect of that recalculation would be to add potentially several thousand more homes to your supposed...
Yes, it would, but it would also extend the time period in which they had to
be
built.
Absolutely. Okay. So first thing is you're assuming 2040 as a sort of time horizon.
Yep.
Okay, so go on. And so you've taken your local housing need.
Yep, and that target is 17,472.
So how many years are you... So this is my maths now coming to the fore.
So this is to 2040.
2040, 17,000. Okay, right.
Would you like to know how that's broken down?
Sure, yes, go on.
We have extant planning consents.
Hang on. So what you've just given me, I think, is your local housing need number from central government multiplied by a number of years to 2040. Right. So that adds up to your 17,000 plus figure.
Yep.
Okay. Now you claim that. Oh. How many years? Sorry, this is. How many years are you assuming? Sorry to be. No, 2040 is your end date. What's your theoretical start date for your analysis?
2024.
2024. So that's 16 multiplied by 10. So that's 16,768. But okay.
Well, if the maths doesn't quite add up, I didn't produce this table.
You didn't. All right, fine. So it's 17,000-ish from 2024.
Quite happy to accept a lower number, by the way.
No. I just want to understand which years you're positing up to 2040. So you're assuming a 16-year period. Okay.
Sorry, I, just to be clear, I'm not assuming anything. I'm simply quoting from a document that has been prepared by officers. This is not being prepared.
Is it in the public domain?
Yes, I believe it would be published minutes of a meeting, I think.
Okay, righto. Well, maybe we'll have it then. That might be easier. So, okay, 16-year period, local housing need 17,000 homes, or thereabouts. Now, you're then, the next step in your, that's the need side of it. The next step in your analysis, I think, is to, as it were, offset things against that need target yourself, so as to reduce the net requirement for which allocations, etc., will be needed.
Yep.
Is that right? So that was the thing that you were just going to offer to break down. So please do.
Okay, so you've got extant planning consents, 7,047.
7,047. Is there an analysis? Oh, could I ask you this? How many of those extant planning consents or units? 7,047 relates to unit numbers, presumably, does it, rather than numbers of I'm assuming. Yep. Yeah, dwellings. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's dwellings. How many of those dwellings from extant planning consents feature in the council's housing land supply? 5-year housing land supply calculation.
I believe they would all be.
They're all there.
I believe, but you'd need to ask Mr. Dygan.
Well, I mean, that's wrong, isn't it? Because we know that the council's 5-year housing land supply target is whatever it is. It's going to be 5 or 6,000. Well, no. The reason that Mr. Dygan, no, the reason I'm doing it with this witness is because you've made an assertion that there is only a residual net requirement to allocate however many units you...
yes, that's based on the information I've been given. But I mean,
but
if
Mr.
you want
Dygan... No, hang on, I'm talking...
If you want the justification for this, then you need to ask an officer, because
the problem is the officers aren't supporting what you're saying. No officer is saying that, don't worry, the local plan's only going to have to allocate 8,000 homes. Mr. Dygan does not support what you're saying, and he doesn't say it anywhere in his evidence. That's why I've got to ask you. You have not, from what I can tell, made any investigations as to what proportion of those 7,000... I mean, I haven't checked the 7,000 figure. It doesn't matter because you haven't checked. What proportion of those 7,000 dwellings either feature in the council's 5-year housing land supply or are supported by any evidence as to Deliverability?
No, I can't answer that question. I've not done that level of investigation. That's not my job. That is an officer's job.
Officers haven't done it for you. You haven't asked officers. I'm going to go to a public inquiry and rely on this 7,000 figure. So just before I go and say something that's wrong, can you just tell me, are those 7,000 dwellings, are they actually likely to be delivered, or have we got no evidence on them? You didn't ask the question, did you?
I was giving it. This is not in my proof. This was verbal evidence that I have given. I thought it might be helpful to put the numbers into context. If you want to challenge those numbers, then I didn't.
Do listen to the question, Councillor Speed. You're a very intelligent man, and you can understand the question. I'm not challenging the numbers yet. I've not done anything with them. You've just told me them. That's fine. I've put it to you, and I think you're accepting without really wanting to, that you did not seek to interrogate the context for those numbers. You did not ask officers, okay, well, it might say 7,000, but are any of those actually deliverable, or if so, how many? You never asked officers for that information, did you?
No.
And so you can't tell the inspector what, if any, proportion of the 7,000 dwellings for which you say there are extant planning consents are actually likely to be delivered. Can you?
No.
And so it follows that this logic about, well, we get down to 8,000 left, assuming a 16-year plan period to 2040, it doesn't stack up, because it's predicated on an assumption, which is that all of those 7,047 dwellings, forget about some, all are going to be delivered, and that's an assumption for which you have no evidence whatsoever. That's correct, isn't it?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I was simply presenting numbers that I have been given. As I say, it's not my job to interrogate.
No, that's my job. Thank you very much. No further questions. I'm wondering, when we get beyond Councillor Speed, I mean, might it probably be my preference? I mean, obviously it's about what the council wants to do to sort of to start fresh tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, because it's going to be quite broken up if we try and do half an hour today and. No. Well, I'm not sure. Well, it's not. It's.
Do you want to go to say 5:30 or something like that?
If you're happy to.
I'm just mindful of time. That's all.
Fine.
Yep.
I won't stand in the way of progress. Okay. It's not happening. It's not happening. 5:30 sounds great.
Basically, there was promotional material published and public meetings held where big foolscap maps were put on display, and this comment was just referring to the fact that when you looked at the map, the new developments that are either in the process of being built or been approved but not yet started were shown as white spaces.
Right.
So that just gave residents the feeling that, okay, so this development's going to be surrounded by white space then, so it's not going to be an urban sprawl. The feeling was that it would have been more realistic to actually show those developments with pictures of houses, just like Highsted Park was shown with pictures of houses, so people could actually see what the cumulative effect was. It was just felt to be a little bit misleading to residents.
Right, okay, but I mean, would you accept that the plans as they are now have actually included those, like, for example, the Stones Farm development, Frognall Lane development?
Yes, I think we've moved on from when this statement
so you're quite
was...
happy that that's now...
Yeah,
this was... there isn't anything.
This was at an early stage when those comments were being made.
Okay. Right, paragraph 13.11. We could just have a look at you. You said here about policy allocation MU4, and you say there's a very small overlap with the development site, and I just wondered what you meant by that. So if we could just turn to the local plan, which is, someone can tell me before I get... What, sorry? 13.1. Right, let's go, and then I think there is a MU, what did I say, MU4 is in this, isn't it? Or
Sorry, was that 13.1 CD?
We got that.
13.1.
Hang on, 13.1, but I think there's a proposals map extract. Let's have a look at if we see the extract. I'm just wondering whether
actually,
we can show it. If we
there's a plan of the MU4. Oh no,
I don't think there is
there? There is a plan. It's not. It is called a development concept plan, which is just a couple of paragraphs above the allocation policy itself, which gives you an idea. It might not be exactly the same as the red line of the actual allocation. So we probably want the red line.
Let's just go to the plan a minute, because I think we can just click on the link, can't we?
You can. I mean, it's a relatively basic plan, but
let's go on. If you go on to what did you say it was? I'm sorry.
It was 13.1 is the plan.
Yeah, 13.1. Mm-hmm. And then if you go on to MU4, which is at page 191.
Yes.
And then you click on proposals map.
Oh yes.
That's how we get there. And just wait for it to load.
The plan I was mentioning was on the page before, just for completeness. There's a sort of...
like to see the actual...
Yeah, of course. That was one I mentioned, but I think the inspector wants to go to the actual... I'm not sure it's working, madam.
No, I'm not sure.
But is it in the...
No, I don't think so. Oh, right. Well, okay. Right.
I've just refreshed and I've got it.
Right. Okay. Well, let me just try again then. Have you got it, Councillor Speed?
I'm happy. I could hold it up if it depends on.
No, I can't get it.
Just 1 minute.
It's the proposals map.
Because we're all trying to do it at the same time now. You might have to. All I want to know is where the overlap is. Oh yes, that's right. Yes. So I don't think that, sorry, show Councillor Speed. don't think there is an overlap, is there?
Do it like this.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Okay. So this is
This is the
this
end
is
of the
from
You
from
roll
the
the
lane.
knife.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
So this is the commercial area. This is the residential area.
I don't think
Are we
there
saying
is.
there's no overlap?
I don't think there is, there? I just want to be absolutely sure I understand.
Yeah, I'll need to
Similar
just
to that,
yeah,
so.
I'll need to double check on that.
Check.
Yes, I will check on that for you. I'm not 100%
As far
sure.
as I could see, there was no overlap anyway, but if you could just check, that would be great. And that's all the questions I've got. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mum.
Right. Now, while you're just swapping over, I just want to ask Mr. Pereira. You know what I'm going to ask you. Your time estimate for evidence in chief was 4 to 5 hours.
So I think we'll I don't know what the hours will be, but we'll certainly be done by or before lunchtime tomorrow. We'll be done by lunchtime tomorrow.
What, so maybe 4?
Yeah, 3.
If we do an hour now.
If we do an hour now, there'll be 2, maybe 2 and a bit tomorrow.
Can I ask
Well, that's
you how late would what tomorrow? What would be the end? What would be the ideal?
well. Given that we've only been sitting. Well. If that's the case.
It'll probably go like not halfway, but part.
Well, it sounds as if it'll be in the morning that he'll finish.
Sounds like it, yeah.
So there is the option. How long are you going to be in
Not
cross-examination?
sure at the moment, but I'll stick with my
Your
estimate.
6 hours. So you're going
Yeah.
to be a whole day. Now, what
I
we
think
could
so.
do, given that we've been quite generous and we've actually, Mr. Dygan's going on till Tuesday, if you wished, I think it would be safe enough to say that we could finish Mr. Dygan's evidence in chief, and given that there is a weekend, you know, that he's got to be sort of held over, as it were, maybe it would be better if we finished then.
Yeah. Should we see what I'm happy? I mean, if it's real. Should we take a view tomorrow after Mr. Pereira finishes?
Yeah, sure.
Because if it's mega early, then obviously a team
No,
bit,
I think if it's mega early, we can't.
But
really.
I agree. If it's sort of moving in the direction of lunchtime, I think that's probably because it's
Because-
quite difficult doing it over a weekend break.
Well, I'm not sure that Mr. Dygan hasn't got a few things to do, haven't you? Over, mind you, not over the weekend, but there would be the Friday afternoon. A few things you've got to sort out. What we were talking about earlier about Section 106 and all that sort of stuff. With the-
So I have colleagues covering for me while I'm
Right. Okay. So how do you feel about being carried over?
I'd quite like to be impaired, ma'am, and not being.
You would like to.
You like to be?
In that case. Well, actually, I suppose if you started your evidence in chief,
You'll be in Perder anyway, really. I
you would
suppose.
be anyway. So. Well, should we see how we get on? I mean,
take
I
a
am
view.
happy to sort of finish at say 4 o'clock.
Yeah. We can see. We can see if it may be that we. I'm happy.
We're not
Happy
going
to
to
take a
finish
view.
him, are we?
Happy to take. Probably not finish. No. So we could take a view once we see where we are tomorrow morning.
If you've got about 6 hours, we're not going to finish him.
I'm going to try. Look, if I've got the weekend to, refine, it might go down.
Okay.
Don't wanna
do
make
a proper
promises.
job.
Do a proper job. Absolutely.
Right, and
And it's never too late, Mr. Simon.
yeah, absolutely. It's I'd be silly to start making suggestions of going under time estimates.
I do want to understand this thing about seriously about the points being made about housing land supply
Yes.
and the questions around that.
Do you mean
Well, what you were
Fine, but
trying to explore with
Councillor Speed? Fine.
Mr.
No,
Dygan will be
I will
best
do. I'll do that.
Right.
It might be, I mean, my own thought about timing is it might be wiser to kind of think about rewarding ourselves at the end of next week rather than tomorrow, just to be cautious.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, no, I agree.
I think early rewards are good. Sound good. To me.
Anyway,
Do any rewarding at the moment. Let's just get on with it.
Will do.
okay. I have, I think, in mind that you want to break by 5:30. So
Yeah, so do an hour.
you do about an hour.
Yeah.
Fine.
About. Thank you.
Okay. You are Matthew Dygan.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And you've been a very constant and reassuring presence on the council's seats until now. And now you're giving your evidence. So you have a main proof of evidence, a summary proof of evidence, appendices, and an errata. And they're all at 38.6.1 to 4 in the core documents. That's right, isn't it? So let's just spend a little while introducing you. You tell us in your proof you obtained your Bachelor of Planning from the University of Auckland, New Zealand. You've worked as a town planner since 2001, primarily in the UK, both private and public sectors. You explain your experience in section 1 of your evidence, and in particular from 1.3, you've helped the Inspector and the Secretary of State with some of the major projects you've worked on as a planner for local authorities, and indeed recommended for approval. Is that right?
That's correct.
And they include redevelopment of RAF, Uxbridge, Hillingdon, 1,300 homes, and other things. Waltham Forest, Whipps Cross Hospital, 1,500 homes, and other things. Hillingdon, former Southall Gasworks.
Just on that, within my corrections sheet, so just don't read this the wrong way. I processed that application, which was a cross-boundary application.
Yeah.
However, it was recommended for refusal, called in by the Mayor of London. So I dealt with that process. But unlike the two above applications, that one was recommended for refusal. I just didn't want it to read in an incorrect way, and that's within my corrections sheet.
Okay, sorry, apologies. And then you also tell us 1.7, you've held roles in the private sector, and 1.8, you come to your role at Swale. And can you assist, just please, with the chronology of your involvement, firstly at Swale, and then with this application, please?
So I joined Swale as a contractor in April of 2023. And by July of 2023, for various reasons, other people had left, and the two Highsted Park applications had not been allocated to a replacement case officer, and my manager allocated them to me, contacted the applicant, and began the process of dealing with the applications.
Thank you. And those of us who have been involved in the inquiry will have read the officers' reports on the applications. Are you the primary author of the officers' reports?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And does the same go for the statement of case as well?
So with the statement of case, that was a document that was produced in conjunction with my manager, who's with us this afternoon.
Okay, thank
you.
The
primary reason for that is that I was on annual leave in New Zealand.
Thank you. And we'll come on to talk about the local plan process in a little bit, and you give some factual evidence on that. But just for the sake of clarity, are you as an officer engaged in the local plan process yourself?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
I mean, the entire department obviously gets involved, but I'm not involved in the drafting of it.
All right, thank you. Now, you'd mentioned your errata sheet, and I just want to turn that up, please, if we can.
I'm there.
Thank you. Now, so it's CD 38.6.4, and it sets out what your corrections are and also gives reasons for them. I just wanted to touch upon two, and maybe that we go into them a bit more depth later. But if you could just summarise the gist of them at this stage. The first one is, and this is at paragraph 2 of your errata sheet, the first one relates to the Thames Gateway, please. You've changed some paragraphs in relation to the Thames Gateway. What's the gist of that, please?
So, in essence, what I'd said in my proof of evidence was that the sites are not within the Thames Gateway. Now, that's a mistake. They are within the Thames Gateway, within what the council has designated as an area of high growth. The mistake being that I had read the local plan as indicating that that wider area of high growth was Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey. And when you think of Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, you don't think of the broader area, but that is in fact what the key diagram means. And so the correction sheet is to put that right.
Thank you. And we will get onto this later, but can you just confirm, does that change your view on the merits of the application?
It doesn't, no.
Thank you. And then the other part I wanted to ask you about now was, you've also edited some of your text about benefits in relation to the southern application. And again, could you just say what the gist of that is,
Yep.
please?
So that to make it crystal clear, so and to be fair, that did need correction. The southern scheme, if you think about it, it's not really a southern scheme in isolation. It can only come forward with the northern scheme. So when you think of the southern scheme, think of it in conjunction with the northern scheme. So if you're thinking of the benefits, they're necessarily cumulative. And that isn't how I had originally expressed it within my proof. So having identified that, what I then did is to actually think of the combined scheme, north and south, what are those benefits? And then revisited that section to say, well, having looked at them in isolation for the southern scheme, actually I need to look at them in combination with the northern scheme. And I've come to conclusions as to what weight I would give those benefits, given that it's a combined cumulative benefit. And the key change is that I think when you combine the Southern Relief Road with the Northern Relief Road, there would be significant benefits. Now, if I thought about the Southern Relief Road on its own, that's slightly more problematic in that there's less known about the Southern Relief Road on its own. But when you combine it with the Northern Relief Road, you don't run into the traffic issues and there are wider congestion benefits.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll come on to the difference from a policy context between Northern and Southern Relief Roads later. All right. Can we go back to your main proof again, just staying with kind of orientation and perspective at the moment. So you do your introduction. You've then got section 2, which refers to the inspector's summary note 2.2, and you say that you've dealt with things topic by topic in the order that they've been dealt with at the inquiry, and you set out the 13 headings, as it were, there.
That's correct.
Right. I just want to ask you to confirm, when it comes to highways, strategic highways and the local highway network, we know that National Highways and Kent have been engaged. What's your relationship in relation to their work and their conclusions on things?
So just to be clear, Swale is not a local highway authority, and it's certainly not in charge of the strategic highway network. So from my perspective, I take the lead from the highway authority. So originally, for example, there have been concerns raised by the highway authorities in relation to highway matters on the southern site, and that led to an objection. But really, what I'm saying is I've been given advice by the highway authority and I'm following that. Subsequently, changes have been made, additional information provided, statements of common ground reached, and there is now no objection in relation to highway matters. And from my perspective, now that the highway authority is satisfied, or the authorities are satisfied, from my perspective, that removes the objection that I have. So we're in step with the highway authorities.
Thank you. And if I was to ask you then the same question in relation to those issues of ecology that fall within Natural England's remit.
That's the same sites. Again, yes.
Same again. Thank you. Good. All right. And again, before we get into the detail, just to note that in your appendices, the inspector will find a kind of a number of goodies, if you like. Appendix 1 has a quite extensive text where you assess the local plan policy against the MPPF, and Appendix 2 as well, going to the question of weight. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, just to clarify, so Appendix 1 is really just a longer description of what those MPPF policies are about. Appendix 2 is where I've taken what I think to be the most relevant plan policies and then try to understand how they are or are not consistent with the MPPF, or the extent to which they're consistent with the MPPF. Yes, so it's to try and understand to what extent the latest MPPF is reflected within our existing policies.
Thank you. You've got a kind of traffic light system, I think, that you've...
Yes, I do. So it's just a RAG status, but there's also some text in there as well to explain not only the colour, but there's a word in there as well.
Thank you. And Appendix 3, you've got an assessment about major development in the Kent Downs National Landscape and exceptional circumstances, is that right?
Yes, that's right. So it's just if you go to paragraph 190 of the MPPF, it starts talking about major development and gives some indication as to what you might need to think about to understand what is major development. It also talks about major development should be refused unless there are exceptional circumstances and the scheme can be justified in terms of public benefits. Now, that's 3 pieces of work, and I'm just mindful that the length of, although it's a large application, I'm just trying to be efficient in terms of what goes into the main proof of evidence. So some of my analysis is in the appendices. So in terms of things like what is major development and could this be major development? What are exceptional circumstances and could they exist in this case, and the public interest? So I've tried to put them in the appendices.
Thanks. And then you also have good. Appendix 4 and 5, you've summarised for the Inspector and the Secretary of State the Council's position based on the evidence on impacts on heritage assets via a series of tables. Is that right?
That's Appendix 4, and yes, you're right. And we've heard the heritage evidence. I'm not trying to repeat that. I'm just trying to summarise it in a tabular form, but it does come directly from the heritage evidence, the 2 tables. The Appendix 5 is slightly different, and that relates to the emerging local planned and employment land. So here, Appendix 4 relates to the 2 sites, and I've tried to tabulate the various assets, their grade, status, and the level of impact.
Thank you. And I'm just doing this, Ma'am, because sometimes the appendices kind of get a little bit by the side, and that's actually quite a lot of substance in what Mr. Dygan's done here, but as he said, to try and keep the main proof as clean as possible. Then Appendix 6, you've got some information about the housing delivery test.
Yes, that's right. So it's really just to help inform an understanding of the 5-year supply. What I'm doing before I reach that component is to try and do the backcast to look at the housing delivery test, which neatly then leads on to the 5-year supply.
And then can you say something about Appendix 7? Appendix 7 is headed Landscape Matters, and of course the inspector's heard evidence from landscape experts from both sides. Just tell me what you're asking her to take from Appendix 7, please.
Again, so this comes from the landscape evidence, and it's more trying to tabulate in a summary form so that within my main proof I can sort of refer to, there is a table that sets out these various receptors, construction year 1, year 15. And again, in a way, it's so that I can refer to what are a number of different receptors over 3 different timescales and just trying to tabulate what is already in evidence so that I can refer to it in the main proof. Or if someone's trying to understand when I say there are a bunch of receptors or a number of receptors and these are the harms, I'd either then have to spell them out in the main proof, and there are, if you imagine 3 different time periods, multiple different. So yeah, I've tried to tabulate that.
Thank you. And then I think the last appendix is Appendix 8, and we'll come on to that in more detail when we talk, for the purpose of your evidence, about the position on the Section 106. But this is if you can just explain, please, what the origin of this. It's headed Kent Downs National Landscape Compensatory Enhancement Supplementary Paper, May 2025. Can you just explain what the origin of that is and what it's directed towards, please?
Yes, of course. The Kent Downs had requested planning obligations to compensate for the harm that would be caused to the Kent Downs. It's a bone of contention, as it were. It's one of the 2 planning obligations which is contested. We had a roundtable session in May. Now, ahead of that, the Kent Downs wanted to articulate what it is that they were seeking and why. And so this is actually quite an extensive and helpful note which sets out from the Kent Downs perspective what it is they're seeking, the background to it, and provides some sort of helpful understanding of how this has been dealt with in other cases. So this was produced to help an understanding of the 14th of May roundtable session, and it's been included because it's still relevant in terms of things like the SIL justification and so forth for that obligation.
So is this after the roundtable session they produced this, or?
Yes, you're right. It's following the inquiry roundtable session. I don't have a date for it, but it is in May, and the roundtable session was in May.
Thank you. And it's got an explanation of the council's position, and then it attaches with some annexes, some correspondence between the parties, and some other decisions that have looked at the Crow Section 85 point. Correct?
Yes, that's right. It's very comprehensive.
All right. So that's an overview of the kind of shape of your evidence. I want to start your evidence in chief by dealing with some high-level matters, and probably it'll only be tomorrow where we get on to some of the detail. All right? Yeah.
This note in the Kent Downs National Landscape, that was produced by them, was it?
Yes, it was.
People?
Yes, that was produced by Ms. Miller.
All right, thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, so let's start with some high-level points, please. Emerging plan, first of all, and you've given some evidence on this in your Appendix 5 and also in your summary proof 2.4, 2.5, and it was noted this morning that at the end of July there was a new LDS published by the council. So can you explain 2 things really? I'm asking you, but obviously anything else you feel is relevant. One is what the current position is in terms of the emerging plan and the timetable, and why the change. And secondly, please to be clear on the relationship which the council sees between the outcome of these applications and the formation of the plan.
So just bear with me. I
Yeah.
was looking at, and I think it was put as an inquiry document. It's 100.66. So towards the end of July, the borough adopted a new local development scheme. By this point, the inquiry had gone into recess over the August-September period. In essence, the council is aware of the Highsted inquiries, given the strategic scale of the schemes, particularly, well, individually and combined, they have the potential to influence, if not dictate, the direction of travel for growth. If they are approved, they have the potential to do that. We're in the process of starting to, take forward the emerging local plan and starting to make decisions about things such as allocations. Members are mindful that actually the direction of travel that we go down might necessarily need to change if the Highsted applications are approved. Knowing that the inquiry had been delayed over the August-September period, and understandably, there'd been a number of additional witnesses looking at viability and highways costs and so forth, and then there was an additional time period added, which has sort of pushed us to where we are today. And so the council needed to understand what does that mean in terms of the likely decision timetable for the Highsted schemes. I mean, it is an estimate. We don't know when a decision would be issued, but you can make assumptions as to how long it might take for the inspector and the Secretary of State to reach a decision. And then looking at that, that starts to inform, if you're waiting for the outcome of the decision in order to inform the local plan, that helps to understand whether your existing local development scheme is realistic or not. So having considered that, 30th of July, a new LDS was produced. And as I said, this is inquiry document 100.68. And the kind of the summation of that, if I turn to, this is the final page. There is a table, and towards the bottom of the table on the final page, it says project plan going forward. And it sets out in the left-hand column the various stages, Reg 18, Reg 19 and so forth, and in the right-hand column, the dates that we're estimating at this stage. And you can see that the plan is for submission in December next year, and then with a fair wind full adoption in December 2027. Sorry, Mr. Pereira, what was the second question you asked?
Yeah, and just don't worry, before we get on to there, so previously I think it was July to September 27, and now it's...
I would need to look back, I can't recall.
Don't worry, take it from me. And then now it's December 2027 as a,
yes,
as a target date.
Does it have 7 pages?
Examination hearings, April to June 27, is that correct?
Yeah.
Have I got the wrong one?
No, that's the correct one.
Oh, it is the right one. Oh, right.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, I see. So the submission of the plan for examination then is October to December 26.
Yes, ma'am, that's actually quite a relevant date. So you're aware that the local plan regime is changing, or could potentially change. Now there's a transition window for plans which are submitted by December 2026. They can kind of go through under the current regime, and that's what's been recommended by our policy officers, and members have voted and agreed to go down that path of trying to get the local plan adopted through the transition window. And I'm sure that's part of the reason why there's a target of October to December, and the plans that are submitted by December next year fit within the transition window. So, just to let you.
Sorry, this transition.
Yes.
So that's December 2026.
Submitted by 26.
So it's just got to be submitted, has it?
Yes.
I see. Right. And if it isn't, what are the implications of that?
Then it won't be able to be adopted through the existing regime. It will have to follow the new regime.
What does that mean?
Well, so for example, the plans need to be updated every... So there is information online. One of the requirements, for example, is that the plan needs to be updated every couple of years.
So is it 5 years under the old system, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So you so when would that mean that you expect the Secretary of State's report in order to follow, if we could work our way back, presumably the submission draft, could that be done before the Secretary of State's decision? It couldn't really, could it?
Well, that was the second question for.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry,
don't apologise. But Mr. Dygan had asked me to remind him what the second question was. So before he answers your question, let me tie that in. The second question was, how does the council see the relationship between the outcome of this application and what it does with its plan?
Yeah, so it's pivotal. Just to give you an indication, at the moment, decisions haven't been made on things like residential allocations. However, there has been thought given to that over time, although no decisions have been made about a direction of travel, as it were. If you take employment land, the direction of travel has been considered through the Employment Land Review, and indeed members have looked at sites from the Employment Land Review and come up with like a preferred list, and that list doesn't include the Highsted sites. Now, if it were the case, the Highsted applications get approved, clearly with 170,000 odd square metres of employment space proposed on the southern scheme, that would have an influence on the direction of travel in terms of the location of employment space. So I guess the council is being pragmatic, and rather than doing a lot of work going in a path that could radically be altered to include the Highsted sites if they're approved, they're choosing to delay making some of those decisions until they've got a bit more certainty around what's been approved.
Thank you. And you mentioned employment sites there specifically, and when the employment evidence was heard, we went to that council document.
Yes.
Can you you touched upon it, but can you just clarify how far the council had got in its direction of travel in relation to housing sites and housing growth?
So if I just sort of take a step back to sort of 2018, there's a lot of work that, so just to explain a little bit of background in terms of the work that's been done.
Mr. Dygan, take your time. We're here to discuss this, and
yeah.
So really you don't need to apologise for needing to explain something.
So the 2017, the plan's adopted. Work began in 2018 for the local plan review, and they set up the local plan panel, which is a group of members. Officers take a vast variety of different policy matters to them, everything from sort of growth options to parking standards. And local plan panel then considers that and makes recommendations to cabinet, and that's en route to full council. And you're talking sort of between 2018 and 2022, they met on around about 29 occasions. So it's quite a considerable amount of work that officers are doing to try and progress the plan.
Thank you. And just pausing there, you summarise some of that in an overview form, at least in your Appendix 5, because you start in Appendix 5 at. You mentioned the adoption of the plan in July 2017, and then you talk about the work starting on the new plan in 2018 with the local plan panel. That's paragraph 1.2 of Appendix 5. Yep. Okay,
so for example, by 2019, there have been consideration of growth options, and we have heard about the Peter Brett Associates reports, which examined the proposals for garden communities. The council produced a garden communities prospectus inviting submissions from developers, and several were received, including one the council titled NS1, which is...
You can slow down a bit.
Okay. So NS1 is recognisable, not the same, but has very many similarities to the southern scheme. And one of several growth options, though, garden communities were not the only option. The variety of options were presented to members who chose a preferred option, which didn't include the garden communities, and that growth option was then taken forward in a Reg 19, and a consultation was undertaken. So I guess what I'm saying is that there have been decisions to move in a direction in relation to housing growth. That Reg 19 was the subject of challenge by the applicant. And I think the concerns around the consultation and the sufficiency of some of the evidence. Whilst ultimately the judicial review was withdrawn, At the same time, I guess part of the reason for that is the council took a step back from progressing the Reg 19 to, and it's recorded within the various minutes that were presented to members, but I think that there's risk associated with challenges. They thought they had a good position to defend the challenge equally. Once you get into that sort of litigation, there are no guarantees for outcomes and it would cause delay. A pragmatic decision was taken to take a step back. So that's sort of 2019. Now, since then, officers have obviously taken further options to members to see if we get a direction of travel for housing growth options, but we don't have one. There isn't a like an agreed housing growth option, unlike the employment land. So with that in mind, I guess even before you start talking about directions of travel and growth options for housing, I think members have sort of said, well, actually, we need to sense check that, because if the Highsted schemes get approved with 8,400 units, although the time frame is quite extended, but certainly a portion of that could well form part of a new local plan. So yeah, decision's been taken to put it off until more clarity is known about the decision for the Highsted scheme.
Okay.
Schemes.
Thank you. And again, the inspector will find some of that chronology in your Appendix 5, right?
Yes.
Can I just ask, sorry, I mean, I thought that now the council were considering a more sort of broad spread of growth as the option rather than all in one place or another. Isn't that what the latest is?
So yes, but there hasn't been a decision that members have made to go with a particular option or to pursue a particular housing option. And since the schemes were called in November and getting through to where we are now, the latest position is that they're pausing work so they can better understand the outcome of Highsted before they make decisions about growth. So I understand what you mean about an even spread and so forth, but I think things are on pause until such time as they understand the outcome of the Highsted decisions.
And could I just ask, sorry, but I was going to ask this anyway, so I might as well ask it now. So the assumption is, I mean, as I understand it, the Regulation 18 isn't going to have any allocations or anything in it. It's just going to be development management and that sort of stuff. Is that right?
Vision objectives, development management, yes.
But it can't be growth objectives, can it?
Not by then, no.
So it's a sort of part. It isn't taking the sort of whole thing of basically it's not grasping the nettle of where the growth would go at that stage. Right.
I'm assuming, ma'am, that by February we wouldn't know the outcome of the Highsted decisions.
I shouldn't think so, would you? We're in October now.
Yes.
You know what sort of job it is to... And then we've got to Secretary of State.
I can imagine, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Well, so Regulation 19 then, as this stands, is when the growth option is going to be put forward.
Yes. So
in July.
In July, we would be hoping to understand what the growth option is and be moving to public consultation.
Yeah, but in order
July to September. So
yeah, all right, but by July, you've got to have decided as a council what the growth option is.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So you're presumably counting on having the Secretary of State's decision well before July.
And yes.
Right. Okay.
How realistic is that?
I'm just musing that in order to put forward a Regulation 19, I'm presuming you can't do that sort of day after the Secretary of State's report comes out, that you need, I don't know, how long do you need? Months, 2 months? So, we're working back, which will be May, maybe? Is that what you're thinking?
Some of the...
I mean, I think that's very optimistic.
Well, I'll be happy to be informed by your estimate, ma'am, as to how long it might take.
About anything, but I mean, not only have I got to write my report, and we're in October, But also, it's got to go to the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State's got to make a... Now, they obviously count as a priority. One would hope they'd make a decision fairly quickly. But, you know...
Well, I mean, obviously it's optimistic. I think we also agree that it's in the Secretary of State's interest to make a swift decision rather than, you know...
Can't make one until they've got my report, though.
No, that's correct, ma'am.
Okay, well, I mean, just so I understand, but I mean, would you say between getting the Secretary of State's report and being able to get out the Reg 19 consultation, that would take what?
I'd liaise with my policy colleagues if you'd like us to get you.
I'm interested to know just what sort of period of time that is, because obviously you'd have to absorb what the Secretary of State was saying, which presumably it's going to be quite a long thing.
Yes.
I don't know. I'd just be interested to know, you know, working back, when you're thinking that the Secretary of State's report would be needed.
And you mean in order to hit the July Reg 19? When?
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all. Now, can I ask you another question, please, related to this? You've mentioned or explained the relationship between the outcome of these applications and the plan process. Now, we know that there's some challenge to the viability and deliverability of the scheme, and I'm not asking you, because the council has taken a particular position on that, so I'm not going to ask you about viability. But what I do want to ask you, please, is to help the inspector with the implications for the council and the plan-making process of uncertainty over... It's the same person going round and round, of either the scheme being granted permission, but it being said, well, it's not viable, but that's not relevant here, for example, or if there just being some uncertainty over the viability or deliverability of the scheme and it being granted permission.
Yep. So you're right. I mean, I do recall, for example, hearing during the viability evidence, well, if the scheme is unviable, it simply won't be delivered. Or if it's not deliverable, it won't come forward, and that means that you won't get the benefits, but you won't get the harm either. So, you know, what of it? But there is an implication for the council in this case. Now, that just don't get me wrong, the council hasn't put forward evidence in relation to viability. But I would like to make some observations about deliverability. We're taking forward the local plan, or we've paused the local plan so that we can understand the outcome of the Highsted decisions, so because they will inform and inform, if not dictate, the direction of travel for growth within the borough, particularly, well, in relation to the uses that are proposed within Highsted, namely housing and employment space. Knowing that if, and ordinarily I guess you would say that deliverability might not be an issue, but because of that interrelationship with our local plan and the ability for the Highsted decisions to seriously influence the direction of travel within, because if they're approved, they'll essentially become allocations for housing and employment space and so forth. And then if they're not delivered, that starts to become a problem in that you have a plan which would be dysfunctional. You're anticipating that you'll get a certain amount of housing delivered in a particular location. It doesn't come forward. There are ramifications in terms of the housing delivery test. If you've made allocations in relation to employment space, the market would be looking at those, expecting them to come forward in particular locations. They then don't come forward. And not only does that mean that you could look at having to have speculative development elsewhere, but it would certainly disrupt the market or introduce uncertainty, which would not help things like employment space. So I think clarity is going to be needed around the question of viability within the decisions as to, you know, whether it's considered that they are viable or are not viable. So there's a viability PPG, and it does apply to strategic sites, and it sort of says why it's important to
we've got that in for everyone's note. That's CD 16.11, and it's the PPG on plan making, and one of the paragraphs in it talks about the importance of undertaking viability assessments for strategic allocations. Is that the bit you're
that's correct. Now, that relates to plan making, and I'm talking about decision making as opposed to plan making, but I think it is relevant. If you end up in a situation where there's doubt as to the viability of the strategic sites, you've got consent for them and you want to then allocate them into your plan, but you've got some question mark over deliverability, what would we do? Would we then viability test the strategic sites to see if we should put them within allocations? And then what would we do with a consented scheme that we then test for viability and find that it's unviable? So I think it's very important for the local plan to understand the Secretary of State's view as to deliverability and viability of the sites, rather than an ambiguous view or an unclear view. It kind of needs to be quite a strong statement as to whether they're viable or not.
Thank you. All right. Let's see if we can deal with one other matter, kind of discrete matter, before we break, and without needing to go into kind of specific impacts or planning topics. A question came up this morning about Stones Farm and Sang, and I know you've been in communication with the applicant about this. Have you had a chance to look into this?
Yes, I have, and the applicant helpfully sent me through some information which we had to hand, actually, only because we've had to sort of look into this and similar queries previously.
Thank you. So can you it may be, and I don't know, that you haven't quite got to the bottom of it yet, but can you say what your understanding of the position is, and based on what? And can I invite you again to just speak a little bit slower? There's no hurry, and we all have to take notes of some kind. So,
okay, sorry. So the 2014 outline application for Stones Farm, it did take a while to be approved, and one of the contentious matters within it was the habitat regulations. And Natural England are of the view that the coast is such a strong call that, notwithstanding whatever you do in terms of suitable alternative natural green space on your site, the compelling nature of the coast is such that people just go there anyway. And to that end, even if you're doing on-site mitigation, the impact to the protected sites occurs, and so they seek the strategic access and management, the SAMS payment, which it goes towards wardening and other types of activities to protect the habitat sites. And the applicant wanted to do on-site mitigation without doing any cash contributions towards the wardening and so forth, the SAMS payment. So looking at the documentation, there was quite a debate for some time. By 2016, there had been an agreement reached where there would be a reduced SAMS contribution in view of the fact that there would be fairly robust on-site SANGs. And I'd contrast that situation in 2016 with my recent conversations with Natural England, where they will not entertain SANGs in place of these SAMs. Their experience has been that people just go to the coast because people really like going to the coast, and even if you have a SANGs right next door to you, whilst that might be useful, it won't stop you from going to the protected sites.
Okay, so just pausing there then, at that point in time in relation to this application, the position was Natural England were content with a kind of half SANGs and half off-site SAMS payment.
Yeah, and that's the case. It was a half and half.
Okay, so that's how things stood. The application's approved.
So the next thing that I did, because it was approved, so I then looked to see where in the Section 106 or in the conditions the SANGS has been secured. And certainly I can see the SAMS payment, and I can see reference to the ongoing management and monitoring fee for the SANGS. But I can't see in the Section 106 or the conditions the requirement for the SANGS. Okay. So I've then looked at subsequent approvals on that site, and there's reference made to this SANGS, the SAMS contribution, which was secured a reduced level, as well as SANGS, which have been secured as part of the outline permission. So I thought, well, it's not in the Section 106 of the conditions. There must be something else that has secured the SANGS. So the council's currently in the process, like conveyancing, where we're looking to take ownership of this land in question where the SANGS would be.
And just before you go on to talk about that, that land in question where the SANGS would be, are there controls over what happens on that land and how it's laid out and designed and so on? Can you say something about that?
So within the Section 106, so this they call it a country gap, or the Tong Country Park. It's got a various bunch of names, but in terms of formal designations, there's a countryside gap, which doesn't relate to what we're talking. Well, relates to the land, but doesn't have a bearing on the landscaping that we're talking about. It's local green space, and again, so while it has lots of different names which might overlap on formal designations, ma'am, please just don't get confused with the fact that they call it something which it's not. A countryside gap.
Right. Okay.
Now, that countryside gap is accompanied by a very detailed landscaping plan. It's showing exactly how it would be designed and laid out and different parts of it used. Like very detailed in terms of, planting specifications, species densities. It runs for about 80 pages. And that's attached to the Section 106 agreement. So it's very clear how that open space was to be laid out. Now, what I did mention is that the council is taking ownership of that area of open space. This is the one that's got the very detailed plans setting out how it would be planted out and what areas would be. It's a very comprehensive landscaping strategy. So at the same time as the the outline application from 2014 is sort of being determined in 2016, there is also work done to look to transfer to the council this park or this area of open space, which is not part of the Section 106. There's not a Section 106 requirement to transfer it, but it is being transferred. And I think the idea is that the council will take ownership of it, adopt it, and start running it as a public park. What I found, and so I turned my mind to, well, where is the requirement for the SANGS? Because it's not in the Section 106. Is it within the transfer document? And it is in the transfer document. There is an existing covenant over that land for it to be used in a particular way.
What's the transfer document to the council?
Yes, so the people that own it at the moment are transferring it to the council, and this is the document that talks about what they're going to give us and that what the council will do with it.
And they call it a SANG, do they now?
Sorry?
Do they call it a SANG?
There's a clause in there that says it shall be designed and used as a SANG and for no other purpose.
Right.
It's not in the Section 106, it's not in the conditions, but it is on the, it's clearly some land charge on the title, and as it's coming across to the council, that's being transferred to us.
that been done now?
It's still happening. I mean, the last time you and I spoke about it was some months ago, and it was imminent then, and it's still imminent now. I wouldn't hazard a guess as to how long it would take. I'm just advised that it is imminent.
If that process follows through to its conclusion, what will the outcome be?
Well, the council will take ownership of it. I know that there is a clause in there that it needs to be used in accordance with, as sang and not for other purposes, but that doesn't actually cause the council too much of a problem. This is publicly accessible open space with a quite comprehensive landscape strategy and when you look at it, it's a really high quality landscape strategy. So I don't see any reason from a sports and leisure perspective why the council's open space team wouldn't choose to take it on and run it like a regular public park. And then if you think about it from a planning perspective, we took a lower SAMS contribution on the basis that the SANGs would be put in place. So I don't see from a planning perspective why the council wouldn't agree to the covenant relating to the SANGs coming across to us.
But the SAMs would...
Sang.
You said about the SAMs, didn't you? Or are you not?
So the SAMs has been paid. That's
been paid, and that's for the actual Ramsar site, or something.
For the Ramsar site.
Yeah.
No, it's half the amount they would typically seek.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
And on the basis that the suitable alternative natural green space would be provided.
Except it's not required to be provided, apart from in this deed of transfer.
Yes, you're right. There's nothing in the Section 106 or conditions requiring it. It's in this separate document.
Nothing in the conditions.
Nothing in the conditions, no.
And
okay.
And at the point the inspector asked you there, you were talking about payments. I think you said that the council had received payments for the purposes of the SANG. Can you clarify what
there hasn't been a receipt of payments, but there is an amount of money set aside and secured for 275,000 as a fund to maintain and manage this area of open space ongoing into the future.
So what about the actual landscaping of it then? Is that being done by the developer?
That's a requirement in the Section 106 that the
Who's doing it?
whoever's bound by the Section 106.
Sorry?
Those that are bound by the Section 106 agreement.
Right, because it hasn't been done yet, has it? Has it? I thought it was very high quality. No? You said it sort of,
it's certainly not finished. If you compare what's there against the landscaping strategy,
that's what it is. I mean, I'm not, saying it's not what's in the strategy. But
it doesn't mirror what's in the strategy. I mean, you would have seen when we were down there. Do you remember? There's like a stormwater detention pond, and do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that forms part of it.
Yeah.
But then if I showed you the 70-page odd document, you would probably quite readily identify that there's lots of elements that are not there.
I mean, basically, when we went, it was mainly grassland.
Yes.
We saw the skylarks, and they like that sort of land, don't they?
Yes.
But I mean, I thought you said there was sort of detailed planting.
There are. So, could you recall looking over basically the grassland to the housing?
Right, yeah.
So within this landscaping strategy, for example, there's a tree belt to separate the housing from the park. No, I didn't see any trees of substance. So I don't think that the landscaping scheme's been implemented in full in any...
So the council going to be responsible for doing that then?
I'm sure that's part and parcel of the discussions between who's giving us the land and us taking it on. Because if we do take it on and it hasn't been finished, then I guess they need to be mindful of that.
Would it be all right, and this is not cross-examination, while we're on this factual thing about who's done what with the transfer, just to ask whether we know, so it's an obligation or covenant or whatever in the transfer document that says it should be used as a SANG. Where did that, whose team or whatever, did that come from?
No, it's a really good question. I can't answer that. I don't know where it came from originally. Can you see what I mean? Like, I know it was part of the planning application. It didn't make it into the Section 106, but clearly it's been imposed upon the land. But
it sounds like a bit of a sort of mistake that was made they're trying to rectify now.
No, I don't. I'd need more time to try and figure it out. I've just sort of had this afternoon and I've got as far as I have done.
No, you've done very well. No.
But you're right. I don't understand how it got without going through Section 106. How did the covenant? Who agreed to have it put on there without it being a planning obligation? But they did.
It may be that question goes in the same box as the one about the PBA report, but I think as you'll have rightly deduced, Mr. Dygan's really just trying to help you with the facts as they appear. So, subject to any questions of confidentiality, which I don't have instructions on, it may be that there are some documents that can be produced so you can see the current position, and there is the question which may or may not be we may or may not be able to get an answer to of what the origin of the covenant is, but that's the position that we find ourselves in.
I mean, can we know when when this is all likely to go through?
I'll attempt to find that, but I suspect the answer will be imminently, and
it's been imminent for 6 months.
I will ask that the person who knows I'm able to get in touch with. I'll be able to find out tomorrow.
Because it's whoever owns that land will obviously have to negotiate with the applicants.
Yeah, that's right. So whilst I can't sort of share this transfer document because it's not finalised, what I have been advised is that if we were then to pass the land on to somebody else, we would need to pass the covenant on.
Right. Okay. If, as Mr. Pereira offered, subject to confidentiality, obviously we can be whatever we can be shown. That would be good, because I don't.
I mean, I haven't done any sort of a land registry search, but I wonder whether this covenant would show up if someone did.
I think Councillor Bonney did, and she's seen it, I think. But so that's that. But as to its sort of provenance, origin, and the status it has in planning decisions, that's something that we need some thought on.
Interesting. Right.
On that cliffhanger, is that a convenient time? I wanted to try and make some progress, and the next step will be to talk about more detail about the merits of the application. So if that's a convenient time.
Yes, okay, well, thank you.
And are you happy for Mr. Dygan, if he's minded, to carry on delving and asking questions about this topic, even though he's...
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Right, everybody, well, thank you very much. So, was just one other thing, sorry. I know you want to rush to get your train. You do. I'm so sorry. No, don't say that. No, it was just about these plans, that's all. Because we now know from what we've been told, I think, by Councillor Bonney, that the Pitstop Farm actually is about to be approved. So that will then move into being a commitment, won't it? And I don't know about those other solar farm schemes, whether perhaps, has it? I don't really like to say it, but if they're commitments, how do they affect? I mean, she was talking about the traffic. They won't have been taken into account as commitments, will they?
We'll check. I think they might be in the S already, but we'll check.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I know that Pins raised it, didn't they, about Pitstop Farm. I think we need to ask Mr. Wild what the score is with those. Anyway, so that was just the point.
I'll have to come back to you on that one.
And, if they are commitments, some of these purple sites, then I think we do need to update the plan with the commitments where they're sort of in pink and move them across to being commitments rather than, uncommitted. So I think we'll still have to hang fire on that plan.
Yes, that's all true, but we don't know the data. I mean, It might be forthcoming as a commitment, but it's
well,
not.
I mean, it's going to be before. Well, we don't
full
know.
committee, but then there's a question of the 106,
it's really
which can
before
take
the end of the inquiry. I think we'd have to,
possibly. I mean, the one even post resolution, as you know.
I don't know what the issue is with them.
Is it better, because obviously there's a lot of plans in there that we're asking for approval on.
Yeah.
Is it better, because it's a moving feast, if you like, to have a separate kind of context plan, if you like, to show commitments on them? Because rather
We
than
have got one with commitments.
We have. So we have one that you can read alongside things, because other things may come along and statuses change as well.
They might. I mean, you've got to draw a line at some stage.
Yes.
But we are still at the inquiry, aren't we? This is the problem with these things that get drawn out. But I think it would just leave that hanging for the moment. But I do want to know if there are any highway implications, especially of that pit stop one, because that's quite a big site. All right. Right, thank you very much. We will adjourn till tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.